get boomer. Blammo, blammo, blammo.
Hasan, if I say period, you say
period,
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 period, period,
Main, Hasan Abi kicking ass, taking names, haters lining up, watching their schemes go up in flames. Now we don't know what we might have done to earn your ire, but look badly, f***ing spit on you to put out your fire.
I spit on you. Period,
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 Hasan Abi, himbo player with flowing hair, the damn mayor of commie daycare, top G slayer, retro flare, mother lair, blammo slayer, debonair, billionaire, editor pair, battle hardened, got 10 haters for every stand. Talk shit in my chat, I'll clap your ass with a band. I'm not your friend, I'm not your dad, don't get it twisted, here's my back end. Just be a lad, make sure you've kissed it.
period,
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 period, period,
I may be a weeb, and I have to confess that I never really know how to f***ing dress. But I got balls of steel, I've never been unnerved, even when I was bad.
tell you a little bit about my personal news, and let me tell you, okay, right off the jump, last night I ended the broadcast at like 7 hours and 30 minutes, another half day. What the fuck's going on? You know, this guy's quitting. This guy's quitting his goddamn job. What the hell is this about? And honestly, after my quiet quitting experiment, because I had to, you know, I had to do some family time with my mom's place with my little baby back there who was being good. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Anyway, yeah, we went to Anne's house. Anyway, hey, Majority Report. Shouts out for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Anyway, as I was saying, I went to my mom's place, had some food, not, you know, a little bit of dinner. We had a rabid genocide defender caller in the fun half. There's still those guys out there. That's crazy. If you're not on the freaking payroll, if you're not on the goddamn payroll of the Israeli government, like, you probably should not be defending it. Like, it makes no sense. Anyway, but yeah, my mom's house is so funny because there's like hella artifacts everywhere. Like, her entire house is just like kitted out with Ottoman Empire Turkish artifacts, like literally the entire house. Everything. And it's pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, also I finished Wano. It's official. The last couple of episodes on Wano were so incredible. New Admiral, who is OP but also kind of a pussy at the same time. Incredible stuff. We saw red-haired Shanks be a little weird. Where is he going? I don't know where the heroes are going to be going. Up next, I went to sleep. I passed out by the time Buggy was getting his ass beat by a crocodile and Mihawk. But yeah, rat-haired Shanks. Yeah, fed-haired Shanks. Rat-haired Shanks. You on the Dundadon hype train yet? The show is wild and OP goes unfathomably hard. Yeah, I heard. But in any case, it was enjoyable. Anyway, I woke up early in the morning, as you already know. Did a little bit of reading, did a little bit of writing, gathered my thoughts, and then immediately went to work. It was Friday, and you know what that means? That means we were doing leg day, baby. Look at that. You want a big dog? Anyway, yeah, had that leg day going, had that leg day glow. I'll be honest with you, it kicked my ass. I was doing
What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and it's free.
I was also doing 318 on the squats, but I didn't like the depth, and I didn't like the 318 on the squats, so I didn't post it. USC Hasan Abi shows what it's like in the audience. Oh yeah, this is sick. We'll look at this TikTok in a second. All right, you know what? We'll just do that. The lunges kill me. I'm not like the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of lunges. I kind of hate them, but whatever. It's all good. But yeah, I hit 318 for 3 on my top set for my squats. You know, haven't been moving big weight on the squat front in the same way that I've been moving big weight on the deadlifts, but it is what it is. The USC video came out, I guess, on my YouTube. I spoke at USC. Yeah. Okay. 132,000 views in 17 hours. I'll take it. We got the Motaz interview. We got the USC. I spoke at USC. Bro, why are you looking hella skinny in that vid? What do you mean? This is just what I look like, man. Lindsey Graham told hurricane victims to eat shit. Israel deserves more help. I mean, am Israel high? Lindsey Graham, Israel's strongest defender. He's right. He's right. Are you gonna play the? I thought the Motaz interview would have popped off more, but I think the algo is killing it. Yeah. This is a real tweet from someone running for. Yeah, the hung cow guy is crazy, man. Okay. He's insane. Like, he's just like a fucking rabid reactionary. Big boy weather is coming. Bulking season is upon. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Don't say it. And I don't want to fucking hear it because that makes me very sad. Okay. That makes me very sad. I don't even want to think about that. I know it's coming. I hate when it starts raining because my gym is outdoors. It genuinely fucks up my performance. I can't play basketball because all my basketball activities are outdoors. I haven't been able to like find a consistent indoor court. At this rate, I'm gonna have to fucking literally build my own indoor gym somewhere, dude. Firan hit 300K subs, by the way. Let's go. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. Congratulations to the team. Nice. Get a nice acronym jacket for the rainy days. Nah. So, yeah, personal news wise, that's all I did. Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good overall. Let's take a look at these TikToks covering Hasan's speech at USC with press access. He featured my article on stream. To point you to like the New York Times or I don't know, the Daily Trojan doing an article on the event that I did at USC. West Hollywood Sports Center has indoor basketball at noon on Sundays. That might fuck up your stream schedule. Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't it's a very specific time. Also, the viewer chatter that I bought the keycaps from made a TikTok as well.
Some of them are magnetic, so.
Oh, yo, I gotta get this. This is crazy.
That's a butt. I want the butt. The sheep. Poro. Okay, yeah. Let me get the Poro from League of Legends.
The prices are highest listed.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I am sure.
Okay.
This is gonna really break the budget for me. No, I want it. I want 2 sheep and I want 2 Kirby's. You know.
And I gave them to my co-hosts on the Firan podcast and also to Tina Kitten, Myung, and Valkyrie as gifts.
Oh, give me a cat too. I'm getting it as gifts. Yeah, she's upselling me already. 2 Kirby, 2 Poro, and 1 cat. Dump it in there.
But this one is very near and dear to me. This is from Tiny Makes Things.
Oh.
It's a Kirby mouse cap and it's a Kirby butt.
Oh, tushy.
So March has one as well. This is for you, cutie.
Oh,
Oh, the
tushy.
Kirby butt
keycap.
is so cute.
It matches me. Thank
And
you.
there's my USC TikTok law. Thank you for sharing. Of course. Yeah, that's my favorite part of like TwitchCon Artist Alley is just like going to the Artist Alley and grabbing stuff from people that have set up shop there. That's my favorite experience overall at TwitchCon usually. Hasan Abi editors need to chill. What is this? What is this? Okay, that's crazy. I mean, I'll still hit it with a like, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's do it. Let's blow this popsicle stand. Let's blast off. We got a lot happening. Okay. Okay, we got a lot happening. We got a lot happening in the world. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Long hair husky Azan was my fave arc. I disagree. Okay. I disagree with you on that front. But it is what it is. Are you planning on any Spooktober games this month? Yeah, my gaming editors have sent me a laundry list of games that we could be potentially playing. The Poro onesie is Stolen Valor. You didn't even play League of Depression. Brandon crashed the White House briefing and said Israel best friend. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. Biden made a surprise appearance at the briefing. He took questions on Israel and in the end telling Netanyahu to remember what he did for Israel. It's in the playlist. My goat, dude. That's why I'm voting for him. Like, that's why I'm writing his name in, because he's Israel's best friend. He did NATO. He did AUKUS. Ain't nobody does it like him, dude. Ain't nobody does it like him, dude. Tyler Oliveira vid in a nutshell. Okay, I'm not even gonna look at that. He said he's back in the race at the end. Thank God. Thank God he's back. Okay. The Hill is reporting that Biden and Harris think Netanyahu was purposely tilting the election for Trump. They're only realizing this now. Man, that's crazy. Bro. If only they had a guy that they could listen to that is like more knowledgeable on this stuff from the outside looking in than themselves from the inside looking out, you know? That's right. It's shocking. Who could have foreseen this? I mean, who could have said that? Tank for Trump. Who could have seen this coming? From election, and the polls are still tight as hell. What does this mean? Yeah, surprise Pikachu face, man. That's crazy. Kamala meets Muslim leaders in Michigan. Plus, we'll do a rally. Israel is still doing. Okay. Spooktober? Question mark? www.twitch.tv/Hasan Abi. TikTok drama for fun. Oh, it's that lady. It's not even TikTok drama, bro. You're talking about the lady who like had a fucking cadaver in her backyard or some shit. Like this woman who thought that her house was haunted. Is that the TikTok drama? I saw that shit. That's crazy. I saw the summarization of the yo, that's not drama, bro. That's a crime. That's true crime. Israel's doing Israel shit. The IDF eliminated 250 Hezbollah fighters in 4 days. Oh yeah. It was not. It was a false alarm. Okay. Biden says Netanyahu trying to influence election. That's crazy, man. Who could have foreseen this, bro? Anyway, we're blasting off. More on the Hasan Abi year of vindication continues, okay? Obviously, no shit. Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to influence the fucking elections, and he is pro-Trump. I literally verbatim said this months ago. Yes, dude. And I'm not like a particularly brilliant person, okay? I need you guys to understand. I'm not like a fucking incredibly talented, brilliant individual, okay? I'm kind of a dumbass. I'm a bit of a dumbass. But I think like people sometimes, I suspect, make things unnecessarily complicated in an effort to, I don't know, defend their idiotic positions, okay? And the reality of the matter is, it's super fucking apparent that Benjamin Netanyahu is pro-Trump and is in the tank for Trump and is trying to pull a fucking Ronald Reagan or a Richard Nixon for Donald Trump by just like purposely fucking escalating tensions and opening up new fronts, knowing full well that this absolute baboon in a suit is going to do anything and everything in his power to never actually reign in Israel. Okay? I mean, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look. They're so dumb. Bro, how about you fucking worry about the election that you have? Okay? They are so stupid. They are so dumb. They are so unimaginably idiotic, dude. They are so unimaginably idiotic. They're like, oh, Israel assassinated like a bunch of the leadership in the leadership structure of Hezbollah. So now they don't have anyone to put up in the fucking Lebanese parliament because we did an act of terrorism, like an open act of terrorism. This basically is a voluntary admission that you are, alongside Mossad, working to assassinate the leadership structure of political parties globally in the same exact way that America used to do in Latin America. Okay? This right here is a fucking straight up regime change backed by terrorism. It's no different than any number of different places that America has done this in Latin America, okay? In Latin American countries, in African nations, globally. They are doing the same exact shit. It's just sloppier, and it's also more apparent, more in front of your fucking eyes. That's it. Yeah, but instead of learning about this in like declassified materials that you have to point to after like doing FOIA requests or whatever, you're figuring this out in real time now. That's the major difference here. And you can figure it out in real time, and you can develop a distaste towards it in real time. Not that the outcome will change. You know? But that's precisely what's happening. Yeah, dude, if you take out the leadership structure of like one of the most popular parties in the fucking Lebanese parliament, and while simultaneously the guys who took out the leadership structure are like actively invading the country, and then America tries to put together a fucking sham election where they, I don't know, prop up whatever kind of like Maronite Christian group that they want to make the leaders of Lebanon while Lebanon is actively being invaded. I'm sure that won't fucking yield really negative results down the line. It's very stupid. It's an incredibly stupid attitude. Okay? It didn't work in Gaza, and it's not going to work in Lebanon either. Oh my God. These people have brain worms, dude. They do not think. I think it literally comes from white supremacy. Like, this attitude stems from white supremacy. What do I mean by this? You're going to say, Hasan, what are you talking about? What do you mean white supremacy? Here's what I mean. You literally think Arabs are fucking like servile, docile dogs or something. You have to legitimately believe that you can do colonial domination to these groups of individuals in the big 2024 year of our holy fucking Lord, in the same way that you did way back in the fucking day in Africa and in Arab nations in general, especially maybe like 100 years ago. You genuinely think you can get away with doing this stuff without any sort of insurgency, without any sort of retaliation, without any sort of blowback. Technological achievements have equalized the playing field, okay? It's no longer a thing. It's no longer... Dude, if one more person sends me the goddamn fucking chase, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't care, okay? I just started. I have a lot of news to cover. I don't care about the fucking chase, dude. Come on. Calm down, dude. Jesus Christ. Anyway, it's Christianity in general, in my opinion. I have Lebanese neighbors who are Christian and love terrorism against their own country. No, not every Lebanese Christian person is like, oh yeah, this is sick. Argentina's Javier Milei accused of plagiarizing UN speech from West Wing. I mean, that's great. That's fun stuff. All right, we'll get into it in a second. But once again, welcome to the I was right hour. Welcome to the Hasan Abi was right once again. Hasan Abi vindication hour. It's probably boring and annoying to have this happen so frequently. If you didn't want me to be frequently vindicated, then perhaps I don't know, you could change trajectory on some of these like world-changing events. In which case, I would never have to feel vindicated because then, you know, the things that I think should happen would happen. Democrats suspect Netanyahu is attempting to tilt the Trump-Harris race. Democrats increasingly suspect Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to interfere in U.S. domestic politics by ignoring President Biden's calls to negotiate a deal in Gaza by confronting Hezbollah and Iran weeks before the U.S. election. Who could have predicted this, I wonder? Who could have? Where's the Vorlo clip? Who could have said this ahead of time? Over and over again. It isn't just the Vorlo clip that like I've looked at before. There are many different instances where I directly said it over and over again. Leaving Benjamin Netanyahu, this unstable psychopath with so much power to do whatever the fuck he wants without restraining them at all, without packing this stuff up and implementing a ceasefire. Okay? I think you even mentioned it with Ro Khanna. Yes, I did. It's not even a prediction, it's an observation. Yes, I did. I mentioned it at the DNC. I mentioned it before the DNC. I've been saying it for months. I've been saying this for months. Foreign policy is not the primary focus of a lot of Americans until it becomes the only thing that they can focus on. And Benjamin Netanyahu is making sure that basically this is the only thing that America's focused on by, you know, consistently doing fuck shit. Anyway. So, the rapidly escalating confrontation between Israel, Hezbollah, and Hezbollah's ally Iran has undercut Biden's efforts to achieve peace through diplomacy. Shocking. I'm honored to have included in this list right alongside many talented leaders. Thank you, Jerusalem Post, for recognizing our work in the fight against anti-Semitism. Jake Trapper, Dana Bash, and Ben Shapiro. Jews in the news. Gal Gadot, Michael Rappaport, Noah Tishby, and Eden Golan. Defending Israel with charm. That's funny. Here it is. Here's one of the many different instances where I've talked about this. This is really solid positions overall, with one obvious, glaringly obvious weakness, which is Israel, which is just like standing there waiting to be the October surprise. That is not even a fucking surprise. It's like everybody knows that Benjamin Netanyahu is in the tank for Donald Trump and is getting increasingly more unhinged every single fucking day, and like not trying to put forward like weapons transfers as a condition in an effort to curb Israel back, like in an effort to rein Israel in, is basically just allowing them to run the table.
Yeah. Like,
down to the motherfucking date, baby. I told you. I fucking told you.
Their calculus is if we say, like, you know, weapons will never be conditioned, maybe they won't try to fuck us in October. And it's like, they're probably going to do that anyway, I would assume. I don't know if they're...
Has, like, accidentally... It seems to me like Dems calling for a ceasefire feels like the most obvious posturing ever since they literally control the flow of weapons. Am I oversimplifying this? You are not oversimplifying this at all. History has shown that, especially when you look at America's relationship with Israel, time and time again, the United States has restrained Israel and stopped them after they drew some blood. Okay, no one's going to mention how accurate your analysis was either. I know that's not the point. I'm just saying. I'm telling you what the fuck is going to happen before it fucking happens. So just remember when, like, all of these losers online or wherever the fuck are like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. His understanding of all these issues is like super surface level. There's a reason why I'm literally fucking correct. And all of those guys that say shit like this oftentimes are caught with their dicks out in the wind. Doesn't really matter ultimately, because as long as you are on the side of the State Department, your misinformation that you spread never gets brought to the forefront, because you're doing the misinformation basically alongside mainstream media anyway. So is it misinformation? It might as well be the truth. Lies might as well be the truth if everyone is saying it. If you were advising Harris, what do you think would be the smart way for her to distance from Biden and do the right thing? I mean, I've been saying this over and over again. I was like, I know there's some fucking campaign staffers and whatnot in here, okay? I've been screaming from the rooftop since the Kamala Harris swap for Kamala Harris to separate herself from Joseph Robinette Brandon. I've used historic examples. Specifically LBJ, which is the closest comparison you can arrive at in terms of, like, separating from Biden on this deeply unpopular war before it is too late. They have refused to do so the entire way, the entire step of the process. Joe Biden, who was losing to Donald Trump on the issue of Israel by like 25 points, Kamala Harris came in and literally was like, oh, this deeply unpopular thing that Joe Biden was doing that led to him basically losing the election in all the polls, which led to me changing, which led to me being swapped in for Biden. I'm going to tell the world I'm actually in the tank for it. Okay? I'm going to tell the world in the historically stupid fashion, in this like unprecedentedly stupid way, I'm going to tell everybody I'm exactly like Joe Biden on this issue. This will certainly win me some favors. With who? Who knows? It's very stupid. Even if the Dems don't care about the morality of genocide, not halting weapons transfers to force Israel to ceasefire is insane. Dems are leaving themselves at the mercy of an Israeli Trump, Bibi, who literally loves Trump. He will give the Dems an October surprise with war. Man, who could have seen that coming? That's crazy. To the Harris staffers in the chat, please be smart and do something. They can't do nothing, dude. It doesn't matter. And I said it over and over again that Democrats, if they don't care about this issue on the morality front, I actively argued on a cold, calculated, soulless front as well, just purely on electoral bounds. Okay. Do you think a war in the Middle East will massively swing the elections? Like, isn't war only usually unpopular if America's directly involved and our troops aren't hurt? Well, I mean, Israel's actions are trying to desperately bring American troops into the fray. So there's also one other aspect of this conversation that I think many Americans do not recognize. Remember, when Americans say nothing ever happens, they mean nothing ever happens to them. they get the benefit from living in the imperial core. They get the benefit from being thousands of miles away because things are happening all the time. Death and destruction is permanent, especially if you're in the global south. The issue, however, is when you go to war with Iran, if you strike their fucking nuclear facilities, for example, and then Iran retaliates by lighting the entire oil refineries in the fucking Gulf on fire, all of a sudden things are happening to you because, and this is something that, again, I've said for months. Another thing that I've reiterated is going to war with Iran isn't necessarily just like boots on the ground and horrifying warfare, okay? American troops being drawn into battle. That's a problem, but that's not the only issue, okay? From an electoral calculus, that also means all of a sudden the price of fucking oil is skyrocketing. The supply is diminished. The refinery capabilities are gone. Why are they gone? Because Iran knows how fucking wars are conducted. You just light their fucking refineries on fire. And in the words of the IRGC commander in Iraq that said, if we cannot have these benefits, you can't either. That's what they said. It's basically mutually assured destruction. Mutually assured destruction, specifically on the basis of oil, okay? On the basis of energy. Yeah, Fango Lives is in here. I have been told I should be shouting Ya Ali about destroying oil refineries. Yeah, Fango Lives is in the chat. He wasn't in the chat yesterday. He is a recent revert to Shia Islam. Our EV journalist, Fango Lives, is officially, if the oil refineries in the Gulf are lit on fire, if the oil refineries on the Gulf are lit on fire, he has said that he is going to find the light of Islam and become a Shia Muslim. And that he is that much in a tank for fucking renewable energy, okay? One of the funniest aspects of the vote blue no matter who dingus is just like the same bad instincts that they had with like maintaining this posture that Brandon, they're Brandon dead enders. They're going to go with Biden all the way across the finish line. Is the same bad instincts that they've demonstrated on this Israel stuff. They literally just regurgitate whatever the fuck the Democrats are telling them, okay? They are so goddamn annoying about it, not recognizing that Brandon is cooking the fucking books. He is cooking his own party's chances of winning the fucking election. That's what's really frustrating about this entire process, too. Is getting to a point where unless Kamala Harris does the thing that is unthinkable, okay, and you know, goes against, and even then it might be too fucking late, by the way, but it goes against the Biden administration and says, like, I'm parting ways with the Biden administration on the issue of Israel. We have to stop. We have to put an end to this fucking senseless bloodshed. We have to put weapons transfers on the table in an effort to get Israel to the table to engage in a ceasefire. Enough is enough. The entire region is about to be on fire. Unless she says that, which is laughable to think. I don't think she's going to say that at all. She hasn't said it for the past, couple of months. I heard you say the phrase most significant, least influential line over and over again. Voting is not ultimately all that consequential. And it's not all that significant in terms of like just going out and like fucking, signing the dotted line. But with the minimal amount of effort that you spend doing that, you do end up playing a role in the outcome of the elections in a certain way. Okay. But especially in terms of like voting locally, I think it's a very important thing to do. I always advocate to vote down ballot and also vote for ballot measures in general. I think a fresh celebrity endorsement will save her campaign. Yeah, totally. They should do another they should do a Lin-Manuel Miranda, Tim Kaine and the membrane thing, and that'll definitely fucking fix it. I aggregated 21 polls showing a ceasefire weapons embargo would help Harris win. It's not shocking, but just aggregated them for reference. Use these numbers.ghost.io. Thank you, chatter. Here are 21 polls that show a ceasefire and weapons embargo will help Kamala win. The post is very simple. I've aggregated 21 polls that show immense popularity of a ceasefire and emphasize the positive impact of a weapons embargo would have on Kamala Harris's chances of winning the election. If she is desperately looking If she's desperately looking for voters, there are hundreds of thousands of them that would literally change their outcome and change their outlook. Okay? They already Hamilton? Oh no.
2024. How does the bastion of the West democratically search out how to stay united as we churn out vitriol and bots and memes and try to work out
Yes, God gave up a long time ago after Tim Kaine and the membrane. It was solidified. Okay, it was like, nah, we're done. We're done with this. I'm packing this shit up. Obama was right. Americans deserve nothing like the health care that he could have gotten us. I just, like I've repeated for the past month or so, there are like 4 or 5 different key issues that are supposed to be like the perfect thing that Democrats can address as a counterweight to the Republican mania and madness that have occurred in the past month. Okay. Like just straight up devastating things that Republicans and like reactionary right-wing politics are directly responsible for, whether it be mass shootings and gun violence, whether it be fucking massive hurricane damage. Okay. And or whether it be like insanely fucking right-wing sentiment about undocumented migrants, like lies about them, you know, direct lies about them, all of these things, or, you know, endless war in the Middle East. These are all supposed to be in the past things that the Republicans advocate for and the things that the Democrats are supposed to fight against. They have completely dropped it. Most of those things now the Democrats themselves push for. So they can't even use it. And if you can't use it, well, then you lose it, you know? Who the fuck's going to who's going to listen to you? Anyway, is there not enough movement for another party to emerge? It's just not. That's not how this works. Play this on election day when Kamala loses. I mean, look, man, things are not looking great for Kamala Harris. Okay, things are not looking great for Kamala Harris at all. Okay, it's not. There's no reason to fucking sugarcoat it. The polls are insanely fucking tight. At this point, like, you're looking at potentially a marginal victory in Pennsylvania. If that doesn't come, cooked. Okay? If Pennsylvania doesn't swing, it's cooked. Okay? It's Jover. Not to be a Nate Silver, Nate Bronze type Andy over here, but straight up. Are you going to react to the new Johnny Harris vid, or do I watch my own? Tell me no. Tell me now. Yeah, I'll watch it. The old election doomerism arc. Love to see it. I mean, it's not. It's like not even an arc. It's just it's like the October surprise being an October promise, right? It was telegraphed. And this was also telegraphed. How was this telegraphed? What did I say? The only reason why there was a lot of momentum for Kamala Harris, and the only reason why there was a lot of momentum after that swap out before the DNC, was specifically because Kamala Harris represented a change. Okay, she was not like an embarrassing person to go out and vote for, to go out to bat for, in the same way that like this, you know, hollowed out carcass like Brandon was, right? All of a sudden, people were like, whoa, wait a minute. This is exciting. They're responding to public pressure. And it's crazy because she has basically adopted all of the worst parts of the Brandon campaign. And there's some communication in the background, at least according to like some of the big donors that Kamala Harris has spoken to directly, according to them. She's going to make changes at the SEC and FTC, which is insane to think about. It's like, so you're just going to be worse than Biden? Like, you're going to be more right-wing than Biden? That's psychotic. Like, the only good salvageable aspects of the Biden administration, you're just going to fucking rip apart? That's insane. All the worst aspects of the Biden administration, permanent genocide, you're on board with. Everyone has been, no, I'm not going to look at the fucking naked Trump statue. I don't care. I know. It was in Nevada. There's one in Arizona too. Okay, I don't give a shit. During the Teamsters September meeting with Harris, a board member asked Harris for a commitment that she would keep Khan in place at the FTC. According to people familiar with the exchange, Harris declined to make any promises. That's not what I'm talking about. There's another person. New reporting came out. New reporting came out literally today, I'm pretty sure. Of two donors that spoke to Kamala Harris directly that got assurances that changes would be coming. I'm sure you can find it. Is it the Financial Times article? Oh, here it is. Yeah. Two finance executives close to Harris said she had reassured them she could appoint new officials to the Securities and Exchange Commission and the FTC who would take a less aggressive stance than the current respective chairs Gary Gensler and Lena Khan, according to FT. And I trust FT a lot more than I trust Wall Street Journal. This is the real shit. Where did the Kamala Harris thing go? Oh, Harris's Wall Street charm begins. Is this the one? Is this the article? Fuck. You are a little naive to think that she would have changed her positions compared to Joe. They're both horrible, but Joe had a reputation he could fall back on. She just pronounces words better than him. No, I don't care about Kamala Harris's personal ambitions and personal motivations. It was not naivete. I was reacting to the unceremonious and unusual nature of the Democratic Party behaving like a competent party, albeit for a brief moment. Okay? That's it. That's it. It was the appropriate reaction at the time. Do you understand? And I kept reiterating that this would be good if they followed through on this momentum and kept making bold and radical proclamations, but it would be devastating if they went back to their old school bullshit, rush to the middle. And I openly stated that. I told you that. I told you that it would be awful. It would be dog shit if they rushed to the middle, and I was afraid that they would. And then they started communicating that they were rushing to the middle. And predictably, it cut the momentum entirely. It directly cut the momentum of the Democratic Party and the ticket. Let's not fucking rewrite history here, okay? And I saw it with my own two fucking eyes at the DNC. It's not backtrack Andy. It was correct Andy. I was cautiously optimistic, responding to the unceremonious nature in which the Democratic Party responded to public pressure. They've never done that. Here is David Dayen. Buried in here is a pretty problematic development. Harris has hosted corporate chief executives, including Ryan McInerney. What? How do you say that? McInerney, who is the CEO of Visa. The Justice Department just filed an antitrust suit against Visa for making pay to delay deals to sustain its payment duopoly. The CEO of CVS, Karen Lynch, was also listed as someone who got direct outreach from the candidate. The FTC has sued Big Three pharmacy benefits managers for jacking up the price of insulin, including CVS. Its Caremark division is a top PBM. These are the heads of companies under federal lawsuit, likely witnesses in the cases, getting direct access to the potentially next president. Whose administration will take over those cases? Good thing Republicans don't read the Financial Times, I guess. The Republicans don't give a shit because they would do the exact same thing. That's the problem. Every day that goes by, it unironically makes me feel like AOC and Bernie Sanders might have been fucking right for warning us. You know? Perhaps we were wrong. They were like, hey, do you want genocide with a side of like at least somewhat reliable domestic politics that is like more pro-labor and more fucking pro-consumer protections than any other fucking historic presidential administration? Or do you want permanent genocide with less of that? They're like, nope, genocide is going to happen no matter what. I don't know. Unless Harris starts telling better lies, I'm going to throw my vote at Jill Stein. New Nevada poll. Nevada from John Ralston, one of the most important. John Ralston is the Nevada guy, for those of you who don't know, in terms of like, if you're an election watcher. Nevada, Harris up 3, Rosen up 7. That's shocking that Rosen is only up 7. That's not good. Harris is up 3. That's also not good. That's kind of weird. Donald Trump at 44. Kamala Harris at 47. I hate to be a tease. Actually, I really don't. But we have something very interesting in Nevada poll results coming tomorrow from one of the country's most respected guys in the field. Wake up early. Worth mentioning that Jackie Rosen is one of the most Zionist psychopaths in the Senate, unfortunately. Yeah, that's neither here nor there. The person that Jackie Rosen's up against is also a non-entity who is polling genuinely horribly. He's the troop that is like, who was lit on fire. With no fucking, like, Sam Brown is a perfect demonstration of like the new Republican Party and how they just like fuck the bag up for no reason. Okay. And Jackie Rosen's been putting up like LeBron numbers against this dude for the longest time. The fact that it's like now down to 7 points is actually a little surprising. Don't forget, Ralston is a turbo asshole who still brings up the 2016 Dem primary stuff. Yeah, I don't care. He is from Nevada and he is consistent and reliable. So I'm obviously gonna fucking listen to what he has to say. A lot of these guys are turbo assholes, though, of course. Here's the thing. I'm trying to look objectively at it. Isn't what she's doing what's necessary to flip purple states and win over Republicans? I feel coming out in opposition of isn't real and going super left is what would cause her to lose the election. No, here it is. I'm neurospicy. Doesn't she need to flip Republicans, not appeal to minority left? No, that's not the truth at all. There are hundreds of thousands of fucking voters. There is like, you're looking at a massive boost if she were to flip the script on Israel. What do I mean by this? There are no actual voters, right? There are no voters that are like, I'm invested in permanent genocide in Gaza and also more war in Lebanon. There's not a single voter that is a likely Democratic Party voter that wants that demands that. They do exist. They are just at the base of support some of the most firmly committed Republican voters, right? These are the evangelicals. They love the fact that like abortion is restricted. They want Israel to do genocide. They think, Jews are the chosen sons of daughters of God and they must maintain Israel, the greater Israel, so that like the rapture can happen, all this stuff, right? They're insane. They are some of the most committed Republican Party voters out there. So those voters do exist. It's just they're never going to vote for the Democratic Party. In terms of like the broad majority of the American population, they just either A, don't want to fucking think about Israel ever again, right? They're just like, please stop this fucking war shit. I don't want to see blown up children on TV. I just don't even want to think about it. My kids are annoying me about fucking Israel, Palestine. I just don't care. Just stop. That's like a lot of likely voters for one reason or another that want a ceasefire to happen. Like the most overwhelming majority support for a ceasefire. How do you get there? If you're the administration, that is supplying Israel with weapons. You get there by making one phone call and saying, no more weapons transfers unless you fucking get to the table, unless you stop bombing. These are the conditions. Okay? Permanent genocide is a deeply unpopular position, and it's not even in existence within the Democratic Party's base of support, or even within the independent voters, or even within, like, it's not even in the margins, right? Like, there's no one that's like, I really, really, really want Israel to continue pummeling Gaza and kill as many people as possible. So that's number one. Number two, the idea that there's like a marginal voter, like a marginal base of leftist voters, is also a silly one, because if Kamala Harris came out and reiterated her commitment to combating price gouging, that's a radical leftist policy, right? Donald Trump keeps calling it like Commie Harris. Kamala Harris is a comrade. She's insane. She's a Marxist. It's her most popular policy. It has only polled higher every time she's mentioned it. At the starting point, it was at like 76%. Now it's at 83%. In that same time frame, from 76 to 83% popularity, Donald Trump kept calling her a fucking Marxist, said this is going to be like Venezuela. Why? Because Americans don't give a fuck. They're like, I'm hurting. My pockets are hurting. Inflation is eating away at the marginal gains that I've made in my wage growth. I want the shit to be fixed. When Kamala Harris actually addresses that, which is an incredibly, profoundly radical and profoundly leftist policy, Americans don't give a shit. They like it. The greatest example of this is motherfucking Tim Walz. Tim Walz is Kamala Harris's vice president. Tim Walz also happens to be the governor of Minnesota. Tim Walz did a lot of these radical, bold policies in Minnesota, and they were objectively popular. He was able to do this with a one-seat majority in the state Senate in Minnesota. They literally showed the method. They showed exactly what can be done if you have even if you have a marginal majority, okay, with a one-seat majority, you can bring about paid family leave. You can bring about programs where, you feed children for free. These are all things that are objectively popular, okay? And that's what's so disastrous about this with respect to Kamala Harris's campaigning strategy, hyper-focusing on like these supposed key Republicans in the suburbs that are going to flip for her, that are going to go for her and not for Donald Trump because they hate the aesthetics of Donald Trump. And there is so many voters out there that could be motivated to go out and vote if you address their problems. There's also so many voters that you could probably flip if you address those problems from the Republican Party's base of support as well. Because at the end of the day, there are plenty of people who still want to make sure, no matter how angry, no matter how bloodthirsty they might be, no matter how much they think like immigrants are eating cats and dogs or whatever the fuck, they still go to the fucking grocery store and see the prices. And if Kamala Harris made an active effort to say, no, we're going to fix that problem for you, they might even be more interested in possibly voting for her. So the opportunities are endless. The problem is the Democratic Party actively campaigns to the center, actively campaigns to the right, and then the media tells you, the voters, and everyone else that pays attention to this, because you guys are high propensity voters. You are incredibly informed. Even if you're not going to go out and vote, you're still incredibly informed. This is a community comprised of people who are a million times more informed than the average voter, for good reason or for bad reason, whatever. Maybe you're just, it's your hyperfixation, doesn't matter. You are extremely informed. This is not for you. Having said that, however, there are still a lot of people that come in here that are also hyper-informed, that only get their information from MSNBC, CNN, New York Times without applying any sort of critical thinking to it. So they just come in here and basically regurgitate what they heard over there. And what they heard over there is almost always the same. The Democratic Party is doing this because there's a method to this. There's a reason for this. They're doing the smart move by moving to the center. They're doing the smart move by moving to the right. They're going to flip all of these fucking voters in the suburbs and they're going to win. Except it doesn't show in the polls at all. That has not showed up in the polls. If that was the case, the Democratic Party has massive coffers. They have a massive war purse that they've been able to put together due to the original swap out and the momentum that came from the original swap out between Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. They raised $1 billion fucking dollars in a very short period of time. And they've been pummeling these key swing states and key districts with ads, reaffirming that Kamala Harris's like shitty ass campaign strategy. Okay. Repeating over and over again. And yet the polls have not moved. What does that show you? What does that show you? That shows you that the messaging is not working. Kamala Harris, unlike Donald Trump, is a dynamic candidate. She is, when she originally came onto the scene as the presidential candidate, she was a lesser known entity. There was a lot of advantages to being a lesser known entity that close to the actual fucking election. She could have used that blank slate that the American population gave her as a way to say, this is the bold, radical, this is the bold, radical change agenda that we're going to put. 65% of American voters, according to that New York Times poll that we looked at a month ago, wanted change. 65% of all voters wanted change from the Biden administration. Remember that, 65%. Only 25% thought Kamala Harris represented that change. That is a devastating poll. These are alarm bells after alarm bells ringing in a competent campaign that looks at that and goes, oh my God, we got to change our messaging. We got to change our communications. We shouldn't be hugging and kissing Joe Biden this aggressively. But the media plays the same song and dance. Okay? They play the role of basically making you dull and basically fucking deluding you into thinking, no, there is a reason for this. There is a good reason for this. She's going to flip these Republican voters and it's going to be awesome. Meanwhile, every time she portrays herself as like a Republican, but, gay, there are a shit ton of voters that she's leaving behind in the normal progressive wing of the party. Young voters, Latino voters, black and brown voters that would be more motivated to go out and vote. And more importantly than just go out and vote, door knock. The activist base of the party is profoundly important because grassroots mobilization is profoundly important for turnout for the Democratic Party. But when you don't actually get those guys, they're not going to go out and fucking vote. I'm sure there are door knockers for the Harris campaign in this community, wonderful individuals who are kind-hearted. I know for a fact that there are people who get their doors knocked on, and the thing that they reiterate to the door knockers is, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris unless she changes course on Gaza. And when they say that to the door knockers, like, what are they supposed to do? Hasan, you're saying it's a bad idea that they're going after 9 people instead of 90 million? Yes. Just a thought, don't execute me. Maybe they're trying to demotivate Trump's base by presenting a center-right Kamala. Why do you think they're targeting the center and right so much? Because they're right-wing, dog. That's it. Okay? That's the real reason. If you want to know what the real reason is because they care about moneyed interests more than they care about their constituents, and that they would rather have a close election, one that they might even inevitably lose, with a close election where they push for very conservative policies and gear up the base for the inevitable conservative policies, because it's like somewhat of a uniparty on a lot of issues when it comes to immigration now, when it comes to foreign policy, it's always been uniparty. When it comes to deregulation and taxation or cutting taxes, it's pretty consistent. So they would rather prime the American base of whoever fucking still votes out there to be more susceptible to this sort of right-wing ratcheting than actually put forward a clear and coherent agenda that is a counterbalance to creeping fascism, accelerating fascism coming from the Republican right. You don't have to look any further than what happened to the Labour Party in the UK to see exactly what's going on in America. Are you discounting how many Zionist Democrats are out there who are progressive except for Palestine? Look at campuses at University of Michigan, UCLA. Yeah, you're crazy if you think that this constitutes a decent base of support within the Democratic Party. You're out of your mind. No polling shows that, for the record. Polling shows the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. Even if you were to look at American Jews, which is a reliable Democratic Party voting bloc, 75% usually goes to the Democratic Party. Israel is like their 9th priority out of the top 10. Okay? The notion that like American Jews are going to not vote for Kamala Harris because she changes trajectory on something that most American Jews, as well as like most Americans in general, want in terms of like getting this foreign country, Israel, to do a ceasefire is silly. That's another lie that people tell you. That's another lie that the media reiterates and people don't think about it critically. It's funny to think, though, that like, I mean, Jews live in what? In large numbers, Jews live in Florida, New York, and California. Okay? Like, they are not a monolithic voting bloc regardless, and Israel is not their single issue regardless. But even if it was, it's pretty funny to think like, what, you think Kamala Harris is going to change trajectory on Israel, and then this voting bloc is going to turn around and what, turn fucking New York red? No, of course not. Anyway, it's not necessarily just about Israel regardless. There's plenty of other things that the Democratic Party should be doing on the domestic front that they're not doing at all. And it's very frustrating to see as they desperately gear towards like further and further right-wing policies. Obviously, immigration is very important to me. It's something that I am genuinely frustrated by in terms of the way that the Democratic Party is communicated. I think it's very, very dumb. Okay? Kamala Harris and everyone else is relying on the fact that people won't care about Israel when the time comes. And there are plenty who don't, because it's under the banner of American foreign policy. And the system is designed in a way where you don't have to think about American foreign policy, because if you did, you'd go fucking crazy. Understand this, okay? Having said that, however, there are people who do care. And if you're trying to win as many voters as possible, you can't on the one side say, well, Americans don't really give a shit about Israel. It's not up there, okay? It's not really up there on the list of priorities, even though there are hundreds of thousands of people in key constituencies. It is a very important priority. In states like Michigan, for example, okay? If you are desperately looking for as many votes as possible, then why the fuck aren't you looking at those people when there is no downside, only upside? No downside whatsoever. There is no downside to changing trajectory on Israel and only upside. It is mind-boggling. This was funny, yeah. Photos show New York Congressman in blackface as Michael Jackson. Representative Mike Lawler, a Republican locked in a tight race for re-election, dressed up as the pop star for Halloween as a college student in 2006. His response to this was really funny. He was like, it wasn't blackface. It was the furthest thing from my mind. I actually was doing cultural appreciation. Once again, the issue with Israel is not just one that is electorally beneficial for the Democrats if they change trajectory. It's also truly morally repugnant. Okay? Like, I don't care if every American was screaming from the fucking rooftops going, "Am Israel high," I'd still be maintaining my position. Okay? I would still be saying the same damn shit and you can point to the evidence of the past 10 years of my advocacy on this issue when obviously the dynamic was very different in terms of the way that Americans thought about Gaza or Palestinians or Palestine or Israel at all. Just so you know. But I do find it not only morally repugnant, but I also recognize the reality that most people don't see the situation in the way that these dummies of the Democratic Party see the situation as. It makes. What is this?
Yes. Yeah, of course they are. It's been a terrible response from the White House. They're missing $1 billion that was used for another purpose. And nobody's seen anything like that. Now, from that standpoint, it's been terrible.
He's answering questions from alongside Governor Kemp holding a press conference in Evans, Georgia, talking about hurricane relief. They got a Chick-fil-A box right there. That's my coat.
Much bigger than anything else, but we're thinking about lives, a lot of lives lost, a lot of people missing. And that's what I'd be focused on right now.
You talk about the economy a lot out on the campaign trail. It's a very important issue to you and to your voters as well. Jobs are up. The stock market hit that all-time high. Do you acknowledge that the economy is improving?
No, it's not. It's inflation has devastated our economy. It's one of the big problems we have. And on jobs, we have the illegals have taken more jobs than anybody else. You have illegals coming in and they're taking the jobs. And when you look at the numbers from that standpoint, it's a shame. We have to get the jobs to the people that have lived here for a long time.
I'm actually shocked that he hasn't said that illegals are responsible for the hurricane yet. Like, all things considered, it's like,
who's getting the jobs?
You know,
it's been
that's the one aspect that he hasn't really polished. My answer is, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Back in the day, Americans used to get gifted subs. Now, it's illegals that get the gifted subs at the Hasan Abi broadcast. Illegals are getting the gifted subs. Americans need it to avoid the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Believe me, folks. But you can also subscribe for $6 under brand inflation. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Oh, it's coming? Yes, they can control the weather. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say it can't be done. Oh, shit. She's back to her old tricks, bro.
Well, I won it easily in 2016.
Oh, that's so sick. I wonder who she means when she says they.
Came up, we're up 7, so I think we're pretty far up, and we seem to be going
Hey,
up.
yo, is she back? Is she back?
We're going to keep it that way.
She forgot all about the school trip that she had to do to the Holocaust Museum and the paper that she wrote about how I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm sorry for saying that Jews have a space laser. I have found out that Jews do not have a space laser. They, however, do control the media and also the weather. No space laser, but I have not changed my mind on the weather machine that Jews have. It is obvious to me. This is a map of the hurricane-affected areas with an overlay of electoral map. Political parties show how hurricane devastation could affect the election. They are doing it. Anyway. The port streamers, they have the hardest job. Immigrants are stealing the streaming jobs. Anyway, good stuff. Cool stuff. Asheville, North Carolina is very liberal, but I guess they did a bad job by moving the weather machine over Asheville, North Carolina. Or I have decided that that God did that because there are gays in Asheville, North Carolina. That's probably what happened. Anyway. What is it? A second black Nazi Republican just dropped? What? What? I don't even know what you mean by that. Okay. We'll get back to all of that stuff, but let's get started on the jobs report this morning, blowing way past expectations, showing a hiring surge. But guess what? Illegals are the ones that are taking over those jobs. It doesn't matter.
We have breaking news now. The new jobs report is showing U.S. employers added 254,000 jobs in September, a sign of a sturdy labor market. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate fell to 4.1%, changing just slightly from last month. ABC News business reporter Alexis Christoforous is here to break down those numbers for us. Alexis, what does this tell you about the economy right now?
Wow, Diane, this is a blockbuster jobs report, and I don't really think anybody saw it coming. We see the stock market rallying on this news. This is that sweet spot the Federal Reserve has been working so hard to attain, a slowdown in inflation, a cooling off of prices, but not pushing the economy into a recession. So this report tells us that we have still a solid job market, 254,000 jobs added, and actually July and August numbers were revised to show 72,000 more jobs added than previously reported. When we take a little deeper dive in, we saw wages inched up a bit, but not enough to fan inflation once again, and also jobs added in food and services, drinking places, healthcare, government, social assistance, and construction. Those were the areas that we saw the most jobs added, Diane.
Now, just 32 days from the election, how do you think these numbers could impact what voters do at the polls?
This could, well, look, we know that the economy and inflation continue to be a top priority for voters. So these numbers are very positive. I have to think that President Biden will be coming out soon to praise these numbers. And it looks good for the Biden-Harris campaign as they move closer to the election. But this is also the last clean report we're going to get. By that, I mean before the election. And that's because the October report will reflect Hurricane Helene. It will reflect this short-lived dock worker strike that we saw. And there's also a work stoppage in parts of the Boeing company. So all of those things can play on the October report and skew it. So this is sort of the last clean report where we get a pretty good picture of the overall job market.
And Alexis, I just want to point out, you said Biden-Harris campaign, but I know you meant the Harris-Walz campaign, but it's been a very confusing election season.
The Biden administration.
By the way, remember, this is supposed to be the reasonable Republicans, okay? Marco Rubio. Okay? Marco Rubio is supposed to be the reasonable Republican, the adult in the room. What does he have to say about the jobs report? Another fake jobs report from the Biden-Harris government today. 16 of the last 17 reports have been significantly revised downwards after media helps them with their fake headlines. But all the fake numbers in the world aren't going to fool people dealing with the Biden-Harris economic disaster every day. Here's the Fox News reaction to the jobs report.
What, David Barton is with us this morning. Great to have you here, David. All right, strong jobs report. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
It's funny because Fox Business is a business program. So while being objectively right wing, they still have to do accurate analysis on things like this. Unlike Fox Editorial on the Fox News front, they can say whatever the fuck they want. They can be like, these jobs are fake. Okay, the economy's in the pooper. But these guys still have to be relatively accurate because it's the business side. You know what I mean? So let's hear what they had to say.
I agree with Warren. It's really hard to put a negative spin on this. It was a good jobs report.
Yeah.
The unemployment rate lower, the total jobs number higher. Because I'm a long-term, big picture macroeconomist, I'm always worried about the lower labor participation force. I want more people in the workforce. But as far as the percentage of people that are in the workforce and looking for a job, a good portion of them have one. It's pretty easy right now to hold a job, but at the end of the day, wages are what a lot of people are looking to, Ash, and real wages have kept up pretty good here as of late, so it's a good report.
Guess what, David Barton.
I can't conceive how Biden has 50 years of political experience and can't come up with a shitty deal to stop the strike. Reagan would never let this happen. Thankfully, capitals became lazy as fuck at fucking the labor movement. Wait, what? I mean, Biden literally objected to putting a Taft-Hartley on the strikers. Listen, do not ever expect me to lie to you. Okay. I will always be honest. If you ask me something that Biden is doing that's good, I'm going to tell you. Okay. Honesty is the policy here. And he straight up was like, nope, I'm standing with the ILA strikers. I believe in collective bargaining. He said those words. Okay. This is, by the way, the second time. I don't know if this is real or not. We're told Pete Buttigieg was the point man for the administration getting the agreement to suspend the port strike, named specifically by both sides in the press release. Is quiet but effective leadership people appreciate. Pete Buttigieg, this is the second time Pete Buttigieg has been named. If this is correct, I haven't seen it yet, but this would literally be the second time that Pete Buttigieg has actually negotiated on the side of a union quietly. Don't know if this is accurate for this one, but he was literally credited. He was credited in the union papers for the railroad strikers by name. It wasn't Pete. It was the acting labor secretary. He's trying to steal valor. Oh, no. But the unions have credited him for it before. It's not the first time this has happened. Our members, B Trades and SoCal, heard it was Julie Su that made it happen. I think so, too. Julie Su was named by name by the ILA leader, saying she's out there door knocking for us and screaming bloody murder. Oh, here it is. Okay, never mind. Seen some viral tweets suggesting Pete Buttigieg single-handedly resolved the port strike. Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su, a woman with less visibility, was at the union headquarters all day yesterday working on this, just not on TV. The ILA's president called Su terrific. Yeah. Julie Su is the acting labor secretary, chat. A person who was named directly. Okay, striking dock workers just told Charleston NBC affiliate that an agreement has been reached by two major points: automation and pay, and work will resume throughout the year's end while the final deal is hammered. Thank Julie Su and Pete Buttigieg by name. So they might have given Pete Buttigieg some credit. This is not the first time that this has happened. This is the second time this is happening with yet another negotiation resolving. The first time it was with the striking rail workers, which was obviously bad because the administration used the legislative power to stop them from striking, and then quietly made the railroad companies concede to their demands. Pete Buttigieg was mentioned by name once again on that deal as well. I still hate him. I still think he's a rat. But I'm gonna be honest. I'm not surprised by Pete Buttigieg being named here. However, having said that, I suspect that he's trying to beef up his bona fides for when he inevitably runs for president to be like, see, I'm so pro-labor. I was mentioned in labor papers or whatever. Having said that, the one name that routinely was brought up was not Pete Buttigieg. Okay? The name that was routinely brought up was Julie Su on the NPR coverage. But more importantly than the NPR coverage, the person who worked behind the scenes that the ILA president himself directly fucking named on that Fox News, on that viral Fox News hit, was Julie Su. Okay? Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su. But remember, Biden did also, to give him to give him props, straight up fucking said, I don't believe in Taft-Hartley. There is such a thing as collective bargaining. He did say that. He's a genocidaire. He's a piece of shit. He's an old monstrous asshole who is basically fucking tanking the Democratic Party's chances of winning this election by being such a firm, committed ultra-Zionist. But on the issue of labor, he did fucking say that. That's just true. Make with that information what you will, but he did do that. Okay? He's our LBJ. Yeah, he is. He's our LBJ, baby. Anyway. About 12 hours after the strike began on Tuesday, Biden issued a statement urging the U.S. Maritime Alliance to present what he called a fair offer, citing the 800% growth in profits some ocean carriers saw in the pandemic. It's only fair that workers who put themselves at risk during the pandemic to keep ports open see a meaningful increase in their wages as well, he wrote. Biden's message to companies also tied hurricane relief efforts, noting that dock workers play an essential role in getting essential supplies to the communities affected by Hurricane Helene. He said now is not the time for ocean carriers to refuse to negotiate a fair wage. Do you understand how significant it is? Do you understand how significant it is that the sitting president is communicating the real villains of the story when mainstream media refuses to do so? He is directly addressing the companies. He's saying that the companies should do what is fair. This is very important. Okay? This is utilizing the bully pulpit in a positive way for labor. Okay? That's why I'm writing for that's why I'm writing in Biden. Okay? This is you want to ask me why I'm writing Joe Biden in this is it. There you have it. If not for Israel, Biden has been the most progressive president of my lifetime. Yeah, it is kind of interesting to think about, like, pre the month of October, because then he also did the immigration thing in October, like on October 4th or October 5th. He was like, I'm also gonna fucking kill migrants, Jack. Like, if it wasn't for the month of October, like, he doesn't go right wing on immigration and he doesn't fucking do the permanent genocide in Gaza, Jack. He is objectively the most progressive president in like the past 50, 60 fucking years. Okay. Straight up. Which is crazy to think. Dude, you're voting Clamato? It's a tomato clam drink? Nah, this is glaze. If he didn't do blank, what are you talking about? I'm just being fucking honest with you. Like, imagine a world where the month of October does not exist, okay? You're staring down the barrel of a guy who uniquely, as the president, stepped on a fucking picket line and also sided with the workers on a major fucking UAW contract renegotiation process. Okay? You are looking at a guy who geared the NLRB and the FTC to do whatever the fuck they want in terms of like going after trusts and doing trust busting on the FTC side, who is like going after abusers on the NLRB side, actively being pro-labor, openly communicating that he's being pro-labor. And on top of that, he pulled out of Afghanistan. Okay. On the foreign policy front, on the NATO end, yes, there were, there are a lot of issues that leaves, he certainly could have been better in terms of like trying to get to a deal, trying to get to the table with a deal. But beyond that, and that's like obviously foreign policy. That's just uniparty regardless. But beyond that, he would have been fucking, he would have been hailed as like an incredibly progressive carcass. And then the month of October came around and he was like, I am the most right wing that the Democrats have been outwardly in the way that we're going to fucking kill migrants, Jack. Did Kamala say anything about the strike? Yes, she also repeated Biden, the same language that Biden repeated. At the NLRB, I was able to help get so many injunctions to get workers their jobs under Biden. How would you feel if you did half a genocide law? Wait, what do you mean? First of all, he didn't do half a genocide. He's doing a full-blown one, okay? Oh. Am I hallucinating Obama legalizing gay marriage? Okay, yes, that is very progressive. But we're talking about progressive in ways that are unique in terms of like economic policy, which has the capacity to reach out to the broadest, to the broadest subsects of American society. Also, it's not like Barack Obama was like, don't look at what Barack Obama and Joe Biden's statement on gay marriage was. Anyway. Meanwhile, senior leaders in his administration, including National Economic Advisor Lael Brainerd, White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients, and Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su, were holding a flurry of calls to the foreign shipping companies and with the union, according to a source familiar with the discussion who was not authorized to speak. After several days of pressure, the companies agreed to put a higher offer on the table. The union accepted that offer and also agreed to extend the contract so negotiations over all other issues could resume. On Thursday night, after the tentative deal was announced, Biden issued a statement thanking all the parties for acting patriotically to reopen the ports. And the economic disaster was averted. More than $2 billion worth of goods typically flow through these ports daily, from chemicals to clothing to bourbon to bananas. The affected ports from Boston to Houston normally handle more than half of all cargo containers coming into the U.S., about 1 million containers a month, as well as more than 300,000 containers heading out of the country, according to the freight tracking company Vizion. So, you know. How is Biden anything but a centrist, borderline conservative? If Joe Biden's considered progressive, we're fucked. I am rating Joe Biden's administration's policies on labor on a curve. Okay? That's just it. And the reality of the matter is, on that curve, American presidents have historically been openly and overtly anti-labor. Biden has done a bunch of shit that is openly and overtly pro-labor. So if you're comparing him to other American presidents and other American administrations, yes, his policies on labor are above and beyond. Okay? It is an incredibly low bar to set, but it's still true. This isn't like me saying I'm in the tank for Joe Biden, even though I am riding with Joe Biden and I will be writing his name in the upcoming election. Anyway, here's Julie Su.
Back to the jobs report. 254,000 jobs were added in the month of September, much higher than expected. Lydia Hu is outside the Labor Department with Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su. All right, Lydia, it's all yours. Take it away.
Hi there, Ash. Thank you so much. We're so pleased to be joined by Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su to talk about This morning's surprising jobs report, 254,000 jobs added when 140,000 were expected. Unemployment ticking down to 4.1% when 4.2 was what was expected. I'm sure that you will probably say this is a strong jobs report, but I do want to start with this because it seems like this is changing direction. We have had a series of job reports this year that have indicated a cooling labor market. So my question to you is today's report really an exception or an anomaly?
I mean, let's look at what the jobs report have told us really since the Biden-Harris administration began. We have had a record recovery, right? The numbers of jobs created, the record low levels of unemployment. This is not just like, 4.1% once. It has been the longest stretch of unemployment at or below 4%, near 4%, since, most of us were born. That's not.
Michael Moore warns Kamala Harris move to the center could cost her the election. Don't shun progressive base. Republicans against Trump say no. Dog, who are you? What do you mean Republicans against Trump? Like, who the fuck are you guys? This is what's so frustrating. It's like, dude, you're a newcomer, okay? How about you suck my dick? How about you fucking shut the fuck up and vote for Kamala Harris, okay? Like, that's what's really frustrating about this. It's like, no, those are the guys who need to shut the fuck up and hold their nose and vote for Kamala Harris, as Kamala Harris is supposed to, in a normal world, advocate for, progressive fucking policies, all right? If you absolutely despise Donald Trump, then yeah, go out and fucking vote for Kamala regardless. There are far greater numbers of progressives that are reliably voting for the Democratic Party than there are these like fucking Republicans against Trump. I hate this shit. Some news in my look at Harris's GOP outreach. Our Revolution, founded by Bernie Sanders, polled progressive activists and found that 1 in 4 knew someone considering a third-party protest vote now. Kamala Harris chases the disaffected Republican vote. She is genuinely hemorrhaging the base of support. And then all these dumbasses are going to turn around and be like, well, what do you expect? Of course we're going to fucking listen to the Republicans that voted for us because you guys won't. It's like, dude, you're pushing these people away. They are responding to the things that you are communicating. What the fuck do you expect? Oh, not that it matters, because honestly, they don't give a shit. This is what happened in 2016. They didn't give a shit. They didn't learn the lessons. They don't care. I mean, look at this. Look. Kamala Harris, a radical liberal who would raise taxes, take guns away and health insurance, and explode the size of power of the federal government. She wants to recreate America in the image of what's happening in the streets of Portland and Seattle. We won't give her the chance. That's what Liz Cheney said in August 11, 2020. I quote retweeted it yesterday. Said, love that the Kamala campaign is doing an event with this person. Liberals love laughing at Trump when he brings up Tulsi Gabbard on stage like she's going to siphon votes from Dems, but then will declare this move by their own campaign as brilliant in the same breath. It's objectively stupid. It's stupid in the exact same fucking ways that the other move is stupid, right? Another thing I brought up in terms of about the Kamala Harris campaign with Liz Cheney was Kamala Harris is currently talking alongside Liz Cheney, celebrating Dick Cheney's endorsement instead of changing course on the objectively unpopular neocon policies of the current admin she's supposed to replace. Stopping Israel is not only the moral imperative, it is also popular. And yet, nobody cares. Everyone keeps pointing to like how low in the interests of the American voters Israel actually is. When you should be, that should be my argument. Yeah, it's low, which is why you can change trajectory without incurring any sort of penalties in an effort to legitimately bring new voters to your side in much larger numbers. Anyway. But nobody listens to me, okay? What do I fucking know? After all, I'm just some dumb fucking Twitch streamer. What do I know? What do I know?
Not an anomaly. And the fact that we continue to see robust job growth across multiple industries, not an anomaly. Now, the story of this economy was definitely not predicted, though, right? 4 years ago, let's just think about exactly where we were 4 years ago. In the last administration, it was September. Back to school meant back to Zoom. We're in the middle of a global pandemic, and there was no national strategy to get it under control. October, kids were being told trick or treat is being canceled. We're in a very different place now, not because of 1 month, but because of really strong economic policies that have powered a historic recovery.
Well, let's talk more about this data, because baked in here too, we are seeing some revisions. And what's different in this report is that we're seeing revisions to the upside. From July, for example, excuse me, adding 55,000 jobs. That is a change from what we have seen over the past year. Coming into this report, we had actually seen revisions to the downside. The Labor Department reporting that they had over-reported job growth by 800,000. So I'm wondering, how can we even trust that this data is accurate when we are seeing wild gyrations in the revisions?
Well, I would dispute the characterization of wild gyrations. Again, month after month, there has been job growth, period, to the tune of some 16 million over the period of this administration. The last administration was one of only two to lose jobs from the time they came into the time they left. But let's talk about the revisions, because the reason why these numbers are considered the gold standard, the reason why they're relied on for everything from markets to economic policy, is because it really is the most robust collection of data about the state of the job market.
If that's so, then how can we see revisions 8,000 to the downside before, and now we see job revisions to the upside?
I'm glad you asked that, because revisions are a part of the process. We report the data as it comes in. The reason I can come out here every month and report them is that we give people a very narrow window to tell us what happened in the month. They have 13 days to report it. Some people don't make that deadline, right? I'm sure you as a student, I as a student, sometimes we miss deadlines. But once we report it, it gets integrated, for sure. But it gets integrated into the numbers. And so the revisions actually prove just how transparent and reliable they are, because we report the facts as we see them, and the facts are a very good story.
Let's drill down into some of those sectors, because you mentioned a few of them where you're seeing some job growth. But one area where we are not seeing job growth is manufacturing. And that is concerning. In this report, we saw 7,000 manufacturing jobs lost in the country. The expectation was 5,000, and that's continuing what is troubling to some, a trend of declining manufacturing jobs. According to our good colleague Edward Lawrence, who usually has this post, the 3-month average now is roughly 9,300 jobs lost per month in manufacturing. So what is wrong with manufacturing in America?
Again, let's look at the overall picture. So manufacturing jobs have grown under this administration, also not by accident, right? Part of the Biden-Harris Investing in America agenda.
I think it's roughly 160,000 jobs that have been added under the administration for
exactly.
manufacturing.
So added is the point, right? It is inaccurate to say that we haven't grown manufacturing, and we've grown it not by accident.
What's the trend now? Why are we seeing it seems like a change? Because for the month after month recently this year, we're seeing a downward decline in manufacturing jobs.
So the reality is, we are now opening up manufacturing facilities in parts of the country where they had been closed in the last administration. I visited them. Jobs where people had to leave their community, leave their families to go work somewhere else are now able to come home. You're right, though. We're not done. We've got more work to do on this.
It's weapons, isn't it? A big part. I mean, weapons are a big part of it for sure. That's why Zelensky was literally at the Scranton, Pennsylvania manufacturing facility. And dude, something that was genuinely scary for me, at least, that didn't get a lot of media reporting was talking about how America's endless support for continued wars. Okay. America's endless support for continued wars was actually, oh my God, I thought this was a joke. It's real. Kamala Harris will appear on Alex Cooper's Call Her Daddy podcast next week, one of the top podcasts for women in the U.S. The interview will be focused on reproductive rights. Oh my Lord. Okay, we'll move on from that story. I'll get back to what I was saying. One of the things that is truly scary about America's future is trying to sell the idea of a war economy to the Americans as a positive, because see, look, we're making artillery shells in domestic manufacturing. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if they start packaging like a pro-war sentiment amongst the American working class, they try to like actively say like, look, these wars are actually positive for us because you get good jobs. You get good paying jobs. That is a devastating prospect. We kind of do that already. But it's in a weird way, we don't like, we do that, but in a weird way, we don't like openly say it. It's basically the difference between calling it the Department of Defense but then switching the narrative to directly saying, we are now gonna have the most lethal military, right? Like the optics on that, when you start saying the quiet part out loud, that to me spells a change in attitude. Like when you're no longer trying to even hide the truth, that means that things are gonna get worse. We must do all of our part and fight for freedom from the workers in Scranton who make Pennsylvania the arsenal of democracy to the brave Ukrainian soldiers protecting their country. We stand with Ukraine in their just defense of their homeland in the face of Russian aggression. My policy always is, it doesn't matter, never sign artillery shells, okay? I think it's a gross practice. Even if it's a just war, it's still a gross practice. I think it's like disgusting to do. Okay. And in many cases, it's also not a just war regardless. Like, even if those artillery shells are always going to fucking hit like Russian targets, it still doesn't change the reality that you are literally fucking signing a weapon of war. I think that you should always be anti-war across the board. Maybe I'm too much of a fucking pussy. I just think that like the optics of this shit is awful. Straight up, because you have no assurances that that is not going to end up killing a child. Make it like a letter. The name written is who it gets delivered to. Yeah, you are ending a life. You are ending a life. No matter what. You know, you are saying, I love ending life. I don't like it. I think it's nasty. Thought you weren't an optics, Andy. I mean, the only reason why I care about optics in a situation like this is to point out that like these are the people who care about optics. So if they're dropping the optics side of the equation, that means they're gearing up for more and more right-wing sentiment. Do you understand? It's a terrifying prospect for the future of America, where we are going. That's what it feels like. When the optics guys, the liberals for the most part, are dropping the optics, they're basically saying this is the direction that we're moving towards, and I don't like that. I also think that the morality of it is a dog shit to sign an artillery shell in general. But it is what it is. So yeah. Over the summer, a group of former Nikki Haley supporters who now back Kamala Harris told her presidential campaign how she could close the deal. Harris could emphasize ironclad support for Israel's security. She might commit to appointing at least one reasonable Republican to a higher level cabinet position. Why not talk about energy dominance after picking a moderate running mate? It's crazy because she did all of those things verbatim. Like, is the Nikki Haley voters for Kamala Harris the only people that she's listening to? This is crazy. The Haley voters working group didn't get everything on the list. Harris bypassed Governor Shapiro and Andy Beshear, picking the more progressive Tim Walz as her running mate. But this week, Harris campaigned alongside Liz Cheney and Walz, told the debate audience that she'd have an all-of-the-above energy policy and keep producing more natural gas and more oil. And the vice president said in her major interview in August that she'd include a Republican in her cabinet. Mission accomplished. They're moving towards the policies, towards policies the center of the country embraces, said Robert Schwartz, co-founder of Haley Voters for Harris, and now a senior advisor to the Haley Voters Working Group. There were some things on the list that they were going to do anyway, but it's been fun to see them moving in our direction. To the frustration of progressive Democrats, most of them biting their tongues until the election, the Harris-Walz campaign entered the election's final stretch with the party's most conservative messaging in years. Harris didn't just stand with Cheney. She called the former House GOP conference chair an extraordinary national leader, a true patriot. She didn't just recant her old pledge to ban fracking. She told Pennsylvania media that she cast the tie-breaking vote to open up more fracking leases, and she promised to maintain the most lethal fighting force in the world. The Trump campaign has labeled all of this a ruse, a San Francisco liberals' makeover, just in time for early voting. Trump campaign spokesman Stephen Chung derided Cheney this week as a stone-cold loser shilling for a weak and failed and dangerously liberal Harris. In swing states, the campaign and its allied PACs continue to pound Harris voters over progressive positions she took during the doomed 2020 presidential campaign, but abandoned in the White House. They are matched by paid Democratic messaging that has reintroduced Harris as a border state prosecutor who will deliver a middle-class tax cut, and by interviews and speeches where the Democrat ticket boasts that they own guns and, in Harris's case, won't hesitate to use them. We've moved right on every issue. It is insane. Like, when Joe Biden became the presidential candidate, I was shocked that the Democratic Party had once again moved towards such a conservative guy. Okay? What's even crazier now, however, is that Kamala Harris is up the ante in terms of her conservative messaging. It is crazy. The Democrats most frustrated by Harris's messaging are not threatening to bolt the party or abandon Trump. They do worry that other people might, and Harris is not doing everything she could to keep the working class voters who drifted right after 2016. Our Revolution, a progressive group founded by Bernie Sanders after his 2016 primary bid ended, polled 1,300 activists in swing states last month to gauge whether Harris had a problem. The result, first provided to Semaphore, was that 1 in 4 activists knew someone who was considering a third-party protest vote. The group would focus on contacting 1.2 million people who supported Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren in the primaries, hoping that Harris would make that job easier. You can't take progressives for granted, which I think the campaign is doing, said Our Revolution Executive Director Joseph Giver-Gezi. When I think about Wisconsin, I think about Foxconn and Trump's broken promise to bring it there. I think about Scott Walker starting a war on public sector unions. I don't think about campaigning with Liz Cheney in the birthplace of the Republican Party. Anti-war activists who have demanded Harris support an arms embargo in Israel have grown particularly frustrated. Last month, the uncommitted movement of anti-war Democratic delegates announced that it could not endorse Harris, and its members would make their own minds up after the Harris campaign refused to add a Palestinian-American speaker to a DNC lineup with numerous anti-Trump Republicans. I think that Harris is doing the right thing, drifting more right at the start of the election. The left voters are cemented. She needs to collect the center. Yeah, that's not true. But it doesn't matter because you're going to repeat that. Whether the Democrats win, you're going to repeat that. Whether the Democrats lose, you're going to repeat that. That's it. What is the center? What a lot of people fail to recognize in the dynamic American median voter's mind is that there are incredibly contradictory things that they believe. Oftentimes, things that are directly at odds with one another. What you are supposed to do as a good campaign is identify what some of these top issues are, top 5 issues are. It's not black and white. There's a gray area in between. Yes, dude, it is. But that doesn't benefit what you're saying, you know? That is the argument I'm making. It's not black and white. That is the reason why you have this insane thing where QAnon supporters will be like, I'm anti-big corporation, I'm anti-big pharma. And also, that's why I'm voting for the Republican Party to deregulate businesses. Okay? American voters are pretty fucking dumb. And what you fail to recognize is that the center is not directly in the center of all issues. The center doesn't mean, oh, I actually want 30% less Holocaust on the migrant population. That, like, no one votes like that. Okay? There are a bunch of different things that they hear on their day-to-day, and they pick up on it, and they go, okay, well, this person actually represents this interest that I have, so I'm going to vote for them. That's how it works. A lot of people are stupid enough to think that like every American voter is literally making an accurate assessment and going, you know what? I'm glad that the Kamala Harris campaign is triangulating to the center on the issue of immigration. I really do think personally that, you know, we should build concentration camps just 30% less. I don't want mass deportation. I want pretty high levels of deportation. No one thinks that way. The median voter or the average American ultimately thinks both at the same time that there should be mass deportations by 60%, but also that mass amnesty should be delivered to Americans that have been working on U.S. soil for years and years. Huh. I'm a centrist. I believe in policies the majority of America supports, like single payer, many more gun restrictions, a carbon tax on oil companies, high access to abortions, higher taxes on the rich, and so on. All majorities support, all definitionally centrist positions. Exactly. That's what's funny about this process is that, like, Fango Lives is correct. Okay? Those are majoritarian positions. Okay? And yet, none of these things are represented by the Democratic Party, and they're not represented by the Republican Party either. The Democratic Party is presenting a false narrative that there is a reasonable voter in the middle there that wants like the Republican Party's positions, but just like a little bit less than that. The base of the Democratic Party does not get super excited about Vice President Harris pursuing Dick Cheney harder than she's pursuing the voters for whom Gaza is the top policy issue, said Abbas Alawieh, a co-founder of the group, in the call about the decision. That is a flawed approach, given that the majority of voters in our country want to stop the unconstitutional flow of weapons to not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but to endless wars. Dick Cheney is the poster child for endless wars. Yeah. Hasan, I think you're missing a key component in this. Big donors. Corporations don't want Trump because of volatility, but they will not fund Kamala if she goes too far left. That is the real reason for the center-right position, in my opinion. Don't agree with all of that at all, though. Yes, no, you're absolutely right. No, that is the reason. Both parties care about their corporate benefactors more. Republicans get to hammer on the culture war narratives and the culture war issues that they can laser in on that don't disrupt the regular order of business in terms of their deregulatory agenda, in terms of their tax cut agenda, which benefits major corporations and the super wealthy, right? The Democrats, on the other hand, have to set up a counter against the Republicans. They have to turn around and act like they are actually against a lot of the things that the Republicans are openly for. This presents a problem for them, however, because they can't literally be like, no, we're the same as the Republicans, we're just gay. Okay? If they openly say that, then people are going to be like, all right, well, then I'm voting for the Republicans then. But that is precisely what's going on with the Democratic Party. The reason why the Democratic Party does that, however, is that they create a sense of stability that the Republican Party has lost in the eyes of the corporate benefactors, or at least some key sectors that care about that sort of thing. That's why, when it comes to oil and gas giants, they are deeply invested in the Republican Party. But some of these other industries are more invested in the Democratic Party. But ultimately, they all align when it comes to never increasing wages, never bettering the environment for labor and union participation. They're all on board regardless of whichever side they land on in terms of who they are voting for or who they're giving money for, who they're giving money to. Sorry. Jason Call, the campaign manager for Jill Stein's Green Party presidential bid, argued that the real Kamala Harris continues to reveal who she is. For Harris' campaign with Liz Cheney while trumpeting Dick Cheney's endorsement at every opportunity is a perfect illustration of how the parties of war and Wall Street are fundamentally converging and leaving the working people behind. The pro-Harris Republican rebuttal to this is simple. The left is making demands that could cost Harris. Moderate and conservative voters are just asking her to beat Trump. Endorsers like Cheney have even played up their differences. We have plenty of policy disagreements with Vice President Harris, she said in Wisconsin, to underscore that Trump is a unique national emergency that transcends debates over party platforms. Even on substantive issues where Harris has moved toward them, like energy, the shift had little to do with their influence and far more to do with things like surging energy prices after the Ukraine war and swing state job distribution. Former Illinois Rep. Joe Walsh, a Republican who's campaigned in a swing state for Harris, said the voters he met were interested in defending democracy and didn't have many other litmus tests. Promising to be a conventional president who governs for everyone may be enough. Okay, if that's the case, well, she's definitely going to defend democracy. Now she can actually fucking advocate for more progressive policies then. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't seem like these guys only care about that, do they? Because if they only cared about that, then they wouldn't also say, if you don't fucking do all of this stuff, if you don't become the gay version of the Republican Party, we will literally not vote for you ever. Seems like they don't give a shit about the defending democracy angle all that much. It's about who you take for granted in terms of voters and who you don't, who you are willing to cast aside. Kamala Harris's campaign has actively made the choice to cast aside any kind of fucking progressive base of support. But it is unfair to simply call this the progressive base of support. And I don't like the framing on this article by friend of the show, Dave Weigel, for that reason. Because it's not just the progressive base of support that find these policies popular. Okay? That is precisely the reason why you see incredibly progressive ballot initiatives win by larger percentages than whoever the fucking state swings for in the general election always. Okay? That's it. People slap on the progressive sticker and say, oh, you just want a fucking pony. You want a unicorn. You want everything. Blah, 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 blah. We can never get this stuff. You're so stupid on issues that pertain to the real material problems that most Americans face. Okay? This is why I always go back to the one thing that Kamala Harris, either on accident or deliberately, landed on that was objectively considered radical by the media and yet was very popular. Price gouging. I am going to fight against corporate price gouging in the grocery sector. 83% popularity rating on that point, regardless of the litany of attacks launched against it. Why? Because Americans see the fucking prices of eggs and go, that's unacceptable, dog. That's it. The lesson you have to learn from that is that this is not about the progressive wing or the progressive base of the party. This is about the party being objectively popular across the board. That's it. She has made things easier. She's not a crazy lefty. She's been inclusive. Her convention speech was Reagan-esque in many ways, said Walsh. I'm Brian Kilme. David's view. The progressives who don't like the Harris campaign's approach disagree on what needs to change. Some believe that there are popular pro-labor Biden policies that Harris doesn't talk enough about, enabling Trump to rush in the gap with his promises. Trump and Vance repeatedly claimed that they, not Biden, put a cap on insulin prices for seniors, which is a bit of a tell here. That's right. That's a good one. Some are focused tightly on Arab American voters, warning that Biden and Harris are getting played by Benjamin Netanyahu, who wants Trump back in the White House and would benefit it if anti-war voters give up on the Democrats. I see two things happening here. One, the electorate has moved right on immigration and crime since 2016 when Hillary Clinton distanced herself from the Obama administration's deportation policies, and since 2020 when anger at Trump's family separation policies peaked. Democrats have taken their openings when Trump has been callous or dishonest about immigration. Walsh said in his debate with Vance that the GOP ticket exploited the city of Springfield, Ohio to dehumanize and villainize Haitians with temporary residency status. They did it once. That is like such a minor note. They should have been fucking literally screaming from the rooftops every single damn day about how insane it is that Republicans are literally sending bomb threats to a Republican district in Springfield, Ohio, because Donald Trump and J.D. Vance lied about Haitians eating cats and dogs, an objectively racist depiction of documented migrants living on U.S. soil and participating in the American economy in meaningful ways. I am losing my fucking mind. That's not enough. They should have been saying it way more. Because if they were saying it way more, more people would write about it in the news. More people would read about it in the news. Commentators have the capacity to change people's opinions a little bit, especially if there is a shit ton, of media movement on this process. Republicans do a very good job with this. They laser in on a non-issue and turn it into a major issue all the fucking time, especially when it's electorally beneficial for them. Democrats never do this. Democrats literally sit around and wait for a fucking issue to drop on their laps, and even then they still flub it. But the broader context is Trump gaining with non-white voters as he promises mass deportation and Democrats having to concede ground in response. Part of that reason is because there is no counter narrative against the undocumented migrant problem. It is not a problem at all. As material conditions worsen, Americans become more reactionary. Okay? On the one hand, the Democratic Party is supposed to advocate to solve these material problems that the American working class is experiencing. And on the other hand, communicate that these people are not any different than you. But they're not doing that. And that's how we are going towards Nazi Germany. I don't know how people don't see this. You have to be fucking delusional not to recognize this, okay? Economic instability and economic volatility turns people into fucking angry demons. And if there's only one party that's saying, I see you, I know why you're mad, and I can tell you exactly what the reason is, it's the people that don't speak your language. They're scary. You're going to go, okay, well, I agree with you. Yeah, I am angry. You are recognizing that I'm angry. If the other party is saying, no, everything is fine, actually. Everything is fine. You just want a $50,000 tax credit for your fucking startup, for your startup podcast. We're going to do the opportunity economy. You're going to turn around and be like, fuck you. Fuck you. Suck my dick. No, I believe that other guy. That other guy at least recognizes that I'm mad. Yeah, he's right. I think it is the Haitian migrants, actually. That's how it works. That is precisely how this shit works. For years and years, I have talked about GOP, Texas GOP Latino outreach. For years, I have talked about this. Texas GOP Latino outreach is now national, okay? It is the Republican Party's national outreach. That's why you're seeing the Hispanic voting bloc swing towards the Republicans in very meaningful ways, okay? You have to understand something here. A lot of people just go, what the fuck? Why are these Latinos like voting for Donald Trump when he says like they're rapists and drug dealers? They don't see themselves as that. They see themselves as documented American citizens. They see themselves in a different capacity as the Hispanic population in the United States of America firmly gets billed under the white banner. And this is already happening in this country. While the Democratic Party simultaneously does not address any of the material circumstances that Latino voters historically respond to in a positive manner, in Texas especially, okay? Especially young Latinos respond very positively to to fiscally progressive policies, okay? Not even just young Latino voters, actually. Old Latino voters also outcompete every other voting bloc, every other demographic in terms of their analysis on bigger government initiatives, which is the most reactionary fucking framing you can slap onto this. Like, they want social safety nets. If the Democratic Party does not do that and then does not present that to them, then they're not really presenting anything to them. And then the Republican Party can turn around and beef up the Catholicism angle. The Republican Party can turn around and say, guess what, dude? These guys don't want to do anything except for transing your youth, okay? They want to fucking make your children gay and transgender. They want to fucking do bottom surgery on your youth. And especially if you are a low information voter, especially if you are, if you fit the bill of an underserved community that historically does not have higher levels of educational attainment, you are more susceptible to that sort of misinformation. So obviously, that has been profoundly fucking successful in Texas, a state that is firmly Republican, that has a shit ton of Latino voters. The Republican Party saw that, and they realized, like, oh, dude, this, like, all this anti-immigrant sentiment doesn't actually work against us, especially if we at least still identify some of the things that Latino voters care about. Okay, social conservatism. So then they use the social conservatism angle as a way to win over Latino voters. That's it. That's how it works. And I've been talking about this for fucking years, dude. I've been talking about this for years. More frequently than I talk about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you're going to need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. This is literally the way my parents think, Law. They're anti-immigrant immigrants. Very cool. Los Peoples, thank you for the 5 Get the Subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Democrats' advantage with Latino voters continue to shrink. Harris leads Trump nationally among Latinos 54% to 40%, but Democrats' edge is at its lowest level in the last 4 presidential cycles. What ends up happening is the Latino voters that are younger, that do care about immigration, that don't want the dehumanizing language, see it from the Democratic Party as well. They get frustrated. They're like, I don't want to fucking vote for this. And the other group of Latino voters that are maybe older, especially a little bit more socially conservative, look to the Republican Party and say, well, they're saving us. They're giving us the things that we want. The Democrats are not giving us anything. I don't care about the social progressive shit. I would still vote for the Democratic Party if the Democratic Party at least, like, you know, defended my material interests, but they're not doing that. So I'm just going to vote for the Republican Party. This is something that I always talk about. People vote for people that give them something, okay? The expectation that you're always going to be in a defensive posture when you're voting is only going to shrink your base of support year over year, and that's precisely what the Democrats rely on. It is a very stupid way to try and win elections. You cannot specifically use the duopoly to your benefit like this every election cycle and hope for the best possible results, unless you lose. And then people remember how fucking shitty it is when Republicans are in power, and then they fucking turn around and vote for you. And that's precisely what happened with Donald Trump in 2016. But people have a short memory. They have forgotten how shitty it was for the Republicans to be in charge. One major thing that the Democrats could have used in the Haitians are eating cats and dogs narrative that was going on is the arrogant and entitled way in which some of the dumbest, most racist fucking assholes in society were screaming from the fucking rooftops, despite the fact that they were wrong. That is a immediate reminder for everyone what it was like when Trump was president. Okay? That's it. You could just point to that. You could point to abortion. You could be like, look, remember, this is what happens when Republicans fucking win. Okay? They push these policies. Many people think, oh, I want these policies. You can use abortion as a argument for immigration, for being pro-immigration and being anti-Republican immigration strategy. You could be like, a lot of people think that they want this, but when it happens, they don't want it. They think it's brutal. They think it's barbaric. Okay? That's it. Because a lot of Americans are like, oh, mass deportation now, mass deportation now. I love mass deportation. I think it's fine. What? I think it's fine if the U.S. is making their border policy more rigid. There's a serious underground economy trafficking migrants around the Americas to both the U.S. and other countries in Latin America. What? I think there's a real angle about illegal immigration that you miss. There's a real underground. The migrants aren't themselves the problem. The people who are moving them are. Yeah, dude, how do you fucking fix that? You fix that by fucking streamlining the process of migration, not by fucking making a rigid border. Literally think about this a little bit, okay? Greg Kazar talks about this so perfectly, okay? He's right. Hardline, rigid approach to fucking border policies benefits the cartel. If you want to stop the flow of human trafficking, you have to serialize and process migrants better. You have to fix the fucking migrant process. People that have no other options that need to come into the United States of America that are escaping violence are going to take any measure they can. Prohibition of alcohol did not work. It was an unsuccessful policy. Demonstrably, it just creates a black market. If you want to eviscerate the black market, you have to make it safer and easier for people to fucking come into the United States of America. I'm from South America, dog. The migrants are the victims here. I don't give a fuck where you're from, dumbass. It doesn't matter. You're still stupid on this point, okay? It's so frustrating when people just do standpoint theory to me. Like, oh, dude, I'm sorry. You're from South America, so I guess I should just let you fucking make an idiotic proposition here. You're pointing to a real problem, a problem that I also understand exists. I'm telling you what the solution is, and you're like, nah, it's better if the Democrats actually go along with the Republican agenda that is born out of white supremacy that dehumanizes you anyway. Like, what do you mean? I don't care about this shit. I've never cared about this. Just so you understand, this stuff doesn't work in this liberal community, okay? Maybe in other liberal communities, you could do standpoint theory. You could turn around and be like, listen, you don't understand. I'm Latino. I'm from South America, okay? How dare you speak to me like this? This is not one of those communities. Plenty of people come in here and they're like, well, Hasan, I'm a black person and it's really inappropriate that you're telling me what it's like. I don't care. I don't care. Anyway, I didn't say it's the only solution. No, you also said that you, one, assume that I'm missing an angle on immigration, okay, an angle that I'm not missing on. You assumed that the Democratic Party's solution, which is white nativist, right-wing immigration bills that they're writing as alongside the Republican Party is the adequate solution to this problem. It's not. It's only going to worsen the problem. If that's not the solution that you think is the apt one, why are you defending it? The only thing Hasan Abi doesn't suffer from is making generalizations from his own experiences. That's literally not what I said. I think it's fine that the U.S. is making their border policy more rigid. There's a serious underground economy trafficking migrants. The U.S. making their border policy more rigid unironically helps the fucking underground economy trafficking migrants. That is my point. And I don't think you're understanding that. Okay? This is the silliest way to backtrack on your point. I don't know why we're still debating this issue. We're going to move on for the sake of your own, so that I'm not defending it. I just said there's a reason to secure a border, not to make a concentration camp. We're done. That's fine. I'm not going to I'm not going to reiterate my argument over and over again. It seems like you are just refusing to hear. I think you just triggered a bunch of people when you said Republicans only appeal to Hispanics on the grounds of social conservatism. Every conservative Latino just got activated. Yeah. I already ran the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Anyway, 2, Democrats are reaching out to the voters who make the fewest demands. That doesn't mean they're ignoring their traditional base, but it does explain why they feel safe relying on them alone. Bailing out the Teamsters' pensions didn't help them secure the union's endorsement. It's at best an open question whether Biden marching in a picket line with UAW and Harris backing striking longshoremen will help them with rank-and-file members. Democrats can mitigate their decline with union voters on economic issues, but they can't in a few weeks abandon the environmentalism or cultural liberalism that has moved many of them towards Trump. I don't think it's the environmentalism that moves many towards Trump. I just don't. Okay, cultural liberalism, certainly. That definitely is the thing. Because by and large, I think the median American voter, if we're being fucking super serious and super honest about this, by and large, I think the median American voter is a fucking Nazi. Okay, what do I mean by this? I mean, I'm exaggerating, right? They have nationalistic sentiments. They are socially not very progressive, okay? But fiscally, they are. Like, that literally is the case. So if you want to defend marginalized communities, okay, you have to package it with popular, progressive economic policy, okay? That's it. Most Americans either don't give a shit about the gay stuff or they just kind of hate it, okay? But you know what they do like? Money in their pockets. So if you don't do that, because that is the way to defend marginalized communities as well. You're like, yep, we're going to give everybody health care. And you're going to shut the fuck up if trans people get health care. What the fuck's wrong with you? Who cares? That's the way to do it. Tim Walz actually communicates this stuff pretty well, right? Like he, or at least he used to. How can you say that the median voter is socially conservative when LGBTQ rights have expanded and the backlash to Roe has been so strong, etc., in recent years? Like, socially conservative in the sense that if you make that your major point, if you make that your agenda, most people are going to be like, oh, I don't really care. How does this help me? They're selfish. It comes from a place of selfishness. In what conceivable way have LGBTQ rights have been expanded? I'd like to know this. I think people just talk about like gay rights, gay marriage. That's pretty much what they're talking about. That's more so an argument for when systems that are beyond your control actually fucking move in a more progressive direction. A lot of people don't really care. Okay? A lot of people just go, okay, this is the new norm. Who cares? And they move on. The Republicans have to desperately fight back against that. The problem, on the other hand, is that a lot of people just broadly fucking gesture towards like this is the argument I make for trans rights all the time, okay? The argument I make for trans rights all the time is that most people just by and large don't care, okay? Republicans do a very good job of making you care in a negative way, but that oftentimes also causes a lot of people to go, ugh, you're kind of gross. Why do you care about this so much? You seem a little crazy. All right? That's basically what happened in the 2022 midterm elections. The trans panic stuff came across as weird to the, average voter, to the normal voters. Okay? But that does not mean that, like, if the Democratic Party was like exclusively running on like defending trans rights or whatever, that most Americans would be like, this is great. Because by the numbers, there aren't that many trans people. People don't have access to trans people. People don't see the humanity in trans people. Every trans person understands this, right? So the way to convincingly defend trans rights is to say, we have a broad agenda that is human focused. We do not want you to hate your neighbors, okay? Doesn't matter what their background is. It is unacceptable to do so. And we're going to give everybody health care, and everybody includes trans people as well, okay? That's it. That's the way to do it, with fiscally progressive economic policies that you tack on social liberalism into, not the other way around. I've learned that people will forget what you've said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Anyway. Also, that manufactured interest in social issues they don't care about is only possible when no left-wing economic policy is even proposed. Yes, it has no traction when universalist safety nets policies are actually the other side of the conversation. Thank you. That's the other side of the equation that we often forget. You are absolutely correct. What do I always say? Another thing that I repeat myself over and over again when the election cycle happens is that if Democrats gave Republicans something to fight against, like universal and otherwise progressive, but like universal social safety nets, okay, beefing up our social safety nets, then the Republicans would have to present themselves in the least popular ways possible by actively fighting against social safety nets like Social Security and shit. That's objectively unpopular. But the Democrats don't even fucking do that. Similarly, anti-war organizers insist that Harris could shift votes if she broke with Biden administration support for Israeli war funding, and polling shows that it could be popular even as it would set off an explosive political fight. But soft Republican voters and their advocates are asking for no change at all. What's the harm in thanking them for their freely offered support and seeing how deep that sentiment runs? I just don't think that it is a successful strategy, especially if it comes with the purging of like normal Americans, not just progressives, not card-carrying activists, okay? I'm talking about like regular-ass Americans who are just like, yeah, I don't really feel like the Democrats have my interest in their minds. A lot of Americans feel left behind, okay? They feel forgotten. They feel like the Democratic Party does not have their best interest in mind. And the Democratic Party doesn't do enough to actively communicate against that. As a matter of fact, in many instances, the way they communicate to the broader majority is that they don't actually care about your material interests. That's the problem. Anyway, my dad is a Jew. I have family in Israel, and even he would support Kamala if she secured a ceasefire through an arms embargo. Yeah, I mean, that's... I don't know. I don't even know if your dad is a single issue Israel voter, but there are single issue Israel voters who also want this. I mean, the fucking hostage families, for example. In the New Yorker, AL Press asked where Harris has avoided the mistakes of Hillary Clinton, which reached out to Republicans but took union laborers for granted. Certainly improved on the optics. Clinton didn't visit a single union hall in Michigan or Wisconsin after she became the nominee. In the Washington Post, Liz Goodwin and Jacqueline Alamany look at why the vast majority of progressives are grinning and bearing it. On immigration and the war in Gaza in particular, members of the left of Harris's stances are avoiding harsh critiques as she faces Trump, hoping to hash out their differences after the election. That's fucking bullshit. Are you auto Jew if your dad is Jew, or is that the mother? No, Judaism is matrilineal. What the fuck is a auto Jew, man? Like a Jewish person that is really interested in automobiles? Is that what you're saying? Auto Jew. Anyway. Let's get back to the jobs. We talked about the jobs report pretty aggressively at this point. Let's hear what the Biden surprise appearance at the White House press briefing was.
Hey, folks. My name's Joe Biden.
Welcome, Mr. President.
We've been waiting for you.
Welcome to the swimming pool.
This is great.
Hey, look, folks, good afternoon. The past 2 days we've gotten some very good news about the American economy. Just yesterday, shipping carriers, after some discussion, an International Longshoremen Union came to an agreement to keep the ports in the East Coast and the Gulf ports open. We averted what could have become a major crisis for the country, and a tentative agreement which includes record wage increases for dock workers and shows the importance of collective bargaining and represents, I think, critical progress toward a strong contract. I especially want to thank the carriers, the port operators, and the Longshoremen's Union for reaching this agreement at a time when the nation has experienced such terrible...
Who do you think exists less, single-issue pro-Israel Democrats or single-issue pro-Dick Cheney Democrats? Single-issue pro-Dick Cheney Democrats, for sure. Because there's like 3 total pro-Dick Cheney Democrats out there. Not even. It's just Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney, so 2. The number is, the actual number I can give you confidently is 2. There are 2 pro-Dick Cheney Democrats out there. Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. That's it.
Devastation from Hurricane Helene. It was truly a service to the American people for all these parties to come together to respond to our request to keep the ports open. I was determined to avert a crisis at this moment because it's a critical moment. If we didn't do this now, we'd have a real problem. I also want to thank my White House team for the work. They worked around the clock to bring the parties together. But today, we got more incredible news. Although the strength of the American economy it's about the strength of the American economy. New jobs report, as you all know, you've been reporting, created 250,000 jobs in September. The expectation was for 150,000 jobs in September, which has far exceeded that number. Not only the previous 2 months was the previous 2 months was revised up 75,000 jobs. And from the very beginning, we were told time and again that the policies we were pursuing, we'd put forward weren't going to work, make things worse, including some of the other team are still saying they're going to make things worse. But we've proven them wrong. You know, we've told our we were told our American rescue plan was too big and it would crowd out private investment. We proved them wrong. We vaccinated a nation and got immediate economic relief to people in need. When I came to office determined to end trickle-down economics and grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, I know you're tired of hearing me say that over and over again, but that was the policy, that it remains the policy. Because when you do that, everyone does well. When the middle class grows, the nation's stronger. And the nation's stronger when there's a strong union movement as well. We were told it wouldn't work, but I was also determined to do what was ignored for much too long. Presidents have been authorized since the 30s to be able to spend the money given by Congress to spend the money on hiring American workers and using American product where they were available. And that's what we did. We were told that was going to be a big problem. But all the money I was authorized to spend by the Congress has gone to hiring American workers and using American products. We were told it wasn't going to be. We were told that was going to be a big problem, but it's working. We're also told that our historic laws to invest in America and all Americans would crowd out private sector investment. Well, that was proven wrong too. We've attracted nearly $1 trillion since we've come to office in private.
By the way, my comment was in response to the standpoint theory argument. That's probably why you're the best commentator on the platform, because you use facts and data to inform your opinions rather than generalize off your experiences, which is what grifters excel at.
Private sector investment.
Dude, can I imagine what it would be like if he stayed in the race, Lamau? Yes, a beautiful prospect for an American future. Okay? Excuse me. In my mind, he's still in the race. That's why I'm writing him in.
From domestic and foreign companies investing in America. In America. Not this stuff of shipping jobs overseas for cheaper labor and bringing back a product to America. We're building it here and sending it overseas. And look at the results. Across the board, unemployment is down 4 to 4.1%. And every month, in fact, that Vice President Harris and I have been in office, we've created jobs every single month. The nation has now created 16 million jobs since I've come to office, more jobs created in a single presidential term than any time in American history. Our GDP shows our economy grew at 10% under my administration. Unemployment reached the lowest level in 50 years. We're also told inflation couldn't come down without massive job losses or sending the economy into economic recession. Once again, outside experts were wrong. Inflation has come down. Wages have gone up faster than prices. Interest rates are down. Record 19 million new business applications have been filed for. The stock market continues to reach new heights. We've got more work to do, though.
Can I write you in? Yeah, if you want.
Keep getting prices down.
I got the same level of chances as the Green Party, so.
Like more affordable housing, extending what I've done for seniors, and lowering prescription drug costs by letting Medicare negotiate the prices, make sure that's available to everyone. And by the way, what we've done so far, just when we brought down the prices for seniors under Medicare, it saved the taxpayers billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Save the taxpayers billions of dollars. That's important to note, because they don't have to pay the exorbitant and irrational prices that these companies are charging. The simple fact is we've gone from economy in crisis to literally having the strongest economy in the world. And but we've got more work to do. We've got more work to do to deal with the things I've just mentioned, and we're going to have to deal with unforeseen cost of what this hurricane is going to cost. It's going to cost a lot of money. And I'm going to probably have to ask the Congress before we leave for more money to deal with some of those problems. But that remains to be seen. I'll take a few questions before I turn it over to you. Pick out people.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks again for doing this, Mr. President. 2 questions. The first, Florida Senator Marco Rubio described today's jobs report as having fake numbers. What do you make of that, and how worried are you that many Americans are hearing that the jobs numbers aren't real?
Well, look, I'm going to be very careful here. If you notice, anything the MAGA Republicans don't like, they call fake. Anything. The job numbers are what the job numbers are. They're real. They're sincere. They're what we are. And by the way, just look at how the EU talks about us, how they like to have an economy like ours. Let's talk about the rest of the world looks at us and what we're doing. So I don't want to get going.
And then secondly, could you clarify some of your comments yesterday with regard to strikes on Iranian oil facilities? What did you mean by them, given some of the reactions we're seeing in the market?
Well, look, the Israelis have not concluded what they're going to do in terms of a strike. That's under discussion. I think if I were in their shoes, I'd be thinking about other alternatives than striking oil fields.
Good, Wisha.
Thank you, Kareem. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for being here. This week, Senator Chris Murphy said it's certainly a possibility that the Israeli government is not going to sign any diplomatic agreement prior to the election, which is what you have been calling for so long, potentially to try to influence the result. Do you agree?
This is the big one, dude. This answer is phenomenal. And I'm going to give you the Republican version of this as well after.
Do you have any worries that Netanyahu may be trying to influence the election and that's why he has not agreed to a diplomatic solution?
Guys, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Really? No way. You think Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to influence the outcome of this election? That he's in the tank for Donald Trump? How could you make such a wild assertion? After all, Benjamin Netanyahu has, openly recognized that Donald Trump is the most popular politician in Israel, more popular than Joe Biden, and also more popular than Benjamin Netanyahu and any other Israeli politician. Donald Trump has done more for Israel than anyone else, really. And also, beyond that, Benjamin Netanyahu went to his house to kiss the ring. Wow. How anti-Semitic of this reporter to be asking these sorts of questions to Joseph Robinette Brandon. I cannot seem to place my finger on this. I can't understand how we would arrive at this conclusion that I have been screaming of the fucking rooftops for months at this point. You mean to tell me that Benjamin Netanyahu has routinely fucking shit on Biden for the past 12 months, as Biden has kept saying over and over again that he's just going full tilt, permanent genocide mode, no matter what? It's just weird. How else could we deal with this? How else could we possibly deal with this sovereign nation, our attack dog in the region, that is objectively out of control? How? Shocked.
No administration has helped Israel more than I have. None. None.
You're a fucking idiot, dude. You old, monstrous corpse. You fucking dingus. You dumb fuck. No administration has helped Israel more than I have. It's a fucking foreign country, you jackass. You're the goddamn American president. Have some fucking respect and decency for the office. These are things that I don't even give a fuck about myself. But you should.
None. And I think Bibi should remember that. And whether he's trying to influence the election or not, I don't know, but I'm not counting on that.
You've said many times recently that you want to speak to him, that you plan to.
No, I didn't say plan to. I didn't say want to.
You don't want to?
No, I didn't say that. You're making it sound like I'm seeking and then speaking. I'm assuming when they make the judgment of how they're going to...
This is good. This line of questioning is good. Maybe it'll piss him off to fucking actually... Because he's such a personally malicious and vindictive asshole that if they keep hammering on the point that Benjamin Netanyahu is making you look like a fucking clown ass, maybe then he'll change trajectory instead of crying about it behind closed doors and then giving unlimited weapons and trillions of dollars to Israel. Another $50 billion to Israel meme remains to be true. Potentially, maybe that's the angle here. I don't know. Just keep being like, hey, Biden. Another thing I've also mentioned, by the way, was that like Benjamin Netanyahu is going to ruin his legacy over and over again. Maybe they should communicate that to Biden directly if they have opportunity to meet with him. Hey, Biden, you love your legacy. You care about it, right? You want to be known as like the great elder statesman that saved this country from Donald Trump and then was a transitional candidate that allowed for a new American future. Benjamin Netanyahu is going to tank that for you single-handedly if you keep giving unlimited weapons to him to engage in a genocide. Everyone's going to remember he's a genocidal monster who got also made a fool. Donald Trump, at the very least, is like, no, I love the permanent genocide that Israel is doing. That presents at least like some, that at least to the dumbest Americans makes it seem like Donald Trump is the strong man in this relationship and not Benjamin Netanyahu, who routinely has made you look like a fucking asshole.
Respond, we will then have a discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for being here. What are you advising the Israelis to do in terms of their retaliation to Iran? And at this point, you still haven't spoken to Netanyahu. Is it fair to say that you have little personal influence over what he decides to do?
No. Look, our team.
So this is great. This is great because like then he has to admit like, no, all the genocidal stuff that he's doing, I'm on board with, which he is, by the way. Just make no mistake. He is not some fucking random dickhead, okay? He is actually personally invested in the permanent genocide, okay? He is. Which is why he's letting Benjamin Netanyahu do it, just so you guys understand. He is, however, seemingly doing it in the most like squishy liberal way possible, where they have to like maintain the veneer of rule-based international order. Here, let me explain this to you, for example. Makes you really admire all the falsified evidence, expert testimonials that the State Department produces to try and pretend this is all above board, right? The Leahy Law is great because it proudly and smugly declares the U.S. cannot arm human rights abuses and then has a carve-out that's like, unless the State Department says nah, a true microcosm of the liberal rule-based order, okay? You know a law is a real law when a handful of obscure members of Congress constantly have to try and pass subsequent laws to enforce the original law, a real thing that guides U.S. foreign policy. This person replies to Adam Johnson, says, makes you really admire all the falsified evidence that and expert testimonials that the State Department produces. This is a statement about the rule-based international order and the veneer that like the American government, the song and dance that the American government plays to make it seem like we have some rules. Okay? Words cannot begin to describe how important it is to commit to the bit, how central the liberal rules-based order bit is to the United States bureaucratic NGO DoD soft power ecosystem of frustrated humanitarians. It can never die, no matter the evidence to the contrary. It is too big to fail. Once the bit shatters, you have a few million people who wake up and realize they're little more than 2-bit PR instruments, native informant recruiters, and selectively enforcing lawfare dweebs. It will never go away, regardless of how many war crimes the U.S. arms and funds in 4K. Do you understand? That's why I always have like, that is also why I always have like a little bit of frustration when I talk about NGOs. They might be right on the issue of Israel, but they are still playing that role of like, well, the American government, like, you know, it's more than just like an outsourced State Department vehicle. Like, I promise, like these are, and there are genuinely really good people that work at these institutions that do want to fucking help people, and they do marginally move the needle in the right direction. But ultimately, the U.S. the vestiges of American empire are going to behave in the ways that churn out the most bloodshed, and therefore the best possible outcomes for the imperial core. Okay, all you're doing at that point is basically operating like a PR guy. You know, you're basically laundering America's reputation by saying, "But look, we got these people. These are the people that are doing the right things." They're even saying it. That's why it falls on deaf ears. They play the exact same role that the United Nations plays, right? They play the exact same role that the UN plays. The UN is like, well, we got rules. Why are we not applying them? And then when you do try to apply those rules, America's like, fuck off, suck my dick. Those rules were not an application in Iraq nor Afghanistan. And those rules are not an application for Israel as well. Israel is an extension of America. That's it. They are there so that the educated liberal thinkers look to those institutions and go, well, you know, some reasonable people are out there. Some reasonable people are just like demanding that people listen to reason, right? Like, well, I guess maybe this is above board. I don't know. America would never do this if it wasn't above board. There's a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people that do actually feel this way. The New York Times readers, for example. Okay? The problem is Israel is so glaringly, obviously in violation of human rights that most people are losing faith in these institutions, even the educated liberals. The older educated liberals are not, because they're firmly committed to the bit. They believe America is, at the end of the day, the best possible version of global dominance you can get. The alternative is far scarier. You got China. Who knows what those guys might do? They're scary. They look different. They sound different. I don't really know their culture. I don't understand it. The alternative is Russia, the USSR, socialism. The alternative is Islamic fundamentalism. I don't want that. I'm scared of that. That's usually the way that people go about it, where they're like, yeah, American empire, they sometimes do evil things, but ultimately it's far better than the alternative, right? It's far better than this spooky alternative. That's the way that a lot of people look at this. That's the way that a lot of people look at this situation, you know, not really recognizing that, like, America has beefed up the Islamist fundamentalism in an effort to fight against the USSR back in the day, for example. Anyway, but having said that, it is pretty funny that, like, they still try to make these, like, specific lawfare carve-outs in the own song and dance that they're playing at a time when most people are no longer believing the song and dance. Do you see what I'm saying? Young Americans have checked out, okay? An entire generation of Americans is lost in terms of, like, believing mainstream media. They are completely checked out because they don't even have access to it for the most part. But beyond that, they're checked out in, like, believing the credibility of these institutions because they didn't do a good enough job of maintaining this song and dance. How the fuck do you bring these people back? How do you bring them back? They made the mistake of running the same exact propaganda that they've run for years and years when there was no alternative to that propaganda, when you had no way of seeing what Palestinians were saying on the ground, the victims of this genocide were saying on the ground. Now with social media, you directly have access to a person who's getting fucking bombed every goddamn week. And you're like, oh my God, this is unimaginable. This is death and devastation. This is death, destruction, and devastation of the highest order. How could we ever fucking let this happen? When that exists, it's quite difficult for CNN to keep having Jonathan Concuncrius, Frankenstein's monster's ugly ass fucking big old head, come in and contextualize why these Palestinian children had to be killed because they're fucking Nazi children or whatever the fuck they're saying. That's it. Doesn't work. And they haven't been able to pick up the pace on a full-throated propaganda machine that churns out these sorts of, like, biased results. They haven't been able to socially condition people into believing that, like, Israel is the defender of the Western world. It's the first shield against the Western world. There are, of course, some online that, you know, frequent Reddit or some of these other places that already have, like, existing underlying Islamophobic attitudes, and Israel can capture them. But ultimately, it's a failed endeavor because people can still see the harm that they are causing. Anyway, having said that, however, Biden's response here is really fucking stupid. He's like, I'm the greatest defender of Israel. How dare you fucking say that?
Are in contact 12 hours a day. They're constantly in contact. I've already had my presidential daily brief. We've already had interface between our military, the diplomats. It's in constant contact. They are trying to figure out, it's the high holidays as well. They're not going to make a decision immediately. And so we're going to wait to see when they want to talk.
But over the past few months, they've consistently defied your administration's own.
Like, the media should have been asking this question like 8 months ago, man. What do you mean? How many fucking red lines was a red promise for fucking Benjamin Netanyahu? How many instances has Biden turned around and offered another $8 billion in weapon shipments to Israel over and over and over again?
Advice. So do you believe that the Israelis are going to listen to the advice you're giving them?
What I know is the plan that I put together received the support of the UN Security Council, the vast majority of our allies around the world, as a way to bring this to an end. Look, the Israelis have every...
They didn't ask that question. They know that. they're saying, why has Israel violated that over and over again and made you look like a fucking baboon?
Right to respond to the vicious attacks on them, not just from the Iranians, but from everyone from Hezbollah to Houthis to anyway. And but the fact is that they have to be very much more careful about dealing with civilian casualties.
So how should they respond? You expressed concerns about attacks on Iranian oil facilities. How should they respond?
That's between me and them.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Tam.
The election is a month away. One, I'd like to know how you're feeling about how this election is going. And then also, do you have confidence that it will be a free and fair election and that it will be peaceful?
Two separate questions.
Very much.
I'm confident it'll be free and fair. I don't know whether it'll be peaceful. The things that Trump has said and the things that he said last time out when he didn't like the outcome.
That's my president, dude. I'm voting for him. If you vote for him, he will win. Just saying, chat.
We're very dangerous. If you notice, I noticed.
I gotta pee.
That the vice presidential Republican candidate did not say he'd accept the outcome of the election. They haven't even accepted the outcome of the last election. So I'm concerned about what they're going to do.
Are you making any preparations, getting security briefings related to domestic security?
I always get those briefings.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Keila, and then we have to do a couple more.
Hi, Mr. President. When are you considering imposing sanctions on Iran, and would you include oil in those sanctions?
That's under consideration right now, the whole thing. I'm not going to discuss that out loud.
And just on your comments yesterday on the port strike, you said, by the grace of God, it's going to hold. Is there any reason you think that this
Well, there's more to
temporary
do.
suspension?
A month from now, there's more to do in terms of everything from the whole notion of mechanization of the ports and the like. There's more to resolve.
Good, Daniel.
Thanks, Green. Thank you, Mr. President. Last night you said that there's still a lot to do to avoid an all-out war in the Middle East. I mean, firstly, aren't we pretty close to that definition already? And secondly, what can you really do to stop that happening?
There's a lot we are doing. The main thing we can do is try to rally the rest of the world and our allies into participating like the French are in Lebanon and other places to tamp this down. And but when you have proxies as irrational as Hezbollah and the Houthis, and it's a hard thing to determine.
Good to lose.
I gotta go, Kate.
I know. Please tell me.
I said I'd take a couple questions. Participating like the
all-out war in the Middle East. I mean, firstly, aren't we pretty close to that definition already? And secondly, what can you really do to stop that happening?
There's a lot we are doing. The main thing we can do is try to rally the rest of the world and our allies into participating like the French are in Lebanon and other places to tamp this down. And but when you have proxies as irrational as Hezbollah and the Houthis, and it's a hard thing to determine.
Good to lose.
I gotta go, Kate.
I know. Please tell me.
I said I'd take a couple questions.
All right, you're the last.
I think she's increasing her credibility.
You have to take some more. Toulouse, you're going to be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for spending some time here with us. There have obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days with the hurricane, with the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed.
Do you think Bibi's kind of blackmailing the Dems for more dollars and weapons by expressing support for the Republicans, or is he really in it for Trump or for both? No, Benjamin Netanyahu is in the tank for Trump. It doesn't matter because he knows fully that like the influence that like pro-Israeli lobby and its prominent influence on American politics is already set. So neither party is going to swing away from that. Neither party's going to swing away from that. Came to check on my dad, and he's literally doing the meme. That's hilarious. every Lebanese dad. That's fucking hilarious. This is like every Arab father and uncle, dude. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu has to blackmail anybody.
Now, she was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
Mr. President, did you ever think about
Totally up to you, sir. All right, go ahead. Yeah, Nandita, sir, no, sir. I didn't call on you, sir. I didn't call on you, Nandita.
Thank you.
Nandita, go, Nandita.
Mr. President.
Pope Francis calling for a day of prayer and fasting.
Prayer and fasting this Monday, October 7th. Your reaction, sir?
I will prayer and fast.
Okay, that's acceptable to you in terms of Israel's response. How long are you okay with Israel bombing Lebanon? What is acceptable to you?
All right,
Get out of here. Asking a question like that. Get out of here, libtard. What the fuck do you mean? Get out of here. Come on.
That's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
What a ridiculous question. Oh, what are you, a journalist? What are you, a fucking journalist? Get the fuck out of here. All right. Let's get back to the dock workers reaching a tentative agreement we found out yesterday before anybody else in the news because we had some ILA workers striking in the chat. Finish the video. He says he's back in the race. I don't care, dude. Yeah, okay, we got it. He said he's back in the race. All right.
Going to start with the breaking news this morning. We're talking about that dock workers strike that threatened to cause severe damage to the U.S.
Let's watch this.
On long-range weapons?
Do you want to reconsider dropping out of the race?
I'm back in.
He's back in. He's back in. He's back in the race. We're riding with Brandon. So before we move on to the dock workers strike ending with the tentative agreement, I do want to mention a couple things. Okay? There's a couple things on Israel-Palestine that I would like to bring close to your attention, bring up for your attention. Number one, if you want to understand the fucking uniparty attitude, here is I am Israel Ha Lindsey Graham talking about the hurricane victims.
You can thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk for that.
You know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. And Biden says be proportional. What is the proportional response to people who want to kill you and your family? They're running out of ammunition in Israel. We have to help our friends to keep the war over there from coming here.
They're willing to. You can thank Donald Trump and Elon.
Yeah, I don't care about the hurricane victims in South Carolina. We need to help Israel. Even my dad hates this clip, by the way, calls Graham a neocon, warmonger, or grifter. Well, your dad is like super pro-Israel. I don't understand. Here, let's hear this again. One more time. I want to hear this one more time.
You can thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk for that.
You know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. And Biden says be proportional. What is the proportional response to people who want to kill you and your family? They're running out of ammunition in Israel.
I love that, dude. How the fuck does this guy keep getting elected, man? I mean, how did Mitch McConnell keep getting elected? partisan bias. Israel. Anyway, so here's a couple things I want to hit on quickly. Hümeyra Pamuk, Reuters deputy U.S. foreign policy editor, a Turkish journalist, works for Reuters, has a scoop. I reviewed 3 sets of internal email exchange between senior Biden administration officials who were warned just days after October 7th that Israel was risking committing war crimes by ordering more than 1 million Palestinians in northern Gaza to evacuate. The email exchanges, which take place between October 11th and 14th and involve senior White House, State Department, and Pentagon officials, include Biden's top Middle Eastern aide, Brett McGurk. Now, you might recall that name because Brett McGurk is the one that was telling the Israelis that, they should pummel Lebanon as well, and it would be sick for them. Provide a rare insight into the thinking of the U.S. government in the early days of the Gaza war. The emails are striking even after almost a year because the humanitarian catastrophe that the U.S. officials are warned of at the time has materialized. 40,000 people have been killed. Gaza is reduced to a wasteland. Children are starved, and the region is still on the brink of a wider war. The emails, which haven't been reported before, reveal alarm early on in the State Department and Pentagon that a rising death toll in Gaza could violate international law and jeopardize U.S. ties in the Arab world. The messages also show how the White House resisted calls for a ceasefire in those early days and in the internal pressure in the Biden administration to shift its messaging to including sympathy for the Palestinians. It started on October 11th when the State Department's top public diplomacy official, Bill Russo, in an email told senior state officials in Washington that was losing credibility among Arab-speaking audiences by not directly addressing the humanitarian crisis. The U.S.'s lack of response on the humanitarian conditions for Palestinians is not only ineffective and counterproductive, but we are also being accused of being complicit to potential war crimes by remaining silent on Israel's actions against civilians, Russo wrote. The State Department's top Middle East diplomat, Barbara Leaf, forwarded Russo's email to the White House officials, McGurk. She warned that the relationship with Washington's otherwise would-be stalwart Arab partners was at risk due to the kinds of concerns raised by Russo. McGurk replied that if the question was whether the administration should call for a ceasefire, the answer was no. He added, however, that Washington was 100% in favor of supporting humanitarian corridors and protecting civilians. On October 13th, Dana Stroul, then a top Middle Eastern official at the Pentagon, relayed to the White House a blunt warning from the ICRC that Israel's mass evacuation would be a humanitarian disaster and could violate international law because it was ethnic displacement, also known as a genocide. Okay, ethnic displacement, ethnic cleansing, genocide. ICRC is not ready to say this in public, but is raising private alarms that Israel's close to committing war crimes. This was on October 11th. Israel has committed those war crimes since then. Stroul said in her email addressing senior White House, State, and Pentagon officials, she added that the ICRC's assessment had left her chilled to the bone. Replying to Stroul, McGurk likened the situation to the U.S.-led military operation against ISIS militants in Mosul in 2016, an assault that left the Iraqi city in ruins. He said that the military and humanitarian strategy in the Mosul assault had been planned hand in hand. Two officials on the email chain replied that it would be impossible to put in place the necessary infrastructure with so little time. One reminded McGurk that the Mosul operation was the result of much longer planning. Our assessment is that there's simply no way to have this scale of a displacement without creating a humanitarian catastrophe, Paula Tofro said, a senior White House official in charge of humanitarian response in this email. It would take months to get structures in place to provide basic services to more than 1 million people, Tufro said, and asked that the White House tell Israel to slow its offensive. We need the government of Israel to pump the brakes in pushing people south, she wrote. Andrew Miller, then a senior official at the State Department, urged his colleagues to act fast. If we're inclined to weigh in with the Israelis to dissuade them from seeking mass evacuations, we will have to do it soon, at a high level and at multiple touch points, he wrote. You want to know the most damning side of this story? We had the capacity to stop them back then. By the way, a shout out to Brett Murphy, who published a great story today on how the State Department's pipeline of weapons to Israel worked, overruling concerns of civilian harm. This is from ProPublica. ProPublica inside the State Department's weapon pipeline to Israel, which is the other side that I wanted to cover as well. Where is that story? Hold on. There was one aspect of that story that I wanted to point to. Oh, here it is. This is one of the most damning aspects of the story. Israel bombed the homes of U.S. Embassy's own Palestinian employees in Gaza, and the U.S. didn't even blink and let the arms flow uninterrupted. I repeat again, homes of the embassy's own Palestinian employees had been targeted by Israeli airstrikes. So it's not like they didn't know that civilians were being destroyed. Civilians were being directly targeted and harmed and killed by Israel. In late December, another aspect of the story, the Israeli embassy sent the State Department officials working on arms transfers to Israel cases of wine from a winery in the Negev desert with personalized thank you letters on each bottle. Highlights are Ambassador Jack Lew urged Washington to give thousands more bombs to the Israelis because they have a decades-long proven track record of avoiding killing civilians, which is a lie. Thank yous came in the form of, once again, wine boxes to thank them just before Christmas. A lobbying push. Defense contractors and lobbyists have also helped push along valuable sales by leaning on State Department officials and lawmakers whenever there's a holdup. Wonderful stuff. But it's weird because, like, you know, Israel keeps destroying all of these fucking red lines over and over again. Here, this gives you a pretty decent understanding of how these guys operate. The Republicans for Harris are saying that no matter their policy disagreements, they can't let Trump win. If you want to understand the mindset of liberals like this, look to how wrong they are on every other issue, just like they're wrong here. Doesn't seem like people understand that the reason there has not yet been a ground invasion of Gaza on October 23rd, Dante Atkins said, and this person is like a perfect demonstration of the Divorcelli style of liberalism that you see on a regular basis from the likes of like Brianna Wu and many others. They are consistently wrong, right? And seemingly there is no end to how wrong they can be. Okay? But they maintain this like vapid and confident ignorance in these positions, and no one ever actually calls into account. So I'm just using this as like a way for you to recognize that, you know, whenever you hear someone chirping in this like incredibly fucking weird liberal way, either look to what their statements were early October about what Israel hasn't done yet and what Israel won't do and how Biden stopped them or whatever, or key search Joe Biden around the time when Joe Biden was, when people were demanding he drop out. In almost every single one of these circumstances, those guys are always pro-Biden. They were riding with Biden. Why are they no longer riding with Biden? It's because they do not have real opinions. They are just repeating whatever the fuck MSNBC is telling them. They're repeating whatever the fuck they read in the news. They're repeating whatever the fuck the Democratic Party is communicating. Do you understand? And they never get punished for being wrong. And they can just consistently continue being wrong over and over again. There's an entire marketplace for this. Okay? Doesn't seem like people understand that the reason there has not yet been a ground invasion of Gaza and that humanitarian aid is slowly getting into Gaza and that Israel hasn't expanded the attack to Hezbollah is pretty much single-handedly because of Biden. Oh, well, guess what? That did happen. It's the same exact principle. It's the same exact principle that remains, okay, for the Hezbollah pager attacks. If you recall, everyone that lauded and celebrated the Hezbollah pager attacks celebrated it. How? They said it's super targeted. What more do you want? They don't want to carpet bomb Lebanon. This is a significantly better attack than that, right? They celebrated that act of terror by pointing to the fact that Israel had not carpet bombed Lebanon yet. And then they did carpet bomb Lebanon. And then they're like, okay, well, at least they didn't invade Lebanon. And now they've invaded Lebanon. There is no mechanism of punishment for being wrong in the direction of the State Department. Okay? That's it. That's it. So when you hear people go, oh, well, it was limited, or, oh, well, it's whatever. It's just like, at least they didn't carpet bomb. And then they fucking carpet bomb and they go, oh, well, at least they didn't invade. And then they invade. Like, they're just moving the goalposts. And they're just like, they have a position. That position is America's good. America's enemies are bad. Israel is good. Israel's enemies are bad. And they're just going to fucking massage the narrative over and over again throughout the entire process. Okay? Like, you have one guy who's single-handedly preventing Israel from launching a horrific ground war into Gaza and allowing aid to get in and preventing a regional expansion, and his likely opponent is demanding that war, and you're all, I'm going to sit this one out. Well, okay then. October 24th, I don't think Israel will actually launch a ground invasion of Gaza. A lot of that is owing to internal Israeli dysfunction, and a lot of that is owing to Biden saying that that's a very bad idea. Why I quit the DSA. Don't worry, guys, everything is fine. Anyway, Kamala Harris, I believe, is live now. I don't know if she's going to be up. Oh, this is right after she talked to the Arab leadership in Michigan. So maybe we'll see something different from her this time around. Is there a live stream with the subtitles? Do we? Isn't all this voter shaming saying you're letting Trump win, just like the ways they shit on the unions when they're killing the economy? Like, no, the shareholders were killing the economy by not meeting the demands, and Democrats are letting Trump win by actively refusing to engage in policies that will earn their votes? Yes.
Remember his number? 32. Today we got 32 days until the election. So 32 days.
Oh,
32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. We got some business to do.
Let's see if she
All
says
right.
anything different.
32 days. And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead. But here's the thing about us. We like hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work. And with your help in November, we will win. We will win. We are not playing around. So listen, we know this election is about two very different visions for our nation. One focused on the past, and ours, which is focused on the future. We are fighting for a future where we tap into the ambitions and the aspirations of the American people and build what I call an opportunity economy, so every American has an opportunity to own a home, build wealth, start a business.
I love the opportunity economy. I love that. I'm the opportunity economy voter.
I'm going to speak about do we have small business owners in the house right here? Right? Okay, so on the economy, I'm just going to spend a minute on small businesses. Because let me tell you, so growing up, our mother often worked very long hours. And so my sister Maya and I, we would go over to Miss Shelton's house. Miss Shelton was from Louisiana, and we called her our second mother. And Miss Shelton was a small business owner. And so from being a child, I know who our small business owners are. They are community leaders, civic leaders.
This shit sucks,
they
bro.
mentor. They hire.
This sucks harder than not even having a fucking subscription at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. You know what I'm saying? If you were a small business owner, you'd at least be able to fucking subscribe. That's why I'm also for the opportunity economy and the small business owner. Like, I'm sorry, Trump's fucking personal anecdotes and stories are infinitely cooler and more fun to listen to and unhinged. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
You heard Eric talk.
I'd much rather listen to him talk about Hannibal Lecter or some shit than whatever the fuck this is, okay?
You know, my mother saved up for years to buy our first home. I was a teenager by the time she saved up enough to do that. And right now we know there's a serious housing shortage in our country, and it is part of what is driving up costs. So we will cut the red tape and work with the private sector to build 3 million new homes and provide first-time home buyers with a $25,000 down payment assistance so you can just literally get your foot in the door and you'll handle the rest. We need to lower the cost of living. Look, our economy is making good progress. Just this morning, we got a solid jobs report, right? Over 250,000 jobs created last month. Unemployment fell. And just a few weeks ago, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates, which helps. But there's still more we need to do. Prices for everyday things like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it. And I have a plan on lowering costs on everything from health care to groceries, including taking on corporate price gouging.
Look at the cheers for that.
Because as Attorney General,
Look at the cheers for that in comparison to everything else.
Where there are a few of them, not everybody, but those who take advantage of desperate people, in particular in the middle of an emergency, and there needs to be consequence. I will give a tax cut to 100 million Americans, including $6,000, extending and expanding the child tax credit. So during the first year of a child's life, young parents have the support they need to be able to buy a car seat, to buy a crib, to take care of their child during that first year of their life, knowing it's about setting them on a path to do everything they have a natural desire to do. And look, I say all this to say, I will always put the middle class and working families first. I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from. I will never forget where I come from. And we know we cannot have a strong middle class without American manufacturing. So over the last 3.5 years, we have brought manufacturing back to America, creating 730,000 manufacturing jobs. We announced the opening of more than 20 new auto plants in the United States. And we did it by investing in American industry and American workers. And I will make sure that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century. Which is why, under my plan, we will invest in the industries that built America, like steel, iron, and the great American auto industry. I see you, Sean. And we will ensure that the next generation of breakthroughs, from advanced batteries to electric vehicles, are not only invented but built right here in America by American union workers. And Michigan, let us be clear, contrary to what my opponent is suggesting, I will never tell you what kind of car you have to drive. But here's what I will do. I will invest in communities like Flint. which helped build the auto industry and the UAW. We will retool existing factories, hire locally, and work with unions to create good-paying jobs, including jobs that do not require a college degree. Because we understand a college degree is not the only measure of whether a worker has skills and experience to get the job done. In fact, part of my plan is to outline all of the federal jobs that should not require a college degree and make that clear. And when I'm elected, I'm going to challenge the private sector to take on the same approach.
Well, yeah.
And then there's Donald Trump. So Donald Trump has a very different approach. So Donald Trump makes big promises, and he always fails to deliver. He said he was the only one who could bring back America's manufacturing jobs. Remember that? And then America lost nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs when he was president, including tens of thousands of jobs in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
And those losses started before the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did.
Making Donald Trump one of the biggest losers of manufacturing jobs in American history.
Where is she?
Michigan.
Oh. Whoa.
And his track record for the auto industry was a disaster. He promised workers in Warren that the auto industry would, I'll quote, not lose one plant during his presidency. And then American automakers announced the closure of 6 auto plants when he was president. We need a medic over here.
Are they
We
passing
need a
out?
medic over here.
Yeah, people love her.
Right here.
People love her so much they're dying.
They're dying.
Okay, can everyone part so the medic can come through, please? Let's let the medic through. Okay. Okay. He's okay. All right. We're good.
They didn't need
We
him.
got each other. Good. Good.
Psyop.
So, remembering again what Donald Trump talked about versus what he did, then American automakers announced the closure of 6 plants when he was president, including General Motors in Warren and Stellantis in Detroit. Thousands of Michigan auto workers lost their jobs.
Are there protesters?
And when it
Probably.
came to building the cars of the future,
I haven't heard from them
Trump
yet.
sat on the sidelines and let China dominate. And then he talks down to American workers, saying we can't compete with Chinese workers.
Yeah, I hate the Chinese.
And make no mistake, Donald Trump is no friend of labor. He encouraged
here they are.
automakers to move their plants out of Michigan so they could pay
No,
their
never mind.
workers less. And when the UAW went on strike to demand higher wages that they deserved, Donald Trump went to a non-union shop, don't forget. And he attacked the UAW.
You hear the protesters?
And he said
Yep.
striking and collective
A little bit.
bargaining don't
You hear them in
make
the background?
quote, a damn
I
bit
think
of
so.
difference. Remember how he's talked about striking workers, that you should fire them. That's how he talks about union labor. That's how he talks about workers. But Flint, we know
You hear them.
strong unions mean higher wages, better health care, and greater dignity for union members and for everyone. And on top of all of that, Donald Trump signed a $2 trillion tax cut that mostly went to the wealthy and big corporations, not to working people.
Boo.
And now he is making the same empty promises to
I don't
the people
care. I
of
want to hear
Michigan
about how
that
much
he
more
did
Israel
before.
should be allowed to strike Iran.
But we
I'm
will
a,
not
I'm a
be
strike
fooled.
Iran voter.
We will not be gaslighted. Donald Trump's track record is a disaster for working people.
I feel like Americans get riled up at the prospect of striking any country, though.
Check this out. 2 days ago, his running mate, maybe you saw that. No, but how about that Tim Walz, by the way? That's right.
Someone said Tehrangelis.
So
Yes.
2 days ago, Donald Trump's running mate suggested that if Trump wins, he might let the Grand River Assembly plant in Lansing close down. The same plant that our administration helped save earlier this year, along with 650 union jobs. Michigan, we together fought hard for those jobs, and you deserve a president who won't put them at risk. And for anybody watching, you know, if you want to learn more about Donald Trump's plans, just Google Project 2025.
Boo!
It is a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he is elected president. Donald Trump will give billionaires and corporations massive tax cuts, attack unions, cut Social Security and Medicare, and impose a Trump sales tax, a 20% tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. And on top of all this, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act.
I'm not gonna lie.
Even
This
after
is
he
probably the best Kamala Harris speech I've ever seen her deliver.
Really?
and still
Yes.
has no plan to replace it. You watched the debate. You watched the debate. You saw that.
Like, it's very openly pro-labor. I mean, she's in Michigan, so she has to hit that.
He said he, quote, has concepts of a plan. Concepts.
She's talking about.
No, you know, I
She
have
even
said
brought up
that
the
I do
combating
believe
price gouging.
He is an unserious man. And the consequences of him being president again are absolutely critically serious. Because think about it. Even
Oh, no,
on
we're gonna talk
healthcare,
about the
he has a
democracy
concept
shit.
of a plan. So he's going to threaten the health insurance of 45 million people in our country based on a concept.
Let's go. Okay, never mind. That's actually again good.
To take
I thought
us
she was
back,
gonna do the
you
boring
remember
January
that when
6th shit.
insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember what that was like?
I do.
Well, Michigan, we are not,
going
back.
back. That's right.
We are not going back. We're not going back. We are not going back. No, we are not going back. No. Because we will move forward. Ours is a fight for the future. Ours is a fight for the future, and ours is a fight for freedom. like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government
Hassan,
tell
who are
her.
you voting for? Joseph Robinette Brandon. I'm writing him in.
And these 32 days out from the election, it's important that we remind people how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overturn Roe v. Wade, and they did.
People will take you seriously. I am
and
serious.
now more than 1 in 3 women in America
Are you really?
lives in a state
Yeah, I'm
with a
gonna write
Trump
him in.
abortion ban. Many with no exceptions, even for rape and incest, which is immoral. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom,
I'm not gonna write Joe Biden though. I think I'm gonna write Joe Brandon instead. Because I feel like I don't want it to like even on accident.
I will proudly sign it into law.
I don't even want on accident for Joe Biden like to even aesthetically support him.
Well, I'm not endorsing any
And
candidate,
here's what I want to say.
but I will be voting for one.
Look, and that's not our only battle. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to join a union.
There's chatters in here saying they're Jimmy Carter guys, and I respect that.
With pride.
He looks pretty fucking sexy. He looked pretty fucking sexy.
And the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water.
I don't know how he's still alive.
Flint, you know all too well, Flint, that clean water should be a right for everyone, not just for the people who can afford it.
I don't know why
And as
they
president, I
wheel
will
them out on camera like
to
that.
work with communities like Flint to ensure you not only have clean water, but the opportunity to recover economically and thrive. So, Michigan, it all comes down to this. We are all here together because we know what is at stake, and we love our country. We love country. We love our country.
Hell yeah, brother.
And because we love our country, we know it is one of the highest forms of patriotism to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. So, Election Day is in 32 days.
Damn, 32 days?
Yeah.
And
Holy
already
shit. I gotta cast my ballot.
ballots are in the hands of Michigan voters.
You made up your
alone.
mind?
Oh, I've made up my mind. I'm voting for Trump.
So if you have
That's
received
it,
your
folks.
ballot, please do not wait.
No
Fill it
tax
out
on
and
tips.
return it today.
No tax on tips.
Early
We're going to
voting
close the
starts
southern border.
statewide on October 26th.
That's right. They're eating your
And
cats,
now
folks.
is the time
They're
to
eating your
make your
pussy.
plan to vote.
They're eating your pussy, folks.
Because, folks, the election is here.
You're a
The election
goddamn,
is here.
you're a goddamn patriot.
And
That's
we
right,
need
folks.
to energize, organize, and mobilize. And remember, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So, Flint, today I ask, are you ready to make your voices heard?
No. Wow. Met with the Arab leadership, Arab delegation.
Did they?
Didn't even mention fucking Palestine. That's nice.
Did they? When did this happen?
Earlier before this, I think. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb to go to Michigan and not bring up Gaza.
God bless you, and God bless the United States.
Like, I'm sorry. You're a fucking idiot. Like, you're literally an idiot.
Does she still have the same response when there's protesters? Joe Biden and I have been working around the clock, and we need a ceasefire now. Is that what they're still saying?
He's a bot, bro. Yes.
Is that what they say? Around the clock, 24/7. Not a moment that goes by.
She's literally a fucking NPC.
Is Trump speaking today?
Yeah, of course.
Wait, really? When?
You missed it already.
What? It happened? We watched it already?
No, I'm saying that, like, Trump speaks. I don't even watch it usually because he speaks so much.
Oh, really?
Trump does like fucking two a day.
Does he have a stump speech?
He has like, I mean, he has a speech. I don't know if you can call it a stump speech, but he has a speech for sure. Yeah, he has a town hall in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Oh, nice. Look, no tax on tips. No tax on tips, folks. Look at that. No tax on tips.
His
vote for me.
His thing is like unfucking bearable, though. Honestly,
economy. It has come to a temporary end. Nancy Chen
All right,
was
we're
with
gonna
the
talk about
workers
the
in New
dock
Jersey
workers.
when they heard the strike was over. Nancy's in the studio today. Nancy, good morning. This is good news on many levels.
It is, Gail. Good morning. There was a lot of cheering as that announcement came down. At least 25,000 dock workers at 14 ports along the eastern Gulf Coast can now return to work. In a joint statement, the dock workers union and their employer group said a tentative agreement had been made on wages and that they would extend their current contract until January 15th. Those briefed on the deal said it includes a 62% raise, an increase from their previous offer of nearly 50%. All other remaining issues will be addressed when the two reconvene with that January deadline, which includes protections against automation and semi-automation. That has been a major sticking point in this. Now, there had been major concerns also about supply chain issues because of that strike, with one economic estimate.
bro, why is chat more anti-Kamala Harris in those conservative channel chats? Are people here voting for Trump instead? I know that you probably think that there is no world outside of like people that are you're either pro-Trump or now everyone's saying yes. Okay, chat, shut the fuck up. We have guests in here, okay? There's always new people in here. I'm trying to have an educational moment, and a lot of you dumb fucks are literally going to make this dude hallucinate that this is a pro-Trump community. Oh my God.
Me?
No, I'm talking about Krypton 580. Krypton 580, the community is memeing when they say yes, okay?
Oh, I was like, I'm not going to think
There's not a
commu-
single fucking person in here that's going to vote for Donald Trump except for like maybe some unhinged haters that are in the chat. However,
I sat next to a Trump supporter today on the plane.
However, the reality of the matter is a lot of people are, of course, understandably very much against Kamala Harris's awful policies on the border that resemble Donald Trump's policies from 2020. They are a direct carbon copy of Trump's actual policies from 2020, as a matter of fact. And people understandably do not like that and are very aggressively against that, as they should. I think that's healthy and smart and normal to be upset about those sorts of things. It just means that you have some kind of moral backbone. Beyond that, I think for a lot of people in this chat, this is a very pro-Palestinian, is a very anti-war community overall. We're anti-genocide, we're anti-war, and the United States of America is currently, with its unlimited weapons transfers to Israel, allowing Israel to conduct its genocidal affairs in the region, which is interesting because it's also being done in a way that actually harms Kamala Harris's chances of winning the election against Donald Trump. These are some of the reasons why people are understandably against Kamala Harris.
putting it as much as $4.5 billion a day. However, everyone can come back to work now, and President Biden applauded both sides, releasing a statement saying collective bargaining works, guys.
That automation fight in particular, Nancy, we all have a stake in it. It's coming, and how to deal with it is a big question. Thank you very much for that report. We'll keep following it.
Joining us now is New York Times global economics correspondent Peter Goodman. He's also the author of the recently published How the World Ran Out of Everything Inside the Global Supply Chain. Peter, thanks so much for joining us, especially on short notice. So we had heard earlier that both sides were getting closer. You and I had talked, and I said, if you were a betting man, how much longer did you think that this takes? You said, hey, it could be over tonight. From your lips to God's ears, it sounds like there is an agreement. What do you think it took to get this over the finish line?
Well, I think it took some pressure from the politicians.
I
think the president and the vice president were not at all happy about the prospect of the revival of inflation as a major subject of conversation.
You don't have to be educated
in
for the
American
port
homes
strike,
just a
bro.
few weeks before a presidential election that could very well hinge on economic sentiments. I think they were also very reluctant to wade in and formally intervene and order an order.
Chat, Austin is actually providing. He's actually being helpful. That's crazy. I never thought I would see that with my own two damn eyes, bro. Austin not only in a very unique move, cleaned up after himself. He cleaned up after me too. I've never seen that happen before. I think I'm gonna make him a breakfast sandwich tonight. I think he's I found him deserving, worthy of a breakfast sandwich for tonight. Straight up. Extremely rare Austin cleanliness W. That's crazy. That's crazy.
An 80-day cooling off period under this 1947 law, the Taft-Hartley Act, and so this is reflects pressure that was more informal, but it seems like the port operators upped their offer to 62% raises over 6 weeks, and they've punted on the most difficult issue to resolve. That's the question of automation. I mean, the port workers look at automation as a threat to their paychecks. They see it as a way to undercut their capacity to do things like wage strikes in pursuit of better pay. And, you know, this could all be back upon us once they negotiate again. This only extends things till January 15th, but it removes this as a kind of political ticking time bomb in the run-up to the presidential election.
And so for now, the dock workers are suspending their strike until January 15th, as you just discussed, 5 days before the inauguration. So what happens at the negotiating table between now and then? Do they continue having their talks in the meantime?
I mean, that's what they've said in a statement, you know, that they'll get back to work. They'll load and unload cargo, which removes the threat of all this disruption to the supply chain. We don't have to rush out and buy bananas. There will be bananas on the shelves. More seriously, we'll have auto parts, soybeans will get exported. You know, normally once we clear through this backlog, that could take a couple of weeks, but it shouldn't be that disruptive. The economic damage should be fairly minimal. And then they will hash out what to do about automation, which has long been a sticking point in relations between dock workers and the owners of the ports.
And we know that Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and others in the Biden administration were helping to facilitate these negotiations. Can we anticipate at all a victory lap, perhaps, from the Biden administration?
Well, I think it'll be a quiet victory lap because I think they want to kind of minimize their fingerprints. I mean, they might want to take some credit for avoiding a serious economic disruption, but they don't want to send the message to organized labor that they, or even the implication that they force them to compromise on this huge issue of automation. I think they'll be grateful for this to disappear as much as possible as a story rather than emphasize it as some sort of great victory of presidential power.
And politics aside, Americans were just weeks away from starting their holiday shopping in earnest. I imagine that business owners are also celebrating.
Yeah, I mean, the holiday shopping was less of a threat because companies have seen this coming for months. And, you know, as somebody who runs a big freight forwarding company put it to me, this is Ryan Peterson, the CEO of Flexport, most of his customers were sitting on 2 months of extra inventory because they've been filling their warehouses in anticipation of labor troubles. And it doesn't seem like the holiday season will be a problem. But, you know, more significantly, we're not going to run out of auto parts that could have threatened jobs at auto plants. We're going to be able to make pharmaceuticals. And again, you know, farming interests will be able to export. We won't be worrying about prices going up because of disruption to the supply chain.
Good news all around.
What do
New
you
York
like to
Times
eat? Are you
global
vegan?
Economics
No, I
correspondent
make-
Peter Goodman. So appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The 5 is back. I mean, I have it right here. The problem is, like, Jessica Tarkov is not on it. And if Jessica Tarkov is not on it, like, my heart's not in it. You know what I mean? I cried 4 nights in a row because I was scared my jalapeno poppers were about to be more expensive. Me too. Our queen Jessica Tarkov is not there.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Waters, along with Judge Janine Pirro, Harold Ford Jr., Kaylee McEnany, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The 5.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's fucking insane. They literally swapped out the blonde woman for another blonde woman. Okay, I'm not wrong, right? Like, it's not the same woman. This is a different blonde woman of the same variety. What a crazy fucking thing that they do over there. It's like, what are they doing? It's so strange.
You win some, you lose some. Kamala Harris getting humiliated again by a powerful labor union while getting bailed out by another. Harris just lost the coveted endorsement of the International Association of Firefighters 2 weeks after the Teamsters snub. Both have a long history of backing Democratic presidential candidates, including Joe Biden in 2020. Neither will be endorsing a candidate this cycle. But Donald Trump is eating into the party's historic advantage with rank-and-file members. And Crazy Joe Scarborough is telling Kamala to look at the bright side.
Not good news for the Harris campaign. It could have been much worse. They could have done what the Teamsters have done in the past and endorse a Republican president, but they did not do that yesterday.
At least Kamala can breathe a sigh of relief on that crippling port strike for now. Dock workers are back on the job after 3 days of walking the picket line. And Kamala celebrated with some of her classic word salad. Listen.
They did good. They did good. And I say everywhere I go, look, collective bargaining benefits everybody. So
That's not a thing you've ever said. I've never heard you say that. No, Joe Biden, I have heard say that. Okay, you're just, first of all, that's not a word salad, by the way. This, Jesse Waters is a fucking idiot. Okay, maybe her dad said it before, but I don't think I've ever heard her say it. It's unique for any American politician to say collective bargaining unless they're like literally like Bernie Sanders or some shit. But to me, this also shows that she is at least optically very pro-labor and has been. Very rarely do politicians ever bring up collective bargaining, but it's a good thing that they do. I don't know what he means when he says word salad, by the way. This is correct.
So collective bargaining, it's just a basic logical point. So here's what it means. It means that in any negotiation, you want the outcome to be fair, right? We all want fairness, right?
Wait, what is the word salad? She's just describing collective bargaining. I don't understand. Okay, this part I disagree with on the Fox and 5. They've fallen off. They've fallen off the map, dude. They've fallen off the map big time. I mean, she's not concise, but it's not a word salad. Yeah, but also, I think describing to Americans what collective bargaining is good. A couple things that you could say, for example, in the workplace is divided workplaces without union representation have to beg for their contracts at the individual level, but united, they get to bargain as fair partners. This is one way that you can describe it, in a clear and concise manner. Just saying. They would still probably call it word salad because they're fucking stupid, but.
And as the working men bail on Harris, she can find some comfort that she's got the support of the billionaire singer who pretends to be a working man.
Who's that?
Donald Trump is the most dangerous candidate for president in.
Wait, I'm confused. They hate Bruce Springsteen now? What the fuck? I don't think it works that way, dog. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm pretty sure most Fox News watchers like Bruce Springsteen more than they like Jesse fucking Waters,
my lifetime. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are committed to a vision of this country that respects and includes everyone. And they want to grow our economy in a way that benefits all, not just a few like me.
Harold Ford Jr., how significant is the latest union no-no?
So I know she wanted that endorsement, and because it's one the Democrats have had.
I don't really care about their fucking. I can't stand him. It's not Jessica. It's not. I need my lib to be Jessica.
Vice President.
If my lib on that panel is not Jessica, I'm out. The moment I see him, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to watch this. He sucks. He's always like, he's like also not even like fake liberal. He can't even do the liberal shit.
Kamala Harris moments ago in Battleground, Wisconsin, with the former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney asking Americans to put patriotism ahead of partisanship.
If people across Wisconsin and our nation are willing to do what Liz is doing.
Do you have fun days anymore? Sometimes. But you have to also remember, like, there is ongoing war in the region, ripping through the fucking region. And beyond the ongoing war ripping through the region, there's an election coming up in 32 days, brother. Of course, I'm going to be, as a political commentator, I'm going to be covering the election. And Chad is a bunch of news sickos. That's true. We got a lot of news perverts in the chat, in this goddamn community, unfortunately. It is the truth. They are perverted in their interest for news coverage.
To stand up for the rule of law, for our democratic ideals, and the Constitution of the United States, then together I know we can chart a new way forward, not as members of any one party,
I hate this so much.
but as Americans.
I hate this shit so much, bro.
All right, they're appearing in a red county, a county that voted by, 25, 26 points for Trump both times. But it is a state, Wisconsin, that Harris has been gaining ground in, according to an updated analysis from the Cook Political Report. In fact, the majority of the 7 must-win states show Vice President Kamala Harris with a slight edge. Now, we had seen that. There'd been sort of a trend back to Trump in some polling, and now back to where that trend had been. I want to bring in Amy Walter, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report, with Amy Walter. So, Amy, let's talk about this new analysis. When you're going through these seven states, everything comes down to these. In almost every case, you show Harris with a slight edge. So, what does her path to victory look like from what you're seeing now?
Yeah, so this is polling that we've done in conjunction with 2 good polling firms, one a Democratic firm, BSG, and another Republican firm, GS Strategy. They went into the field in mid-September looking at what voters are feeling, not just about the head-to-head race, whether they're going to vote for Trump, whether they're going to vote for Harris, but some underlying issues. What are the issues that are motivating these voters? Who do they see as better able to handle those issues? And what we noticed on the head-to-head number...
Hasan Abi, trading the endorsement of the Teamsters and firefighters over the Cheneys as the definition of the Harris campaign is beyond over. I don't really know what the firefighters union's lack of endorsement, where it came from. I don't know. I do know, however, that the firefighters union has been fighting for a contract at Chicago literally while the DNC was happening. And I think that one thing that could have changed the attitude of the firefighters union across the board nationally would have been I don't know, some kind of show of good faith. Endorsed by Dick Cheney, enemy to firefighters everywhere. Why do you do cherry picking on Kamala's statements? It's about the whole picture. Everyone has difficult stances, mainly if you're running for POTUS and need huge financial endorsement. Is her or chaos? Yeah, for a lot of people, she is chaos. I don't think you understand that. The continuation of the current order of business is chaotic. So much so that 65% of the voters polled on a New York Times poll from a month prior said that they demand change from the current order of business, and yet only 25% said Kamala Harris represents that change. When I talk about this sort of stuff, I'm not necessarily just talking I'm not talking about just my perspective. My perspective on this is utterly meaningless. I'm putting on my Democratic advisor hat on every now and then to make an argument that is pro-Democratic Party in terms of the electoral calculus. The issue here, however, is that you want me to lie. You want me to turn around and say, no, these decisions that the Democratic Party are making are good when they're objectively bad. That's the issue. I understand how the American voters operate for the most part. I know that it's a sea of contradictions, and the median voters they have a litany of silly attitudes that they desperately grab onto and hope that their candidates will regurgitate. But ultimately, I also understand that they have real material issues, right? Real material issues that the Kamala Harris campaign is not addressing. And if she doesn't address those real material issues with coherent and clear policy solutions, then she's just not going to motivate enough people to get off the couch and go out and vote for her come November. This is a really hard thing for a lot of liberals who are primed with lesser evil voting to ever address, to ever understand. My job is to do political commentary. Their job is to do political commentary as well, but you're so used to this kind of political commentary that's happening here and here that when someone is doing a different kind of political commentary, you don't go, this is a unique talking point that I hadn't really thought about. This guy has some different considerations I hadn't really considered. Instead of that, you go, why don't you sound exactly like this person? I don't on Portuguese without bipartisan government. I understand your point, but it doesn't help. What, you're Portuguese? Shut your Portuguese ass up, motherfucker, okay? Americans are speaking. Suck my dick. You will do what we tell you to do, okay? Bitch. Yeah, opinion discarded. It doesn't matter. Donald Trump president, Kamala Harris is president, doesn't matter. It doesn't change the dynamic. You're in the foreign policy blob. You're in the foreign policy bubble. Our relationship with our foreign adversaries and our foreign allies are not going to change. So you don't have to fucking worry about a goddamn thing, okay? Shut the fuck up. We're talking about like actual issues that American people are facing and how Kamala Harris is not addressing that. Why is a fucking dumbass Portuguese chatter coming in here and fucking chirping at me about me saying Americans are experiencing financial hurt and Kamala Harris should perhaps do a better job addressing that? And he's like, you don't understand. As a Portuguese chatter, bipartisanship is important. Kamala Harris is better than chaos. It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm sorry. There's no world in which I'm just going to fucking sit here and listen to a Portuguese chirper operate in the same exact capacity as like annoying smug liberals, okay? I'm so glad needing attention is universal. Yeah, I know. I fucked up the accent. I can't even do a good enough goddamn Portuguese accent. That's how little consideration I've given to the nation of Portugal. Caralho. Portugal, caralho. Portuguese libs are so annoying. You have no idea, to be honest. Anyway. Most Portuguese here think Trump is better than Kamala because he speaks the truth and he's for the people while she is not. They also just elected a right-wing fascist government. Yeah. Fucking worry about your own damn business, I think. Not true. New York is the Lisbon of America. Yes. What is Portugal? European Brazil? Anyway.
Numbers, Aaron, there wasn't much movement between August and now. Just very slightly on the edge, a point or two, not even a point or two, just basically a point.
That's not fair because one, American politics is more interesting than any others in the world, and two, it affects us too. Yeah, except, and you're Iraqi, so you know this better than anybody else. Doesn't really change the dynamic for you, does it? Whether it's a blue or a red person pushing the permanent genocide button. Like I said, if you are a foreign adversary, and for the record, I'm not saying it's not interesting. I'm fucking Turkish. I literally was super focused on American politics at an early age for that reason. So I understand it better than anybody else. But I'm not going to fucking sit here and chirp at an independent news commentator because he doesn't resemble MSNBC's attitude and like lies to his fucking audience about how Kamala Harris actually is doing a good job when she's not. And for the record, Kamala Harris's poll numbers actually are the perfect proof of that reality. It's crazy. People are like, wait, I want you to explain to me why the fucking polls are so close. Okay. But also do it in a way where you still say the Democratic Party is doing an objectively good job if they're not. Well, you can go to MSNBC, CNN, New York Times, or any other place for that.
one way or the other. So the race is pretty steady.
Yeah.
But underneath it, as you pointed out, there has been some significant shift, specifically in the way that voters now see Harris's ability to handle the issue of inflation. Back in August, Trump had a 6-point advantage with those battleground state voters on that question. Today, they're even on that question. Even on immigration, an issue where Trump still has an advantage, it's now down to 9 points from 14 points earlier in August. And so I think that, for Harris, that's some pretty good news here, is that on those issues where Trump's strongest, she's seen some movement. The challenge for Harris, though, still remains that when you look at undecided voters or those people who are softly leaning into maybe a third-party candidate, their number one concern is the economy, is inflation, and they do give Trump an advantage on that issue. The reason they're not voting for Donald Trump right now, they really don't like him, the way he behaves, or a lot about him as personal is what's keeping them right now from pulling the lever.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Those who had said, that there are many other Republican candidates who this race might look very different if they were at the top of the ticket. But this is the ticket that the Republicans have. According to your analysis, Amy, you're going through those states and showing Harris with that slight edge in almost every one of them, except for in Georgia. I was curious about that, looking at your analysis, which had flipped from where the candidates were in May, but he still has that slight advantage. What stands out about Trump?
Yeah. Well, listen, as you know, this is a very, very competitive state that Biden carried by only 11,000 votes last time. And the real key here is going to be turnout among Black voters and whether what we're seeing in the polls right now, which is that Donald Trump is getting a bigger share of the African-American vote than he did in 2020, whether that's going to be able to hold those voters. Are they going to show up and vote for Donald Trump? Then that makes Harris's path very, very perilous.
All right. Amy, thank you very much.
Fresh off his vice presidential debate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was in Reading, Pennsylvania, stopping at a Puerto Rican-owned restaurant to boost support among the city's majority Latino population.
This thing's going to come down to our blue wall states, come down to Pennsylvania, might come right through this restaurant.
At the same time, just 4 blocks away, the Trump campaign was holding its own phone bank specifically targeting Latinos in the Lehigh Valley.
¿Por qué está apoyando President Trump?
Primero,
what are the 3 reasons you are supporting President Trump?
3 razones. La familia,
family,
la vida,
life,
y el fin de la guerra.
An end of war.
The dueling out.
Sure, people are stupid. Sure, people are dumb. But can you fault them? Can you? A lot of you will say, "Oh, I fault them. I fault them for this. I fault her for saying this." I've been telling you that Donald Trump has been trying to, and not even doing a good job with this, but trying to literally present himself not as successfully as he did in 2016, but still trying to present himself as the I am going to bring about peace candidate. Y'all are crazy if you don't think that there's so many dumb motherfuckers out there who legitimately think that Trump is the peace candidate. There are, okay? And you have to understand where this is coming from. It's coming from the fact that the Democrats are not even remotely trying to communicate that they are interested in peace at all. That's it. I keep warning you about this. Trump is noticeably absent from the Israel conversation, okay? Every now and then he pops off and he'll be like, "Oh, I want them to finish the war." But but most people already, if they like Trump for other reasons, are going to basically make up whatever position they think is good and ascribe it to the particular candidate. Kamala Harris can't really do that for the most part because she's not as charismatic in the eyes of the base. In some ways, it is a rehashing of the 2016 policies here. What makes you think Kamala's going to act any different than Biden with Israel? I don't think that Kamala is going to act any different than Biden with Israel. I mean, it's pretty impossible unless you're Donald Trump to act in the same way as Biden, as Israel. But like the marginal differences in communication will not really change the outcome or the trajectory of the genocide. I never said that Kamala Harris is going to be a peaceful candidate. As a matter of fact, I'm literally saying that she's not. And because she's openly, like, she's not even communicating that she's going to be peaceful and change trajectory, many people are like, well, there's wars happening right now. Trump says he's going to solve it. Do you see what I'm saying? And I have once again been repeating this over and over and over again. I've been telling you for months. Trump in 2016 ran against Hillary Clinton as the peaceful moderate that and presented Hillary Clinton successfully as a warmonger. Hasan, war was her last reason, though. The first reason was family. I don't know about Caucasians, but for Latinos who are probably Catholic Protestant, that means she's homophobic. No, I know. That's why I said Trump offers her like some things that she cares about as a social conservative. If the Democrats don't identify what some of her material problems are and offer solutions to them, then she's going to make up her mind about Trump on the issues of social conservatism. This is a common thing that has happened with the Hispanic voting bloc in the United States of America, specifically in Texas GOP outreach to Latinos. This is something that I have identified and talked about quite extensively for many years at this point, not just this last election cycle. I talked about it earlier today as well. You probably weren't here. Brutambora. Okay? Muslim group Engage Action met with Kamala. Today, Engage Action alongside Muslim and Arab leaders met with VP to underscore the deep pain our communities feel with over-intensifying crisis in Gaza and Lebanon. Engage Action called on Vice President Harris to do everything in her power should she win to end the war and reset the U.S. policy in the region. Engage Action also reiterated the organization of the Muslim community's disappointment with the handling of the crisis that has endangered the well-being of our communities. Okay, but she didn't say anything about that in the meeting, so who gives a fuck? Engage Action's meeting with Vice President Harris is the latest step in assuring the Muslim community that the organization is committed to leveraging its endorsement of Vice President Harris to advocate on behalf of our community. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but I'm going to tell you something right now, okay? She did not change her policy even a little bit. She didn't say anything. Why do you think Trump will do better? Have any proof of it? Are you fucking stupid? What have I said Trump will do better on? I don't think Trump will do better on anything, dumbass. What? Oh, you can't fucking do that. No, that's a double bait. We're not doing that. We literally banned two-parters, okay? That's hacky shit. Okay, take a day off. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to, like, it's not even associated like with the first fucking term that he said. Like he just hit a fucking piss you off a little too hard. Chat forgot because you have such short-term memories that you forgot how shitty it was when everyone was trying to debate me with two-parters, man. Stop. Don't do this. Don't fucking celebrate the shitty two-parter. Unless you wanted to come back. Alondra Pendeja, thank you for the 5 gifted. Irish Reese, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Outreach, just the latest sign both campaigns understand the importance of Latino voters in the Keystone State. In 2020, President Joe Biden beat former President Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by about 80,000 votes. But with this race still extremely tight, the estimated 615,000 eligible Latino voters here could easily help decide the November outcome. While recent national polls show Harris doing better than Biden was with Latino voters, they also show Trump outperforming past Republicans among this group, which in recent elections has solidly backed Democrats. At a Harris campaign event this week in Allentown, another deeply Latino city, there were plenty of voters excited about the vice president. This man told me he feels Harris represents hope and will help.
You should learn to respect other countries' opinions. That's why Trump is so popular in the USA. Learn from Europe. What? First of all, I don't even respect my own country's opinions, okay? Why the fuck would I respect your country's opinions? This is the Portuguese guy, by the way. You don't know what financial hurdle is, not even close, lol W. Do you have a source on Bibi's popularity? Discuting abortion in 2024, lol W. Republicans are desperate. You can smell their fear. They have nothing against Kamala. It's GG. All right, I'm going to fucking ban this guy. He's not being entertaining. You got to work on your Portuguese accent? No, I don't. I don't, because I will never mention Portugal again for at least a couple months. So I don't have to.
Small businesses. But there were warning signs too.
Vas a votar, no?
Sí.
No vas a quedar en tu casa. You're not going to stay home. You're going to vote.
No, jamás. Voy a votar. Pero al día de hoy no he tomado una decisión por cuál de los dos voy a votar.
Today you have not made a decision on who you're going to vote for.
I think we have too many people that are kind of like on shaky waters. They don't know where they stand.
To energize this community in Pennsylvania, the Harris campaign is turning to volunteers like Yamelisa Taveras. The campaign featuring the Allentown small business owner and mom in a new ad focused on healthcare this week.
I believe we have a great shot with Harris Walls. However, the campaign can do more. There's still so many people on the fence. And having those conversations and knowing that there truly are a lot of people that can benefit from so much more information.
For their part, the Trump campaign is turning to men like Daniel Campo. The Venezuelan-born pilot recently spoke at a Trump rally in northeastern Pennsylvania. But Campo said his biggest challenge when canvassing Latino neighborhoods are people who feel the former president is prejudiced against Latinos.
How do you convince them to vote for him?
So are you going to invite him to your wedding? Are you going to invite him to your birthday party or your kid's birthday party?
Bro, it's so funny to be a Venezuelan guy who's like in the tank for Trump while Trump is like, Venezuelans are raping your daughters. Not this one. But even if he was, then it's all right because he's with me. Like that there. Come on, man. Come on, man.
You have somebody that did the job and did a good job, and you're hiring him again for that job. You're not inviting him to your wedding.
Danny Freeman, CNN, Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Joining us now is Abel Maldonado, a Republican former lieutenant governor of California, and Ana Navarro, a Republican strategist voting for Kamala Harris. And I mean,
wow, so two Republicans. That's crazy. Is there like, I don't know, a young Latino voter who is further to the left of the Democratic Party? There's plenty of them out there. There's a reason why they're trying to activate Bernie in fucking Arizona. Okay? Why do you think they're sending Bernie's ass to Nevada and Arizona? Why? I wonder why. These are the reasons why I get very mad at mainstream media and the Democratic Party, because they obviously know how certain things work. There's a reason why they send him to fucking Texas. They send him to Arizona. They send him to Nevada because they know that there are progressive Latino voters out there hoping that Bernie can, you know, urge them to go out and fucking vote for the Democratic Party. That's why they're doing it. Bernie and other progressive Democrats clear the Sun Belt Latino constituencies, okay? Bernardo Sanders. I mean, straight up. Bernie was massively influential in the young Latino voting bloc. Massively. So what's up?
You heard what in Danny's piece, the last voter said he's voting.
Not with Cubans. We're talking about fucking Democratic Party outreach for Latinos. We're not talking about Cubans. What made you think that Cubans are a part of this conversation? They live in fucking Florida, okay? We know what they believe. We know what they're voting for. That is completely outside of this conversation, brother. Okay?
For President Trump, and he said his pitch to other
2024 election, Bush surrogates versus Trump. True.
Voters is, you know, you're not inviting him to your kid's birthday party. It's similar to an argument of, you know, we're not asking him to be the pastor in chief. He's the president. What do you make of that argument?
Well, I translate that to he's a jerk. But look past the fact that he is a jerk. You wouldn't invite him to your wedding because you don't like him. You don't have to like him. We used to like our presidential candidates. It was, you know, there used to be a test. Somebody you'd like to have a beer with. Well, Trump doesn't drink, so that's a problem right there. But look, I think what you are seeing with Latinos, Anderson, is, and I'm sure Abe.
Austin, where the fuck are you, bro? Just come here if you're gonna fucking watch from upstairs in your room. Like, what the fuck's wrong? Just get down here, bro. That's crazy. He's in the chat throwing up question marks and shit. I'm like, bro, just, you can be a part of the fucking broadcast. You're in my house right now. I'm hearing myself in his phone, like on his phone. I can hear myself. That's crazy, bro. What's wrong with you? Okay, here, you're back. I put the...
I was just getting, you know, doing some work.
Yeah, okay.
Working
Doing
on
work is in trying to fucking put together a goddamn podcast, which seemingly we can never have.
I don't know what's going on. I have no idea.
Can we just put it on the record that I, despite like having the most stream hours on the fucking podcast, am the most like amicable in terms of like timing? Can we just
hold on?
Can we just like fucking openly state that?
Hold on. Unless it's between the hours of 11 and 6.
No, that's not true. First of all, I stream
Or
from
Sunday.
I stream from 11 to 8 usually.
Okay,
but
11. Okay, fine.
but
11 to
pound for pound, if we're talking about hours streamed,
okay, well,
monthly, for how much I'm willing to fucking shave
all
off
right,
of that.
Okay, now let's put it up against airline miles.
Okay, yeah, I mean, ain't nobody asked you to fucking fly in.
That's true.
You can just get
That's
a house.
why I never use it as a crutch. That's why I said on the record, if we have to do a Sunday night, I'm going to go back to the airport and I'm going to fly home.
The Fear and TikTok comments were thanking you for being a bottom ally, Son. Yeah,
No, they weren't.
I'm a bottoms
Bussy
right.
Angel. That was you.
I'm
It
a
was-
bottoms
it
right
was-
advocate.
it
Everybody
was
knows it.
one fucking comment.
I'm a bottoms right advocate. Bros bragging when the studio's one room over. Crazy. Fight back Austin. Dude,
Thank you.
Just because I hate this talking
Thank
point
you
so
so
much, I'm gonna convert that back into a bedroom, and I'm gonna have a no gays allowed policy in my fucking house. Like,
I will go to a studio.
Yeah, I'll go to a studio. Fuck it. I
I'll go to a
want to.
studio.
I'm so.
Bro,
I'm
I've
so annoyed.
I've got over 100 nights at the SLS, and they'd love to have me back.
Yeah, they would, but you don't love to pay it.
Yeah, I don't love to pay it. Of course not.
Lately, he's been staying a lot more.
I've been staying a lot
Murat
more.
noticed, and Murat was like, "Why is Austin staying at your house more frequently nowadays?" And I was like,
Because I
"Because it's
save
expensive."
$500 a night.
He doesn't want to spend money.
Yeah, I'm trying to cut back. I did buy a new car though.
Oh yeah,
I bought a new car that is faster than Hasan's. It's electric.
No, it's not faster.
Yeah, it is. It is. No. It is.
It's the same car.
No, it's not. Yours goes 0 to 60 in like 3.7 seconds. Mine is 0 to 60. Look up the Audi RS.
Dude, it's literally the same platform.
No,
What are you talking
Audi
about?
RS GT e-tron 2024 0 to 60.
Okay, so Austin got this expensive ass car.
Okay, yeah, but I got a good deal on it, okay?
Okay, he got this expensive ass electric vehicle.
Yo, come on now. I didn't pay that much for it, okay, for the record.
Which is hilarious.
I did not pay that much. I got an insane deal.
Because
okay.
What's really funny about it is, first of all, I love this car. I think it's a beautiful car.
I didn't pay 104. I did not pay that much. My lease deal was the same as.
But what's really funny about it is, with boost engaged. Okay, view disclaimer. Acceleration achieved an S driving program under certain limited conditions, including but not limited to battery temperature and state of charge. Your results will vary.
Okay, let's see your car. 0 to 60.
Yeah, Taycan is literally a more expensive e-tron GT. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but no, folks.
It's the same platform. What are you talking about?
Look up your 0 to 60
Lamborghini Urus.
But you had a different year.
Porsche Cayenne.
Yours is old.
Lamborghini Urus, Porsche Cayenne, and the Audi platform are literally identical.
Okay, hold
it's
on.
the same
Can
parts.
I tell you something? I talked to the Audi guy and I said, hey, I've got an X5M comp. By the way, I still have my X5M. Okay. Still kept it. All right. So
he literally went and got an electric vehicle because he knew my car would cook his fucking.
So I'm gonna bring it down.
My
here.
car would cook his Beamer, so he went and got an EV.
So I got the X5. So you know, he told me. I said my buddy's got a Porsche Taycan.
Yeah, it's the exact same car. The chassis and the drive system is all the same.
Listen. So my buddy's got a Porsche Taycan, and he thinks he can beat the X5M, and he said he would beat you up to like 100 miles an hour, and then I'd take over.
Wait, what?
He said he would beat me. You'd beat me off the line, but on any long race, I would beat you.
Yeah, no, that's
on a drag
that was
race.
the argument. The argument is literally 0 to 60. You're got. Like in a drag race, you're cooked.
Okay, well maybe
that was my argument.
But after a certain speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says Taycan is. I have the Taycan 4S first of all. And let's see what the Taycan 4S 0 to 60 is.
Let's see. I think my new one's faster.
Maybe.
Well, you got to look up the year. 4S is the slowest Taycan. 3.8.
Okay.
What'd I tell you?
Okay, no, the new e-tron GT might actually be
would cook your Taycan. It wouldn't even be close. I would cook.
All electric cars have a 0 to 60. Everything else they blow.
Yeah.
I'm not even in disagreement with that. I just thought it was funny that he thought that he could get his ICE engine to beat me. And now he is. Now he went and he got a fucking EV so he could try and beat me now.
But Chad, for the record, I was presented with a deal, and the lease payment for this car that I got was the same as a car $100,000 less. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me why. I knew a guy, and that was the deal. So I said, abso-fucking-lutely, yes, I will get the car. So that's what I did. Yes, I leased it.
Yeah,
Didn't
0
you lease
to
yours?
60 is 3.5. Yeah, I leased it.
Yeah, he leased his too. I bet my lease payment. Well, anyway.
Yeah,
I don't want you to get canceled again for your lease payment.
Yours has more horsepower, boost engage 637. Mine is only 536.
Do you like that one? Do you want to? I'll let you drive it when I bring it down.
I'm good.
You good?
I might actually swap out the Taycan when the lease is up for a Macan, an EV Macan.
Okay.
Because it's a little bit bigger.
I test drove some Toyotas, but they didn't lease as well.
See, there it is. Discover the Macan.
Damn. Wait, that's
the
pretty
Macan
nice.
Electric.
That's pretty nice.
It's not.
Yeah, it's pretty. Oh, 0 to 5.4 seconds. My BMW, it would cook that one. That's for sure.
Yeah, probably.
You don't need speed though. You don't even use. That's what I know is I don't even use the speed.
Kind of ugly.
I took the car out to floor it a few times, like to put the pedal to the floor, and I fucking got dizzy. I think I gave myself a concussion.
Yeah, EVs. If you're not used to it, will cook you.
Yeah, so I started to get a headache and dizzy.
Bro, you make too much money to drive a Macam. Our broadcast was looking at buying one. Yeah, I mean, I want an EV. I want the EV to look nice. That's it. Like, and this doesn't really look that nice. So, why not Lambo Urus? I don't like the Urus. If I were to get a fucking, I would rather get a Cayenne.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, I'm just happy to be saving the environment.
You're not. That's not how this works.
That's what I bought an EV
Get a
for.
GT3 RS, you puss. Okay, well, that is sick, but bro, you're having a child we don't know about? She's right there. My child is right behind me. You can't see her because Austin is in front of her, but
hey.
How about the Toyota Mirai? No, I'm not going to get a fucking hydrogen car, dude. Are you insane?
Dude, I felt so bad. I went to Toyota and the sales guy was like 75 years old.
Get a Spectre. This shit is so
Wow,
wild.
that's pretty sweet. Rolls Royce.
Wait, is this an EV? Oh, it is. Rolls Royce is making a fucking EV?
Huh.
That's weird.
That's pretty nice.
It's also not even a 4-door, it's a 2-door.
Huh. So I went to Toyota, right? The sales guy was 75 years old. And I was like, oh man, how long you been in the car industry for? And he's like, 6 months. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, I tried to retire and I couldn't retire. And I was like, oh my God, that's so sad. I didn't say that out loud, but I was like, Jesus, you know, that sucks. Anyway, I didn't know what to do. So I felt bad immediately. I was like, damn, I have to buy this car now.
Yeah, I'm not getting a fucking Cadillac Celestiq. Wait, why?
I felt guilty. So
That's
I sat there
insane.
and I finally was like, sir, I don't think I'm going to buy this car. And I don't know. I stood there. I don't know. I felt so bad. So I didn't buy it. But it took me a minute to tell him. And he's like, yo, would you just do me a favor and just sit here? Because my boss wants to make it seem like I'm upselling you on stuff. So just sit here. So I did that. I did
this
him a
is the one
favor.
I want. Except the problem is, I think it's like $500,000. The
Come
Ford
on.
F100 Illuminator is so sick.
Come on.
Oh God, I love this fucking thing so much.
Oh wait, that is so sexy.
I gotta hit up Sean Fain. If you have a knack for mechanics and $3,900 to spare, you can buy the Illuminator motor to electrify your own vintage ride. But if you want a reproduction retro aesthetic with an electric heat, heart fresh off the production line, you'll just have to keep wishing and hoping. For now, they don't even have it.
I'd put an engine in there.
Yo, I gotta hit up Sean to be like, yo, Sean, hook this shit up, dog. Come on.
Is that an AI?
No. This is a real concept car that they made to sell the motor. The Illuminator motor.
Oh, so it actually works?
Not the motor, the battery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trump's live streaming something right now. He's doing his town hall.
I don't really care. The Gateway Bronco fucks too, but it's also
I'm just
firing.
a chatter at the end of the day.
The Gateway Bronco is like, the Resto Mod Broncos are the most insane ones. Like, I love these fucking things. I might actually get one of these.
A Bronco?
The problem with this is a Bronco Resto Mod that is restored to be an electric vehicle. There's much more affordable
Starting
versions.
at 465,000.
Bronco Resto Mods are crazy. They're $250 minimum.
Damn.
But the problem with that is that apparently these fucking cars.
It's like a house.
I think getting an EV that is like this expensive is silly, because like EVs are basically useless in like 2 cycles.
You could start your own company and build your own car you could build your own car like that for cheaper.
I was gonna get a square body Resto Mod, but the range was like 80 miles. Jesus Christ.
You could hire a big team of designers to
Guys,
copy that
stop.
look.
Stop sending me the same fucking dude. I know these things. I've covered these things on the stream so much. Everyone is literally, anytime we start talking about cars, chat sends the same 5 fucking cars that I also have brought up.
Hassan, some of us have jobs, okay? and we're not in here all the time.
Well, you're not one of the some of us. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're
am
both in here all the time and don't have a job.
Okay, I just want to make a point here. The ridiculousness of what I said is just about you being a representative for bottoms. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay? So me saying I represent the working class is just as ridiculous as saying you're a bottoms rights activist.
Okay.
Both are ridiculous.
That's not true anymore. The new CATL EV batteries give you 15-year warranty and will replace your battery for free if it drops below 85% capacity during that time. So their resale value is going to go way up. Is this the fucking Chinese batteries or some shit? Is that what you're talking about? Or is this across the board? Anyway, let's keep going.
I would say this to you because in both our families, there is friction and there is division as to Trump and Harris. Latinos are all over the place when it comes to issues. And when we say you cannot paint the Latino vote with one broad stroke, that's absolutely true. There are progressive Latinos, there are conservative Latinos, there are Latinos who are pro-choice, there are Latinos who are pro-life. I have found there is one thing that all Latinos want. They want to be seen, they want to be heard, they want to be acknowledged, they want to be sitting at the table, they want to be reached out to, they want to be part of the conversation. They want folks to come out and earn their support and their vote.
Lieutenant Governor, what do you make of the argument that man was, the pitch he was making to other voters to vote for Trump, which is, well, maybe he's not the guy you want to invite to your children's party, or, I mean, that's not a great argument, is it?
Well, I mean, like Ana just stated, what she feels that Latinos want. Latinos also want to be able to feed their family. They want to be able to make their home payment, their rent. They want to be able to pay for their insurance.
What's really annoying about this is that, like, Republicans should never get away with saying this, because it's not like they address those problems. They at least recognize it exists and then talk about the solutions to those problems. The solutions are wrong. Their solutions are tax cuts for the wealthy, as though that's somehow going to fucking fix the problem itself. It is very annoying that Republicans like completely dominate the conversation.
For their vehicles, and times have been tough. And Anderson, I think Latinos, for the first time in their history, they're going to be able to vote, and they've seen both economies. They've lived under the Trump economy, and they've lived under the Kamala Harris economy. And for them, it's become an easy vote from the standpoint of, you know what? I lived better under Donald J. Trump. So I could afford, and at the end of the week, I had a little extra money to take my family to get an ice cream on Saturday, or even maybe a dinner, which Latinos like to do. And I think this is boiling down to all economics. And then you add the border. The border has been wide open lately. We know that. And people want to be safe. Latinos want to be safe. When they put that deadbolt at home at night, they want to be safe at home. So that's the allure that they have. And I really believe, and when I see these numbers.
Oh my God.
What's going to happen?
Trump-backed Senate candidate goes to great lengths to die CNN reporter. It's crazy that she's just, like, their main commentator is just in Tel Aviv now. Like, she's only doing the news from Tel Aviv. What the fuck's going on, bro? What, did you guys shutter the New York office? Like, what's happening?
Wait, Trump's advantage on inflation and immigration is slipping,
Don't act like you weren't fucking texting me fiercely worried about Kamala Harris's chances.
I didn't sleep that night.
Kamala Harris's chances being cooked.
With the Senate is absolutely crucial, right? Whether you're going to have a single party rule or not.
Bro, she's still there. Bro, even CNN is like moving the offices to Tel Aviv. They're like, fuck it. We've left America behind, dude. Yep, she's still there. Hey, my boy's on. Instead, let's see what he has to say.
Knows that Trump has said all these horrible things about him. They all know it, okay? And then they all see this today. So they understand this is political expediency at some level. Does it matter? I mean, is this going to work for Trump, or is it too little, too late?
Well, Aaron, if flip-flopping or changing positions were a disqualifying factor for candidates, we'd have no one to serve in Congress and no one to run for president or vice president. So let's be clear about that. This is just one example of political expediency all over the board. but it unfolds in the context of a crisis post-hurricane where genuinely Governor Kemp needs help and empathy and understanding from national leaders, including former President Trump. And so those comments, I think, in that context were real. But let's not kid ourselves. Vice President Harris is flip-flop on a bunch of important stuff. Most of them do. And it's just what they do. They're politicians.
Well, okay, I think we can all acknowledge that. But of course, when it's about a person and
Dude,
it's
this is
personal, people.
Bro, this seems like a plus 10 wisdom necklace. Like you put this on to open up new spells that you couldn't cast beforehand.
She does look like she's like one of those when you call a toll-free number.
What the fuck is that?
This could actually be bad for Trump. That it could hurt him to now have been so friendly to Kemp. How come? Why would that be?
Well, first of all, let me just say there's no both sidesing this issue. I'm sorry. There is no one that flip-flops on a personal level like Donald Trump. He is saying these great things about Governor Kemp today.
Yeah, I don't really care about Governor Kemp and Trump's relationship, to be honest. What is the, oh yeah, here. Double your efforts and thwart your enemy. Iranian Supreme Leader's stark message.
Huge explosions ring
I
out.
also heard somewhere in the chat, maybe it's fucking fake news, but like Hezbollah has like done a reverse invasion, Ukraine style, into Israel or something.
As massive blasts light up the night sky in Beirut. It's one of the fiercest Israeli bombardments of the war. This morning, Dahia, the Hezbollah stronghold of South Beirut, was still smouldering. The target reported to be the man tipped as Hezbollah's new leader, Hashim Safieddin, a cousin of his predecessor, Hassan Nasrallah, killed last week.
Work out at? You can miss it.
In Tehran at Friday prayers today, Hezbollah's key supporter, the Iranian Supreme Leader, spoke in Arabic, sending a message of support to his embattled ally. Double your efforts, strengthen your unity, and resist the aggressive enemy and thwart it, he said. As Iran awaits Israel's response to its huge missile attack earlier this week, the regime released new footage of its forces as they prepared to launch the barrage. Many Iranians, though, are now deeply anxious about what comes next. Visiting Beirut, Iran's foreign minister said Iran was not seeking further escalation, as long as Israel doesn't attack the country, which seems unlikely. Israeli soldiers are still in operation in southern Lebanon, saying today.
Okay, we interrupt our broadcast. Offer support to friend of the show, esteemed journalist Connor Eats Pants.
I don't like
who
when
is
anybody
currently in the
dies
process
either.
of playing
I'm pro-life
Fortnite
through and
with.
through. I'm against the death penalty. I'm against abortion
Oh
at
my
late
God.
stages. I'm pro-life. I don't like
I'm
that.
for abortions at late stages.
I'm totally against abortion at late stages for the simple fact that I was born in the 6 month of gestational period. So when my mother was 6 months pregnant,
I was born a month early. I mean, I was like a C-section emergency birth, so like I get it.
great. I was.
Wait,
I was
how the
born 3
fuck
months
did he
early,
get George?
right?
I just
So-
won the game, by the way, George. If you're impressed.
I just saw that.
Let's go to
without
lobby.
my
I gotta
help,
switch
because-
skin. Look, return to lobby.
Return to lobby. All right, got it.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Beast.
definitely was no help to you there. You won the game all by yourself.
No. Don't say that.
But anyway, like I was saying, if you think about it this way, Connor,
Wait, did you return to
folks are
lobby?
just.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, just ready up.
I
again.
did. I did. It's just loading up here. It just says continuing. Where we got?
Why can't we get him on Fear Ann?
Next.
Probably
Hold on,
could.
Hold on.
Chad, would you want George Santos on Fear Ann?
Oh, it's offering me a bunch of these. Oh, I collected 3 items. Oh, how did I become this big dude now?
Yes.
Okay, whatever. I'm not going to ask.
Why don't we reach
questions.
out?
It's a free game. They just kind of throw
The
somebody
people
at you.
saying
to play
no literally want no fun. You
Gotcha.
are
Oh,
no
now
fun.
you're a football star. Great.
Y'all are no fucking fun. You know that?
No, but yeah, I mean, the point I was like getting at was like, I
Platform
mean, there's like
Shut
people
the
die.
fuck
Like, I get
up.
that. Like, is what I
Let's
and
have
it's like,
fun.
sure, like I'll give you that. But like at this point, like it should have stopped a long time ago. Like we should have.
We
like,
have
stopped.
enough gay chirping on the podcast.
Don't platform
Hamas is
him.
going to honor it. The Houthis.
No, Hamas
The
is like,
same
fuck
people
no.
saying that are like,
I mean, there's
don't
probably people.
platform
You know what?
Donald
I bet that
Trump.
the issue is going to be exasperated. What?
Come on, man.
What's the point of a ceasefire if we
So,
know
like,
that Hamas isn't
innocent
going to
people
honor
like
it?
don't die.
Don't have him on the podcast.
Wait, stop.
Have you ever
Stop. They're
heard
talking about
of
Israel.
a bad actor who tells people, civilians, hey, leave X and so place because we're going to shoot the shit out of it to give people a chance to live. Hamas doesn't do that. They killed 1,400 people in one day, the largest death toll of Jews since the Holocaust. Like and all white.
I know.
They're Jewish.
Well,
it's ethnical cleansing. It's
never
ethnical
mind, that's
cleansing.
No, I agree, but like on both sides, there's ethnical cleansing though.
How? No,
Like
Israel
one side
doesn't
is
have
killed
a
like
mandate.
like put up a lot more numbers.
Dude, Israel doesn't have a mandate to kill Palestinians. That's
Yes,
not
it
their
does.
mandate. That's not their vibe.
But that's what they're doing though.
Not even close. But
Wait,
okay.
let me see if I can
But
text
they're like bombing like civilian places. You know, I don't want to get to. This is supposed to be a fun show, George. The point I'm getting at is I just want people. I don't want innocent people to die, bro. And I think that your perspective on that is a little bit. I don't want to say ignorant, but I don't think it's fully informed. I think you're too indoctrinated in like right-wing politics to like think about this clearly. If like you genuinely like feel like you care about life and stuff, I don't think that you're exactly educated on this.
I beg to differ. I don't think you had enough information in order to make your assessments and what you're saying. I think,
do you like
unfortunately,
read?
I read enough. Yeah, I also had access to a lot of classified briefings in my time in Congress on the specific issue.
Did you like
On
talk
the
about like
issue-
aliens?
No, I didn't waste my time talking about aliens.
What do you mean waste your? What if there are aliens?
Sure, good for them.
That's like a huge deal. What do you mean? If there's aliens on the planet, good for them?
Yeah, so what?
What does that mean for us if there's aliens on the planet?
What is the point?
Like, how strong are they? What do they have? What can they do? What is like out there?
Clearly, if they could do anything meaningful, they would have done it already. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I guess so.
No,
I only get my news about Israel from
I mean, I guess
Santos.
we haven't
Unlike
like gone to like a
Zachary
nuclear
Levy,
war.
he's actually Jewish.
I mean, if aliens wanted to turn us to glass, I'm pretty sure they have the technology.
Yeah,
to
but
do
no,
so.
maybe they're mad chill though.
That's my point. If they were a threat.
No, I'm saying maybe they're mad chill, but you could have like been briefed on that.
Yeah, I understand. There's a lot of things that I did get briefed on in Congress that I'm not at the liberty to speak about because they were classified. So,
right.
Tough luck there.
Doubt
Sorry.
it.
No, I'm not. I mean, it was just you know, fun question. Just trying to lighten the mood. Aliens, you know, like, like ET.
Oh shit. Okay, why did I just fall into like green water that is clearly toxic and is
You
killing
get double
me?
jumps there, bro. You get double jumps. Okay, we're in
What do you mean?
we're in a bit better of a lobby now because you actually won a game. So these aren't Splatoon players; these are Splatoon 2 players.
Okay, how do I? Okay, let's see if I can get out of here. I'm on this green, nasty water. It looked like it was hurting me, but okay. So these players are better, assuming. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I think I just
What,
got
what do you
myself
think
a
I
gun.
like politically aligned, George? Like what? Like if you look, like what would I've said? Like what do you think?
You give me libertarian vibes. based on the
What I
conversation.
think gives you libertarian vibes?
It does.
Can you
does.
define
It just-
libertarian?
I can. Somebody that's all over the map. You seem to be
I'll
super
agree with that.
sensible. You seem to be super sensible. At the same time, I don't think you. Not that we talked about it, but I'm going to assume somebody who's well off, according to you, by
I'm
your
very
own
lucky.
definition.
I'm very, very lucky. Well, I
Yeah.
have a cool job.
So, cool. So I'm also going to assume you're not into big high taxes or big government, and that government.
No, I mean, I think
nobody
that like
likes
if
high
I
taxes.
think that like big taxes, if like I'm making a good bit of money, like more than the average person, is like good because then like people that aren't making as much can have a little bit more like social services and stuff.
Oh, I'm all for social services. You see, that's what people don't
But you don't
talk
like big
about.
government.
I don't like big government, but
So
I
how are
do
we gonna
like,
get social services without like a larger government?
You don't need big government for social services.
Okay.
You don't. It's a
How do
myth.
we get them?
Wait, what? How?
By delegating them back through the 10th Amendment through your local state rights government and municipalities. You don't need a big federal government in order to have good social services. That's a myth. Matter of
Right.
fact, the bigger the federal government becomes, the worse the lifelines become. That's just the reality of it.
Worse
Because
the
they
what?
interfere with bureaucracy on everything.
You
Their
smoke, George?
bureaucracy. I do not smoke. I've never smoked.
You should try. You should try. It's actually sick.
I'm not interested. Thanks.
I just do like edibles. Like I don't even smoke actually, but like edibles like on occasion. Like I think really like mad chill.
I'm not into, quite frankly, anything that, you know, I don't do drugs at all. I'm not into cigarettes. I'm not into weed. It's just not my thing. You're gonna hate this.
Like
you're gonna hate this even more. I'm super anti legalizing marijuana.
What?
Too.
Whoa, you gotta elaborate on that.
I think it's problematic. It's dumbing down our society.
Ninja's here. Watch out. All right, I got him. Do you know the streamer Ninja? Do you know any like streamers?
No, I know no streamers.
Oh, well, Ninja's like the biggest Fortnite streamer, but he doesn't like me.
Oh, why doesn't he like you? What'd you do to him?
Because he was mean to my friend that's a girl, and I was like, "Don't be mean to girls," and then he unfollowed me.
I can square up with that. I agree. Don't be mean to girls. I don't like that.
Yeah, he won't play video games with girls. At least that's what he said. I don't know if he still thinks that.
Interesting.
Would you play video games with girls?
Absolutely. One of my best.
It's just funny because like George Santos is never gonna be in politics ever again. So like him talking about any number of different things as like as a congressperson is hilarious to me, because there is no way he will ever be able to get back into politics. Actually, I shouldn't say that. America's so fucking stupid. America is so fucking dumb. Maybe George Santos will get back into politics.
I hope so.
I'm like beyond like the political divide. Like I'm like the Lex Fridman of Twitch. Like you know Lex Fridman?
Not well, but explain to me what you would consider your political.
Dude, Fortnite is like so weird now. Like defeat Emma Frost. Like what is going on, dude?
You know, like I don't even like get into that.
That's fair. I'll give you that. I mean, a lot of life is political, though.
I think everything is inherently political, actually.
I mean, Twitch is political.
I think literally every single interaction in our lives is inherently political to some extent. And I especially think like comedy is inherently political. Which is why like I used to not like make jokes about like current events and stuff because I was like, oh, like my stream and stuff is like escapism. But like as like I grew older and I was like, oh shit, like the world's on fire. Like I think that like escapism to an extent also needs to involve like current events. Because you can't bring light to things in a fun way. You can't really actually like criticize or like digest things.
I concur.
He's woke.
I actually concur 100% with you.
He's
if
woke.
you can't make fun of it, then you're missing the point. And quite frankly, I think we live in a
Damn, Connor is
very
cooking
sad-
these
am I
fools,
supposed to
by
kill
the
this guy?
way.
I'm assuming, yes.
Just so you see somebody, just fucking kill him, bro. Unless they like look like Iron Man, in which case we need that guy.
Okay, I killed a guy. Holy shit, I just killed my first guy in Fortnite ever.
Let's go, bro. Congrats. How's it feel?
He didn't kill him.
Actually, that wasn't really a real guy. That was like an AI.
And he didn't even kill him. It was Connor who killed him.
Oh, that's why I managed to kill him. Okay, who's shooting at me now?
I gotta pee.
Oh, okay.
All
Is
right,
that a
cool.
real
Pete, why are
guy?
you asking
Come over
me?
here.
You got it, George. That's a real guy right there.
Huh?
That's a real guy. Get him, George.
Where the fuck did my gun go?
They're
I
right
think
here.
I-
They play Splatoon. You got this, dude. Down here. Down.
Hold on,
oh,
there's
no.
another guy. There's
Down
another
here,
guy up
George.
here. Hold on.
Down. Down.
Hold on, I have
no,
another- I
no,
have a
wrong guy.
up.
Down here.
I just got killed. Oh. I love how you're like, down here, and I got my ass handed to
No,
me up there.
yeah. Oh my
Are these
God,
all
you need to, like, be able to,
children?
like, pass a test to buy a Nintendo Switch, dude. This is crazy. These kids should not be playing this.
Oh,
Anyways,
that's funny.
I do have something I want to bring up. I did a little bit of research. There was an article recently in Semaphore. Do you know that publication?
I do know it.
Yeah, well, they talked about there's like an underground network of like right-wing influencers that have been like in the coordinated Zoom calls with like their cameras off. And like recently, there was an event where they wanted a bunch of you guys, including you in the call, to spread like sexual smears on Kamala Harris, quote, comparing her to the Hawk Tuah girl, which by the way is an upcoming guest on Fortnite Friday, friend of the show, Haley Welch. But you were brave enough to call it out, and you said that's inappropriate. You said it's inappropriate.
Yeah.
And I think that was really cool of you. However, does that not like make you think like because like they were getting paid $20,000 to just post these things on social media, which is a pretty absurd amount of money for like just like spreading smears.
Hold on, look.
No, go ahead, elaborate.
I'm not willing to do that, right? I'm not willing to go make sexual innuendos about the Vice President of the United States. At the end of the day, I'm very institutionalist, and I will, in some weird way, protect the very institution I
You should have taken the big paw first. He fucked up.
I like that.
Oh wait,
it's a
you can
weird
do the big
dichotomy. I
pod.
criticize the institution.
Oh,
but,
never mind. He
I
didn't fuck
still
up. He
also
did the
think
right
it's
thing. I
worth
forgot how
protecting and
Fortnite is
defending
played.
and upkeeping. And I'm not about.
He's a
to
pro.
just,
Why
you
am I
know,
even
start
talking about
spreading
Connor's
lies
Fortnite
about the Vice
abilities?
President
He
of the
knows.
United States.
I thought the big pot was the one that you took first. But I was wrong. I forgot. It was the opposite.
You can't really trace back where that
I'm such
money's
a
coming
fucking
from. Is a
noob. I've
little
forgotten.
concerning. Especially when like recently
I've
there was just,
forgotten
like, a
what
federal
Fortnite
indictment
is.
at, like a bunch of right-wing commentators like Tim Pool and such were being paid by like the Russian government to like, you know, spread exactly what they're already talking.
I'm behaving exactly like backseaters whenever I play a From Software game where the backseater doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, but they still say it convincingly anyway.
Which pick this up. It'll shoot for you, so you don't have to shoot your gun. Back here.
For you.
Yes.
I just learned how to heal myself. That.
No, he took the
that's
wrong
it.
gun. He took the wrong gun.
Well, no, this thing on the ground. This thing will shoot for you. This War Machine's auto. It's War Machine from You've seen Avengers? Don Cheadle.
Yeah. That thing I just put.
Yes. So now that you have it, you have multiple slots, right? You have multiple slots of items. So do you know how to switch slots with like the bumpers?
Like that.
There you go. So now you have a turret on your. So now you can. That thing will shoot for you on your back, and you can shoot that yourself.
Oh my god, I love it.
Sorry, he was Terrence Howard in Iron Man 1. If you've only seen Iron Man 1.
No, I've seen all. War Machine is what's the actor's name? The black guy.
Don Cheadle.
There you go.
But it was
Yeah,
also.
no,
I was saying it was also Terrence Howard in Iron Man 1.
Was he?
Yeah, no, Terrence Howard was in Iron Man 1, and then he didn't like the money he was being offered, and the next day he left. We gotta get out of the storm, by the way, George. We gotta go towards the circle. Follow me. Or at least, if you look on the map, we follow towards the... Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm caught outside.
Have you
the
heard of,
storm.
like, Terryology? Like, his, like, numbers system?
No, I have not.
Terrence Howard, like, came up with his own math. Or, like, 2 times 0 is, like, 2 or so. I don't even remember what it was.
He's so good. Connor is so good at this.
Shit, the storm is moving too fast.
But it's, like, math without, like liberal influence. Like, that was literally, like, his pitch, though. Like, that was what he said.
I'm right outside the storm trying to make it back in. Hold on.
You'll get there.
Good.
No, but like it isn't. So like the fact that there's that much money being like thrown out. I know you said like Democrats.
No, not good at Fortnite, dummy. Someone's like, no, it's because it's a low elo lobby. I'm not talking about Connor being good at Fortnite, which he is. After many, many years of playing Fortnite, I just meant like he's good at making this kind of content and just content in general.
Oh, I'm outside.
Bro,
I'm
you
inside
keep
already.
don't go in the purple. Come over here. You're gonna get hurt in the purple. There you go.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was outside.
There you go. Take this. There's apples.
Do those help recover
shoot
health?
at me? What was that?
To be fair, this is a low elo interview as well. True.
Okay, got it.
No, but what example are you going to give about Democrats being paid by foreign governments?
Not Democrats necessarily lawmakers, but influencer networks.
Like
this isn't. Yeah, same situation.
Ask
this
him about
isn't
Israel.
old
Ask him about
game.
Israel. Ask him about
it's just now
Israel.
being depicted a little bit more in a different light, and I don't blame you. I was equally mad. I mean, like the whole Tim Pool situation was quite embarrassing.
Yeah,
and
he's
for
really,
somebody-
really embarrassed. And you know me, dude. I'm less from the Twitch, dude. I'll have a conversation with anybody. I would love to have Tim Pool on the show. But, you know, I was disappointed that he didn't question where his money was coming from. Because being in the podcast influencer space, you know, putting your shitty podcast on a channel with like 20K subs that gets like 8K views and getting paid $100,000 a week for that is kind of absurd. Like, that doesn't really add up.
Hold on. Can we go backwards a little bit?
Yeah, I guess.
How much was he getting paid?
He's getting paid like 100 grand like for an episode. Or like a month. Maybe it was a month. Maybe it was a month. So like maybe 20 grand an episode.
And how many views?
Like it was getting like 4 to like 5. It was very little. Dude, Dave Rubin was getting like 200 views. It was sad to see. Isn't that wild?
Wait, this is all new. This is really new to
Yeah,
me.
do your
See how much
research,
I pay
George.
attention? No, it's not about research.
I mean, it is about research.
No, you're not understanding. I don't care enough about Tim Pool and all of them to do this research, right? Because there's a demagoguing aspect about them that I don't like.
I don't really care about them either, but I do the research because I don't care. I don't know. Maybe you actually make me be quite introspective about this. Maybe I do care. You just jumped off the map.
I just jumped off the cliff
I'm gonna
like
pick you
an
up, bro.
absolute fucking jackass.
Yes, he's playing as O.J. Simpson, Chad.
That's so bad. So no, I don't really care too much about Tim Pool or any of those guys because I think they're just demagogues and they're demagoguing and that's not my style.
I agree, but like I do care that like they're like actively like taking money from like a Russian government that went to elect Donald Trump.
You're still speaking. You're still spreading the Hillary Clinton theories.
Get these bandages. Oh, we can talk about Hillary. I think she fucking sucks. I hate her. Dumb idiot. Am I right?
I mean, Hillary sucks, but here's the reality. It's like, dude, why are we still speaking? Why are we still doing her talking points then?
You tell me, bro. I wish she would shut the fuck up.
Well, the whole theory of Russians wanting Donald Trump to be president is a Russian theory.
It's a Russian theory?
I'm sorry, it's a Hillary Clinton theory.
I don't think it was. Hillary Clinton's not really our biggest thinking mind, George. I don't think she was on the thought of that.
I'm telling you, she's the one who started with the Russians stole the election for Trump.
So she told her team, she was like, hey guys, let's just say the Russians did this for Trump. I just came up with it. There was no like evidence or reason to believe that.
She was the one on TV spewing it. So are we going to acknowledge now that us as
I mean, if I was on TV, I'd be saying it myself, but not because Hillary said it.
Well, that's my point, but it's not true.
It is true.
It was proven. No, it's not. It was proven to be not true.
Did you like read the Mueller report?
Did you read the Mueller report?
Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that Trump colluded. I'm not saying Trump directly was like, let's go talk to the Russians to get me elected. I'm saying he's such like a dumbass that like he didn't even realize that like they were like using him.
But that's why the Obama administration wiretapped Trump Tower illegally.
Yeah, well, because they were like concerned, like, wait, are they working with the? I'd be concerned too. I mean, you know, it's kind of a crazy situation. It's like, God forbid Russia invades Ukraine. Like, God forbid, like, they try to overthrow it like in a fair and honest election. Like, that'd be weird and bad.
Dude, are you equally outraged with Zelensky interfering in our election?
Am I equally mad with him? How is he interfering with the election?
Oh, he was campaigning with Josh Shapiro in the state of Pennsylvania just 2 weeks ago.
I don't think, like, the Pennsylvania constituents really give that much of a shit about Zelensky, bro.
Well,
not only that, but also he literally campaigned with Trump too.
Okay, no, I thought I had done the same stupid thing as earlier.
No, he campaigned with Donald Trump as well. He went and met with Donald
Why the fuck
Trump.
was he in Pennsylvania, and why the hell was Josh Shapiro abhorrently
Because
silent?
there's an artillery shell
our
factory in
election's really
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Country, I would imagine.
Right, the same.
Yeah, but that's like transparent. That's like transparent. Like, I am here, and I'm like going to like be in America to promote like Ukrainian interests. It's not like money under the table to like try to like promote a candidate.
During an election.
I texted him that.
And Zelensky also met with Trump too. I was like,
yeah, he met with Trump after the backlash. I can confirm to you that was not scheduled.
Okay. I do.
No, that's not true. Trump didn't want to meet with him.
Like, I have a date tonight that wasn't scheduled with a girl.
Okay, let's talk about this girl.
She streams on Kick. She streams on Kick. You wouldn't know her. You wouldn't know her. You wouldn't know. You don't know her. Let's just move on.
So, well, why are you so quick to brush us off?
You wouldn't know her. She's on Kick, bro. Come on, here. Go to the circle. Go to the circle. Go to the circle.
Going to the circle.
You're going the wrong way.
Circle. Isn't that the circle you're telling me to go to? I'm right behind you. What do you mean I'm going the wrong way?
We're going this. Just follow.
Connor's talking to George Santos.
Oh, okay.
Former Republican congressperson.
Speaking of like
George
girls, like,
Santos.
how's like Lauren Boebert or like Marjorie Taylor Greene? What do you think about those two?
Oh, Lauren's my friend.
Okay.
Oh shit, I'm not gonna. Hold on, and then so is Marjorie.
Oh.
Why am I caught outside? I'm caught outside of the store.
You guys like hang out
Shit.
still?
I haven't been to DC in a while, and I'm definitely not going to go to Georgia.
Wait, why not? We're just lit.
Not right now.
Wait, why?
Nothing against. Shit, I'm stuck outside the storm, dude. I'm fucked. I died.
I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up.
How are you gonna come out here? You're gonna.
All right, I'm different, George.
Oh, you're built different.
I hope so. I didn't realize it was a 5-tick storm.
Holy
I
shit.
might not be different, George.
He's gonna
That was
die.
a bad idea, actually. That was a bad idea.
That was a bad idea.
It was a 5-tick storm, man. Ready up, ready up. Let's queue up.
So Lauren Boebert, one of my favorite people, as friends-wise. I'm not.
We don't know how
gonna
this
get into-
happened. It's because Connor has a way on Twitter where he will like incessantly and relentlessly fucking DM people nonstop until they basically budge. And it works. I don't know how he does it, but like he has a way where he will just continuously DM or reply to your tweets until he threatened to off himself. Wait, really? I didn't know he did that. Yeah, he got Tiger King too, I think from prison. Yeah, he does this stuff all the time. He's great. He's brilliant. One of my favorite TikTok accounts as well.
Force his party into replacing Joe Biden.
Okay, dude. I can't get over the fact that they're in Israel. Like, I can't get over the fact that the main CNN nightly news program is just directly coming out of Tel Aviv now. Like, I like, what the fuck is going on? Actually, what is happening there? Why are they just like in Tel Aviv? Oh yeah, he also did that. Haley, if you don't respond to my direct message, I'm going to crash my vehicle into the highway median. Connor, I don't look at DMs usually, but I will. Okay, maybe not all of them. Was NMP Law actually offended by your terrorist music video? I don't think so. Why? Well, where is this coming from? Is this why he texted me? Oh, they clipped me out of context. Is that why? Now I know why. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? This morning I had a text message. He was like, hey, just so you know, I got clipped out of context and I didn't even make anything of it. But now I know why you guys are saying this. I like that there were people ready to go for it though. Liberals find it weird that you simp for the Houthis. Yes. You guys are right. Nick hates me and he was very uncomfortable. The comments on his last video he posted with you are like, half this guy Hassan has his shit in order and the other half is he's a terror supporter. Connor is asking for your help. What do you mean? This is the clip if you're curious. I don't really care. No, I can't play Fortnite. No. I'm not playing Fortnite. All right, let's get back to my terrorism support. I can join the call, but I'm not going to play Fortnite. I don't have the game. Were you mean and did you chase your co-host away? Yeah. It's cross-platform. I'm not in the it's free. You can download right now. I'm not going to download Fortnite, chat. I don't want to do that. Also, I don't even think he asked me to join the call. You guys are so stupid. Stupid for let Connor cook. Okay, he's doing a fantastic job. He doesn't need my help at all. He's doing a phenomenal job. Also, yeah, chatters are like, yeah, go download this 110 gigabyte game.
They've killed more than 250 Hezbollah fighters since the start of the war. In the skies above the border, Israeli air defense systems in action, intercepting Hezbollah rockets. From our position in southern Lebanon, a view of yet more Israeli airstrikes. And in an empty plot of land, a hurried burial for 2 more victims of the war. 2 men killed close to the border. A more dignified final goodbye in their own village will have to wait until the bloodshed ends.
Well, they're clearly expecting to be burying a lot more dead people here. You can see the size of this trench that's been dug to be used as a mass grave.
The violence has seen more than 1 million forced from their homes. The route out to Syria, itself a deeply troubled state, today struck by Israel, who alleged Hezbollah was using the crossing to smuggle in weapons. Refugees make their way on foot past the crater that's been left behind. This school in Tyre, southern Lebanon, now one of hundreds of sites across the country housing displaced.
I feel like Israel looks at this and goes, new target. You know? Target acquired. Connor's playing Fortnite with George Santos. What? What's next, bro? You're going to be shocked that there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour? Yes, we were just watching Connor play Fortnite with former Congressperson George Santos. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Have you seen the documentary Checkpoint? Saw it in a film fest in Canada about 20 years ago? No. Chipotle Sizzle. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Oh, shit. According to a new Oxfam report, more children and women have been killed in Gaza by the Israeli military than any other recent conflict. New analysis by Oxfam reveals that more women and children have been killed in Gaza by the Israeli military in the past year than any other recent conflict over a single year. Oxfam study looked at conflict deaths over nearly 2 decades from UN and Small Arms Survey with data from AOAV, which shows that Israeli explosive weapons struck civilian infrastructure in Gaza once every 3 hours on average since the war began. Conservative data shows that over the last year, more than 6,000 women and 11,000 children were killed in Gaza by the Israeli military. By comparison, Small Arms Survey estimates that the previously highest number of women killed in a single year was over 2,600 in Iraq in 2016. A report from Every Casualty Counts revealed that over the first 2.5 years of the Syrian conflict, an average of 4,700 children were killed annually. UN reports on children in armed conflict over the last 18 years indicate that no other conflict has resulted in a higher number of child deaths in a single year. Damn. Seems like a very seems to me like this is the most moral army. You know, doing the most moral thing. I find it very weird that people would say that this is immoral. Also here, let's check in on what the Israel supporters are saying in America. The irony of all these quote unquote genocide allegations that these animals aren't even human. That's cool. Yeah. Welcome back, Adolf Hitler. Literally. Do they not notice the Nazi shit, or do you think they just don't care? Like, I don't think the Nazis cared, you know what I mean? I'm sure people were like, I'm sure people back in the day with their carrier pigeons were writing back to Helga being like, yo, you sound kind of crazy when you say that like our enemies are subhuman and we must kill them and therefore it's not that fucked up. You know? And then they were like, oh, don't worry. You don't understand. Our enemies are subhuman, so it's all good. They feel immune entirely to the critique because of their unique history. I think it's the unique history. But beyond the unique history, I think that it is because they've gotten so comfortable with like widespread recognition and acceptance of their actions that they cannot imagine a world where like people look at all the stuff that they're doing now with horror. That isn't an official account. Wow. The Sanity in New York account is not an official Israeli account. I know that, dude. Did I say that it was an official account? I said this is what an Israeli account, like a pro-Israel account, is saying. Whoa, dude. I thought that was the official account for Sanity in New York. The GeoGuessr Israel guy you reposted stays posting bangers. Oh yeah, this guy's fucking awesome, dude. I reposted one of their videos and I thought it was really fucking good. Oh, this is the one, yeah.
Pretty lake, nice boat. Oh, Israeli flag. Got to be down here in Israel. What? Why the fuck is there an Israeli flag in the middle of Guatemala? In 1947, Guatemala became one of the first countries to recognize the State of Israel, building a relationship that served both countries' genocidal regimes very well. In the late 1970s, Guatemala committed so many human rights abuses with American-made weapons that Jimmy Carter had to ban weapon sales to Guatemala. But not to fret, Israel came through and said, we got you, fam. Do literally whatever you want with all of these weapons. And they did, to the tune of over 200,000 people, most of whom were indigenous Mayans. Now, all Guatemalan soldiers are issued Israeli Galil rifles, and the beautiful Lake Atitlan is littered with boats flying these flags because IDF soldiers love to vacation here after they're done doing what they do best. Pretty lake, nice.
He kind of sounds like Noah Colwyn a little bit. Yeah, he said, honey, wake up, is the top of the hour, which it is, but I already ran the 3-minute ad break. I should have fucking waited. He sounds a little bit like Noah Colwyn. I swear. But yeah, banger, absolute fucking banger video from him. There's another one, I guess.
Oh, we're on a military base or something. Okay, that's an Israeli rifle, so we have to be here in Israel. What? Why are there Israeli weapons in the middle of South Sudan? Despite UN sanctions on arms sales, Israel continuously sold advanced weapons to South Sudan during its brutal civil war that claimed over 400,000 lives, 10% of whom were children. Israeli arms like the Ace assault rifle have been documented in the hands of various factions throughout the country. These weapons have been linked to serious human rights violations, including attacks on civilians and ethnic massacres. After South Sudan gained independence in 2011, Israel quickly established diplomatic relations by recognizing it as an independent state. According to Mossad chief Zavi Zamir, Israel wanted to prevent Sudanese military units from integrating with Egyptian forces on the border of Israel by keeping Sudan's army occupied. Additionally, they wanted to strengthen operative ties with Kenya and Ethiopia and extend aid to a nation fighting for its independence and liberation from Islamic tyranny. However, the continued supply of arms during an active conflict has only accelerated the devastation experienced by millions of families, leading to countless condemnations by local and international humanitarian organizations. Oh, we're on a military.
What the fuck? His background. Someone just found his crazy background. His mom came to the U.S. from South Africa to escape apartheid. She was a part of the women's group that organized protests against apartheid called the Black Sash. She fled the country after one of her best friends was abducted and killed by the secret police. My paternal great-grandparents came to the U.S. from Armenia during the Armenian genocide in the 1910s, seeking refuge from the Ottoman persecution. They navigated through Europe until they found a boat to take them to America. Upon arriving at Ellis Island, they were welcomed with open arms, but had to change their last name from Hovagimian Zatikian to Hovagim. In retrospect, this has saved me countless hours filling out my name and forms. I'm enormously grateful for the opportunities the U.S. has afforded my family. Now I'm searching for whatever will make the most significant difference in the fight for working class families. Damn, this guy's fucking awesome. Armenian Hasan Abi heads rise up. Close enough. Welcome back, GDF official. Someone in the chat said, real GeoGuessr heads know that South Sudan is not on GeoGuessr on Google Maps. Do you condemn the Armenian genocide? Come on, dog. Like, I can't tell if you're fucking memeing or being for real. Of course, dude. What the fuck? Oh, you're joking. All right. It's a joke, Piker. Sorry. I know. I've definitely lost my capacity to fucking comprehend jokes because a lot of people come in here and say like unhinged shit with the same exact seriousness. Anyway, this is an interesting thing that I found out. IDF tells Ireland to remove its peacekeepers from an outpost on the border with Lebanon as its invasion of the country continues, but the Irish peacekeeping mission is not moving. And this is a video. The Irish people have been peacekeeping in southern Lebanon for so long that the local Lebanese people have full Irish accents.
Some locals who work in the camp have worked alongside the Irish so long, they've adopted an Irish patter.
And tell me about the Irish and how
The Irish are great. They're protecting my family.
Yeah.
And I'm working with them.
Did he just say the Irish are fucking great? No.
Locals who work in the camp have worked alongside the Irish so long, they've adopted an Irish patter.
And tell me about the Irish and how
The Irish are great. They're protecting my family.
Yeah.
And I'm working with them now since about 32 years now.
I can hear it in
32 years now.
your voice and your accent.
I sure will. Would you get it anyways?
And tell me, who do you prefer of all the Irish people? Do you have a particular, county that you like, Cork or Dublin? Or...
I like the Athlone most, is the Athlone and Donegal people.
And why is that?
Because I spent my life with them.
And how did you end up with them as opposed to Cork?
In C Company. In Barashik, not in this camp.
And what are they like?
They're great. Where would you get it, sir?
Where would you go?
Some locals who work in the camp.
That's incredible. That is fucking nutty, dude. My mom's village is Barajit, the one he mentioned. In Mexico, we love the Irish. They fought Americans on our side after they dropped them from being the scum they are. I heard a story that the word gringos came from Mexican people hearing the Irish Brigade singing "Green grows the grass of home," but it's not proven. It's a theory. New Kamala TikTok drop.
Harriet Tubman, please come on.
Excuse me, miss. What do you do for work?
Hi, I'm Kamala Harris. I'm
Oh my God.
I know, that's me.
How's your campaign going?
Wait, I recognize you. You're Sassy Stassi.
I
Oh
know.
my God, I love your TikTok. Have a good day.
Oh, do you want to talk to or say something to the American people?
You know, what you do for work, Stassi, is the most important job in America. You propel the nation forward through your videos. Everyone go vote blue.
Yeah, and what do you think about fracking?
What is that?
It's like the oil drilling. I think you said you supported it.
No, no.
Why is it so good? It's so sad we have wars and people fight each other over their cultural differences when in the end we're all just Irish. Yeah. Why aren't Egypt letting Palestinian refugees in? Why aren't Jordan letting Palestinian refugees in? Why aren't Iraq letting Palestinian refugees in? Oh, don't ban him. Oh, he got timed out by Fossabot. Why aren't Egypt letting Palestinian refugees in? Dude, account following since 11 minutes ago. Literally just, dude, put that in Google, dog. Put that into Google and you will understand. What a funny thing to say about Jordan and Lebanon, especially. Okay, I'm noticing a trend here. So many defenders of Israel are just so fucking stupid, okay? They just heard this talking point and ran with it, okay? Like, I do not believe this is like a Hasbara bot, you know? I don't think this is like Mossad in the chat, okay? Because even they know this is an idiotic argument, okay? Because they know that, first of all, Jordan and Lebanon did let Palestinian refugees in. Half of Jordan is already Palestinian. And also, the reason why they're invading Lebanon, or at least historically invaded Lebanon, is because Jordan did let the Palestinians in. Or not Jordan, sorry. Lebanon did let the Palestinians in. Well, Jordan too, but interesting. I wonder what the through line here is. This motherfucker came in, waited for 11 minutes just to drop introductory lack of knowledge, just to show us that he doesn't even have a rudimentary understanding of the conflict. He just came in and repeated something that he's heard. It's so funny to be like, I don't understand. Like, what? They're Arab. Those guys are Arab too. What the fuck? Like, this is just pure. It's just pure stupidity. The question should be, why are there Palestinian refugees to begin with? Perhaps we should solve that problem. Like, the argument during World War II isn't like, man, why aren't other fucking countries with Jewish people letting the Jews in? The question was, why are the Germans, why is Nazi Germany killing the Jews? It's really funny that you repeat this talking point because you know who else said that? Adolf Hitler. Literally. Like, the origination of this idea comes from Adolf Hitler. Palestinian signing in from Jordan at the moment, lol. Yeah. The fucking queen of Jordan is Palestinian. What? I'm relatively new here. You've shit on me for being an idiot, but I really find myself associating the genocide of Israel with Jewishness and Judaism in general. I know that not everyone supports it. I just want to be fair to my Jewish friends. You mean you don't associate it? What? I know that not everyone supports it. I just want to be fair. This guy sent a YouTube video and got fucking lasered again.
Why aren't more Arab
Oh, he's just repeating a fucking YouTube video from 11 months ago. Dude, do you not have a concept of thinking on your own? Like, do you just see a YouTube video and you're like, let me just ask these questions? First of all, it's from 11 months ago. I already gave you a couple answers as to how stupid these questions are and how they're directed from a place of ignorance and also white supremacist attitudes. I also asked you the question. I also said this is identical to what Hitler said about the Jews. And also beyond that, I told you, like, the main problem is that Palestinians are being made into refugees to begin with. And that's what we should be solving. I'm going to untime you out again. Hopefully this time you can respond with words instead of linking a YouTube video. Anyway, but responding to the other person, no, doing genocide has nothing to do with Judaism nor Jewish people, no matter how hard Israel tries to make it seem like it is. Okay? Don't be silly. ISIS said that they were doing their actions, their genocidal actions, for Islam. Nobody believed that. Why the fuck would you believe Israel? Think. Well, okay, when I say ISIS said that they were doing it for Islam and nobody believed that, I meant like Muslims didn't agree with that for the most part. The entirety of Western Europe and the United States of America certainly was very excited at the prospect of believing that, but it's not the truth. My point is, no matter what a certain group says they're doing genocide for, you probably shouldn't believe them. Do you think this is anything? I've got some news. I've been reporting on the JFK assassination story for 3 decades now. Next week, I'll be publishing a revelatory story that penetrates and disrupts the government's 60-year-old account of the assassination. The story adds more detail to what I reported in December 2022, Smoking Gun Revelation at the National Press Club. The existence of a top-secret CIA psychological warfare operation involving Lee Harvey Oswald from January to November 1963 that the CIA still conceals via overclassification. I'll also be conducting an invitation-only press conference next week with select members of the media to provide pre-publication context for why I think it's the most important JFK story I've ever done. Oh, yeah. What was the Kamala Harris speech you have open? This is former President Obama to embark on a Harris campaign sprint. Bro, as a European chatter, I must say, this stream sometimes feels like a satirical show mocking American politics, but then you got to lock in and realize that it's actually happening and having actual effects all around us. Yes. American politics is often satirical in and of itself. It's so ridiculous that it feels like satire. And then you realize, like, it's destroying the planet.
Based families.
Which things did you bring with you?
Dude, I want to move on to fun shit. I'm going to do that. I'm going to move. I'm going to watch. Can you spot the Republican Jubilee video? What the fuck? Why was it just playing? Austin, you want to play Can You Spot the Republican Jubilee video? Okay, Austin's coming in as well. I'm actually legitimately thinking about ending the stream right now. Are we going to do the podcast tonight?
I mean, no. What?
Are we or are we not?
Wait,
I don't
what?
understand.
Wait, hold on. No.
Like I'm just annoyed. I hate this fucking community. Whenever there's a car chase, they are so fucking annoying. They literally immediately are like, dude, stop what you're interested in watching and watch this thing instead. And I actually just want to end it.
I think you and I should start a car chase.
Yeah, with your electric vehicle.
Yeah, we'll see how far we can. Maybe they'll let us pause to charge.
Yeah.
We're not. I don't think we're doing the pod tonight.
When are we doing it then?
We were doing it Sunday morning.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I want to do it tomorrow morning.
Okay, we're doing it Sunday morning then.
I have to wait here a whole day.
Yeah.
Wait, we can't do it tomorrow morning?
No.
I gotta wait here a whole day and miss a game with my father.
Don't even fucking act like that's a
my
problem.
dad and I.
You had no issues fucking missing it last week.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row.
Well, it's a 6
I missed it for
your dad's not waking up at 6
Yeah, he is. He was going to spend the night at my house, and we were going to wake up and have father and
all right,
son
well,
morning.
Too late. Sorry.
He doesn't like. He did this.
I think so too, especially the way she's reacting to the clearly homosexual man.
Yeah.
Just because like you have fun, happy
Wait,
energy.
go back. Go
feel
back.
Like
I need to see that again.
I love you and I love this style like originally, and I think you're for sure like liberal.
Dude,
that's an MSNBC wine mom right there.
That's crazy. I
don't think I don't
know why.
Do they have hags in the conservative sphere? You think is it like
no,
that
they
accepted?
do. They actually have hags that sound like that too. I've met them.
Really?
Yeah. I'll be like talking to them. They'll be like, "Oh my god, thanks, bestie," and then we'll like start talking about immigration.
But the terms that we're not using hag like in the normal way that you is a very specific term for. It's called the F word
F-slur
hag. Yeah.
Yeah.
The PC term is fruit fly. That's funny.
Yeah.
I've never had third. Did you know that there was a term
Fruit
for
fly.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's more of like a Gen Z term.
I like it. It's
Fruit
funny.
fly. That's kind of funny though.
It's like straight women, oftentimes white, that like love having like a pet gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's definitely a pet gay. Oh, Murat's here.
What's good, big dog?
Yeah, Murat's got the mic. Whoa, hello, phone's vibrating. Can you tell Hasan to not do
No, stop. Liberal 100 P. Come on. She said, what do you think about typical culture? Is people's livelihood.
Oh, yeah.
It's people's
Either you need
livelihood.
Pay your workers a full living wage,
Yes,
or
liberal.
you need to be tipping.
Boo, liberal.
I am going to send you this way.
Yeah, what does that say about the Republican Party, Prager, you lady? That you immediately went, someone in front of you said people need to get a living wage 100%. And your response was, oh, you must be on the opposing party. What does that say about your worldview, you little freak? Huh?
Yeah. Freak. Huh?
I'm just saying, it's like, it's funny to me that like conservatives are so self-aware in a moment where they're like trying to play a game. So she's just dropped all pretense of like trying to create this different notion of conservatism because
Yeah.
she's trying to win the game. So she very quickly is getting down to brass tacks. She's like, okay, do you like conspiracies? Republican. Do you like, insane unhinged conspiracy
No,
theories?
but
You must be a Republican.
Republicans
Do you
will
like
say-
living wages? You must be a liberal.
Yeah, but Republicans will say that a living wage comes at the expense of too much government spending.
Whatever. I'm just saying she's
lovely,
Yes, they say
empathetic
that.
vibes.
Well, they don't say that at all. They just say we spend too much.
We have two cloaked hogs here, by the way. Austin can make himself hide amongst the hogs very well, and so
I
does
did too.
Murat.
I had a whole hog conversation.
Okay, well, it's because
You have ruined me, Hasan. Every time I talk to somebody like a Republican, they'll always enter with like, I just think that like
classic Murat.
we need to talk and
You're
have
so
conversations.
autistic, bro. You're so autistic.
What did you do?
He has literally like 3 places he orders from. He either orders sushi from the same 2 different places, or he orders a Philadelphia cheesesteak from
Sounds
not a Philly
amazing.
cheesesteak, the pastrami place.
Sounds
Yeah.
bomb.
A pastrami sandwich that is like 3.5 hours away. Or no, he has a fourth thing, which is again, this time Mexican food, but again, also 3.5 hours away.
That seems like an insane variety.
What is it? Oh, sometimes you get Chick-fil-A. What is the other one? Oh, lobster rolls. Yeah.
Wait, that's like 6 or 7 different things, Hasan. You eat the same fucking thing for lunch
no,
every day.
okay. Well, everybody makes fun of me for being autistic. For
yeah,
that.
but you just listed 7 different options.
Everyone in the chat is making fun of me now. This backfired on me.
7 different options.
This backfired on me
you
spectacularly.
Eat the same chicken dish.
This is backfiring on me. Everybody, all right,
Every time.
all right. Let's watch the video. Pepperdine and not be liberal at all.
Or PragerU.
I'm gonna swipe left on you, brother. Okay. Yeah.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm AJ.
Pepperdine?
No,
No,
it's not an
PragerU is not a
actual
real
university.
No, I still think your initial lock on aesthetics alone is correct, but I don't know. That one's a tricky one. Hold on.
I still think. I mean,
couldn't tell when he said
colleges.
Man, he said
there's people that work. They're like in liberal places that are conservative, and they probably
but like he said admissions. He didn't say he's like a fucking finance teacher. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but
so that's why I'm like admissions. I feel like. No, I think he's. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say he's the sleeper pick here. I think he's a conservative, older, most likely gay man, and yet he's because he never said it, so we don't know. He could just be like kind of effete, but no, I think that unless he's like fucking Pepperdine University, I would say he is a liberal. I think
he's conservative. Reason being, his father's.
He agrees with his father, but not his
mother.
But they're immigrants.
Okay, but
no, that's a major difference.
Wait, really?
Yes, that's a major difference.
But
also depends on like specific.
Yeah, what part of what?
That's true, but I'm saying, hold up. Let's see.
Mom's from Belize, dad's from Nigeria.
And you agree with
Wait.
Actually, mom's from Belize, dad's from Nigeria.
And you agree with?
All right, I'm making a phone call here. All right, this is a call.
It's conservative, right?
He said Belize. I don't know.
Republican for sure, dude. This is an easy one.
I don't
This is
know.
a layup.
Are there a lot? This is a tough one. Because he could have a hog mom 100% and he can have a hog mom, but like he said, his dad's Nigerian, and Nigerian dads are pretty fucking conservative.
Yeah.
First gen Nigerian.
That's what I'm saying.
Dad's first gen
It's
Nigerian.
conservative.
Dad's first gen Nigerian.
Hands down.
Mom's from Belize. People
This is a
often
lock.
forget.
I'm already locking it. I don't even need to hear anything else.
Wait, so how many of them are Republican? How many of them Democrat?
We don't know. No, probably not. But fuck, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. Chad, if you don't understand, like we're trying to hear. I unmuted Murat.
It's probably the easiest one. For me.
No, I don't.
Next to the gay Republican.
Nigerian dad. He said he agrees with his dad, and his dad's Nigerian. He doesn't agree with his mom. His mom's from Belize.
Odds are.
Let's hear. When I said liberal, and then she said I don't like politics in my personal life. Maybe not. Hey, yo, that's a plot twist. Yes. No politic here. No politic. Israel #1. No politic. Only fucking Republicans say that shit,
Yeah,
dude.
because their views are evil.
Yo. Hold on. Let me hear.
Do not put me in a good mood.
Okay, I think I'm gonna send you that way. Although
Wow, wrong.
I think she might. But she did say she didn't want Joe Biden because he's too old.
I think this next guy's a Republican.
And like Donald Trump is old.
And 2 guys after that.
I don't know.
Nah, I still think she's a
I
liberal.
think the guy in the middle could shock you.
The big guy, yeah, he's gonna be a Democrat.
He could be a Democrat.
Oh, this guy, yeah. Look at him. He's got the gay ass shirt on. He's a Democrat.
But the guy in the front, I feel like
this guy is. I mean,
he looks like he's ready to like commit.
He's ready to do January 6th again.
Look at his fist.
This is the staple January 6th fit. Okay, hold up.
Look at his fist.
Fuck, I still don't know. I haven't. Maybe.
Yeah, he is giving cop.
Am I thinking too much? Am I thinking too much about this?
No,
what
just
the
let her go.
No, I have to. I have to pick.
Oh,
I have to
okay.
lock it in. I'm gonna go ahead and say. I still think she's liberal. Nah, fuck it, conservative.
I think she's conservative.
I'm leaning on conservative.
Okay.
Conservative.
I'll
Conservative.
go. I'm gonna go. I can immediately clock somebody's political views immediately because it is a skill that
Everything
I've developed.
with this guy.
No, no.
Everything with this guy
I've
goes back
developed-
to airports,
I
bro.
have
Dude, you talk
developed-
more about airplanes than I do.
Yeah, what
No,
the
that's bullshit.
You live on fucking
I
airports.
was on
dude.
one
You're
today.
Tom Hanks, dude.
I
You're
met-
Tom Hanks in that fucking movie when he's
Look,
like the Iranian
Terminal.
guy. Yeah,
Look,
and
you
he was
have-
fucking
Iranian.
What was it? No, I think in the real life he might have been the real guy was Iranian.
I have developed a skill. I have like evolved into being able to identify people's political ideology by looking at them. I would have been really good at this. Republican. I would look at. There's no way I would bring up politics or I wouldn't tell this person I'm gay.
What?
Tom Hanks' Secret Persian? No. Wasn't the guy that it's based off of an Iranian dude?
I wouldn't tell Murad I was gay either, but someone just.
Wow, dude.
Oh, you would have clocked him as a conservative?
Yeah.
He does.
No.
You look like such a fucking hog, dude. Come on.
Well, you kind of
Look
do
at
with the
you.
beard.
Look at you, dude. You got the
No,
fucking.
but-
You have a tucked in polo T-shirt from
I
work.
came from work.
That's what I'm saying. That's like the staple.
No,
What do you want me to wear to work?
No, you would
Yeah,
have
the,
started.
OG,
You
the
would've
real
started,
guy. Yeah, see, the real guy is
You
Persian.
would have started talking, and I would have figured out how intelligent you were, and I would have been like, he has views on the left.
I feel like if we met on a plane, you would be so excited to talk about airplanes that you would not care about my political ideologies.
No. I don't like the. I had a flight today with somebody. We chatted the entire flight, but that happens. He was a really nice guy, but he said the F word, like not slur, but the F word like every third word, and
Like
I was like,
fuck?
yeah. No, he's like,
Why did you say the F word then?
well,
Yeah, like you made me think it was the homophobic one.
He kept saying fuck and bitch and shit. Like he was cursing like a trucker. So much so that I was starting to get uncomfortable. So I would, in the middle of him telling a story to try to curb his cursing, I would interrupt him to ask him other questions that would lead to less vulgar topics. So I'd cut him off in the middle of the story because he'd be like, this fucking motherfucking.
Just like I'm about to cut you
So
off
I'd
to
cut him
serve the
off.
3-minute average at the top of the hour.
Oh, that was pretty good.
Got him.
By the stance.
Nah, that's that woman is running the DMV like a spaceship. Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, that woman right there, small government conservative, 100 P. Oh,
Back of the line, honey.
She said, she said, cross the right way. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because you said that, I think she a lefty. Just on that.
What? No, hell no. Oh, hell no. That's, bro, get the fuck out of here.
It doesn't matter what she is after that answer. Like you can't go that way.
This is
You gotta be a TSA agent at LAX. Okay, first of all, there's a lot of Hasan Abi heads at the TSA.
Yeah, I know. I met one. They
There's
let me go
a
through.
lot of you motherfuckers that work at the TSA. I stopped shitting on the TSA because of that.
Yeah.
Every time I get, every airport I go to, there are so many fucking Hasan Abi heads, including sometimes in Europe, there'll be like a Turkish fucking agent.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, my daughter's a big fan of you. I'm like, fuck, man,
Yo.
I can't even shit on the fucking European.
I met an Austin showhead at an airport, and they told me TSA. They were also a Hasan Abi head, and they told me, hey, if you're running late, just let me know.
I want to point
They
out
can
that
get me to
Austin
skip the line.
somehow tied this story back to him traveling.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, we're talking about the fucking TSA.
Yeah.
What else?
They got
What am I
TSA
supposed
in
to
other
say?
places.
I saw a TSA.
They got TSA
agent,
at ports?
TSA agent at the self checkout at the grocery store.
All
Where
right,
else
all
do you
right,
see
all right,
TSA
all right,
agents?
All right, she's
Wait, hold on. She doesn't seem very informed. What the
fuck, bro?
Dude, I've been to a Noah Khan concert.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She said Noah Khan and then Kanye? That's like
when was this recorded?
That is recently.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's a wild thing to wait, hold on.
All over the place. It go both ways. I think I'm gonna go that way.
What? She went Democrat after
That's
the
crazy.
Kanye mention? Come on.
No way.
Admitting that Kanye she don't have internet. Don't get mad at her. She don't have the internet. Yeah, the high school protest. I think, you know what I think it is? She's like, I grew up and became a conservative. Like when I was a liberal, like when I was growing up with peer pressure, I went to the Black Lives Matter protest, but now I know they're all rioters.
No, she kind of takes me as a voter that like seems and appears and runs in many progressive circles, and but she just votes Republican, and because her dad and her mom and her whole family's conservative, but she just has no fucking idea what's going on.
People being like, you can't like Kanye's music, dude. Liking Kanye's old music versus saying you like Kanye publicly when the questions asked of you are who are your favorite artists in 2024 are two entirely separate.
Like if they asked her, "Do you like Kanye?" and she said, "Sure," that's one thing. But to like come
she
out and say
voluntarily
it.
brought up Kanye West as one of her favorite recording artists.
I think she's probably a Republican, but she doesn't have very strong convictions.
I think she's a Republican.
Yeah, but I don't think she cares really too much. She presents very progressive because, yeah. All right.
I think
like in terms of like being a liberal.
What, like the gay guy?
No, he'll like, yeah.
There's more to his personality than being gay. Hasan.
No, yeah, it's being liberal. Is what I'm saying. He was like, didn't he just be like, yes,
way funny.
You conservative, but she's a woman. Yes, women in first place.
I mean, you do still do that.
But she's a Republic. Like
bro, you still do that.
PragerU is vile.
Okay, you still kind of do that, but yes.
If she was a Republican, I have the sense if
you
she
do
was,
that, but you don't do it in like the gay way.
Yeah, but I do it in like now. I do it ironically.
He's so passionate about this topic, he threw his phone away.
I'm not considering.
You have to understand. I do the lib shit ironically now because I think it's funny.
Sometimes
you know when I'm doing it ironically.
Sometimes you do it ironically. Other times, sometimes you're not doing it ironically.
Like when I text you.
Yeah, when you're like, I'm freaking out about Kamala Harris's chances.
I know when Hasan, when I come up with like a super liberal take, he'll stop responding to me.
For a similar thing, they were just trying to like.
I'm still dealing with
I had a
this
friend
little-
that got in a lot of trouble for a similar thing. They were just trying to like explain that like the situation of like 9/11 was bad and it was phrased poorly and taken out of context. So I do get what you're saying.
It's not even that it's phrased poorly. It's just people want to hear what they want. They see and hear what they want. They don't care to even make context of it. So I'm still dealing with
I had a
this
friend
little-
that got in a lot of trouble for a similar thing. They were just trying to like explain.
Yeah, George Santos agrees with my 9/11 take. Let's go.
Isn't George Santos the guy who like lied about everything?
Yeah. And he's dog shit at Fortnite. Connor, peak cinema. Congratulations to Connor Eats Pants.
Can we get
He
George
fucking
Santos
killed
on our
it.
podcast?
No. I don't want to have him on the podcast.
All right.
Doesn't the show maybe conservatives and Democrats aren't that different? Neek Skit, your fucking trolling has gotten boring. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. This stream was high art. I was dying the whole time. Yeah, Connor has a way with words.
As we go.
Can you get any guests on the podcast? I like the guest episodes. No.
No, it's only
You will-
us forever.
You will get no fucking guests.
You will get no
and you will
guests.
like it.
You will like it. You will like us. Men. Another man episode.
The one Hasan Abi and Austin fan. Have you seen this?
Come here, babe. Come sit next to me. Come and take your drawers off.
I stole your.
I saw this.
I stole him from you.
I literally saw this.
Damn, you on the
How'd you feel?
It was like, you know what? Hey, you know what? I look at you. I say that's an attractive man. And look, there's enough room in this person's heart for two, I guess.
edge of the bed. You about to fall off.
I guess he got bored.
So you are in a hole for Austin?
He
show?
is a liar, as you say?
Well, absolutely.
Why did you work for him?
Savannah, slow down.
Wait, what?
What?
He's still a hole for you too, he says.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Hasan, but you can't replace the original. That's what he said.
Yeah,
Why do
sorry.
people keep commenting men?
There's millions out there like that. I'm sure.
Click the video on the right with Dean in it.
What do you say? All things considered, that the Holocaust is wrong?
Oh my God, bro. Look, I like Spider-Man. I like liberal Spider-Man. I'm fucking worried that he's going down a dark path here.
Yeah,
like,
you know what? He's got an invite to the Royale podcast.
That's fine, but dude, don't fucking spend time debating these goddamn Nazis, brother. What the fuck are you doing? Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. It's just like, I think like, God, he's on a cloud high right now. I know, but I mean, he's done some really good debates and stuff. The debate lord pipeline is bad. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's content. Debate purposes have no actual values. 1.2 million views is gonna keep doing it, dog. Probably. Like, I don't think these people understand that, like, when you are just breathing life back into these like dying movements. You know what I mean? When you're,
oh my God,
when you go and like you fucking debate these dudes, like you just literally give them clout. And if you genuinely, truly, ideologically think that it's like unacceptable to have their fucking opinions, then as long as it doesn't hit like peak terminal velocity, it's best to not even debate them. Like, there's plenty of fucking people. There's plenty of people out there with like similar opinions to those guys that are more broad and mainstream recognized that you could just like tackle. What is this?
Today with
Look, if this dumbass can see this for what it is, you can too. Oh yeah.
Liz Cheney. Your thoughts on that?
Well, Liz Cheney lost for Congress. She was terrible. Liz Cheney is a stupid war hawk. All she wants to do is shoot missiles at people. I really think it hurts. I think, frankly, if Kamala, I think they hurt each other. I think they're so bad, both of them.
Yeah, this is getting Nick on No Jumper for a debate to Nick getting the yay hookup for him talking to Trump. Exactly. Like, there's never a reason unless
What
like
constituency are they going after here?
What, Donald Trump?
No, the Liz Cheney thing.
Oh, it's fucking 8 people. Like, it's the most like 8 people focused campaign strategy of all time.
Who's running that shit?
Yeah, it's Liz Cheney and her immediate family, but like not even her sister, who Liz Cheney literally abandoned to take a more hardline stance than her father, Dick Cheney, on gay rights in an effort to win favor in the motherfucking Republican primaries. You know? Biden's campaign manager? Yeah. This is who's making it happen.
So what is your assessment of the stakes of this election? I mean, you are in a very exclusive club of people.
They're like, yeah, you're in a very exclusive club of people who's lost to Donald Trump. Is that the question?
Who've ever run for president, let alone run against Donald Trump.
Yeah, she lost.
Well, hold on, let her speak.
So to what extent do you offer counsel or do you speak with Kamala Harris about how to run against Donald Trump, who, as you've said, is a different candidate now, a darker candidate, arguably, than he was in 2016?
That's absolutely true, Willie. You know, I've talked with Kamala a few times. I obviously talked with her before the debate because he is more incoherent. He is angrier. He is lashing out all the time at everybody. He's filled with grievance and rage. And, you know, in my...
Do not let Austin forget he libbed out over Hillary at the DNC. You did?
How do you, these people don't know me?
They fucking... Well, your answer says it all. You just all but confirmed it with that reaction.
I mean, if you saw her live in person, okay, it's different. It's a different experience.
No, she's disgusting.
It was a different experience.
Acceptance speech at the convention way back in 2016, I said, you know, you can't trust somebody with nuclear weapons who you can bait with a tweet, because I saw that in him at the time. A lot of people didn't, or they gave him the benefit of the doubt, or they thought, hey, you know, we've had 2 terms of a Democrat, let's try the Republicans, for whatever reason. I understand that. But now the stakes are even higher because he has a record. We have seen him try to abuse power. We have seen him try to overturn a legitimate, free, fair election. We have watched him bungle COVID and cause unnecessary deaths and pain. So he has a record. And in addition to that, he's told us what he's going to do. He is absolutely linked to this Project 2025 and all of their dark and dystopian efforts to turn the clock back on Americans' rights and the way we live and how we, you know, look at our futures together. And he has a long rhetorical record now of making it very clear.
I will never forgive Donald Trump for not locking her up after fucking saying he was going to do that. And I think Republicans are pussies for not demanding more from their candidates. Okay? He kept saying, lock her up, and then never did.
Well, then he walked it back and said he never said that.
Yeah, and then he now he lies.
I never said that. I never did.
Yeah, now he lies about it because he's such a goddamn coward.
I never said lock her up. I really didn't.
Clear that he would be unaccountable if he were ever near the White House again.
This is like Starmer bringing out Tony Blair and praising Thatcher only appeals to weird right-wing freaks in the party. Yeah. Should we word that Kamala might have Liz Cheney and or Hillary Clinton in her cabinet?
Didn't she say she was going to put somebody?
She was going to put a Republican in there, yeah.
Fuck. Did Biden say that? And did he do that? That looks so
This
good.
moron is probably who's responsible.
I'll take one roll if you wouldn't mind. That's so sweet of you.
Send this man to Siberia.
Just one piece.
3 weeks into
tuna?
her presidential run was the first time Biden's campaign pollsters, now hers, held a deep dive with Kamala Harris's inner circle to discuss what she's been saying on the stump. Over the line came a lot of praise, but some suggested tweaks. First, said veteran Democratic numbers man Jeff Guerin, summarizing their analysis. Stop saying we're not going back. It wasn't focused enough on the future, he argued. Second, lay off all the weird talk. Too negative.
You know what, Hasan? You're weird.
Wait, what?
He said really great job of the
They told them to back off of the weird talk?
Yeah.
No.
Well, this is the guy, Jeff Guerin, on the Kamala Harris campaign, on the Kamala Harris team.
We need. Oh no,
dude, these guys have the best instincts. That's why it's cool to just like keep letting Benjamin Netanyahu rain hell upon the entire region.
Oh God.
Surely there will be no repercussions. Meanwhile, the White House is also now trying to do regime change in Lebanon. Like, they're so... Bro, worry about your own election, dog. You're about to get cooked. Has Liz Cheney, one of the dumber people in politics, ever looked at the horrible statement she's made about lying Kamala Harris? Every viewing policy is the exact opposite of what Cheney and her equally ridiculous father, who got us into the never-ending wars in the Middle East, have stated over the years.
Bro, his running mate called him Hitler.
I know, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay? Because he was groomed. He was groomed into thinking.
That's true.
He was groomed into thinking he's Adolf Hitler.
Okay, sorry.
He was just a 35-year-old man being groomed. But it's like, They're being posted all over the internet, and Cheney looks even dumber than I thought she was. But I still say Kamala is worse.
Can you talk to me kind of your thoughts on the on Joe Biden naming Kamala Harris as his running mate?
Her views are so radical that just from a political standpoint, it was a surprising pick to me. So I think in addition to the fact that she would be a terrible vice president policy-wise for the country, it tells us something about Joe Biden. And it's very clear.
It's so funny because nobody likes the Cheneys. Like, Dick Cheney's approval rating on his way out by the end of his second term was 13%.
Yeah.
Dick Cheney is roundly despised by people who remember him. Most people don't even know who the fuck he is. Okay. But the people that do know who he is hate him. And this does not just mean Democrats.
13%?
Republicans as well. Like, everybody understands what Dick Cheney did as people with at least a little bit more knowledge blame the responsibility of the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War and even maybe 9/11, depending on how far you want to go back, directly on Dick Cheney. Everybody hates George W. Bush too, but they just see him as a fucking dumbass, a lovable dumbass and a warmonger and a war criminal in his own right. But Dick Cheney is the mastermind behind the operation. So the reality of the matter is, like,
he also shot his friend.
Yeah, he fucking did, and then the guy apologized to him. But like, it's crazy because
sorry for getting in the way.
He is such an evil piece of shit. Okay, such an evil fucking piece of shit. Litany of war crimes. Actively defended torture after he got out of office. Still continues to defend torture to this day. No constituency whatsoever. And Kamala Harris is like, oh, we have disagreements, but I really appreciate Dick Cheney, like, Dick Cheney endorsing me is so dumb. Especially because there is no one who this is for. Like, no one is like, oh man, Dick Cheney's voting for Kamala? Well, I guess I am too. Like, that's not a thing that people think. There's no Republican out there who thinks this way.
Clear. She is a radical liberal. She's somebody that has said we ought to spend $32 trillion on Medicare for all. If you look at her record as well in California, she did, in fact, essentially ban gun sales with executive action. And she threatened during the primaries to do the same thing if she's elected, if she were elected.
Like, how do you not understand Dick Cheney endorsing Kamala Harris is like a reverse endorsement? What do I mean by this? It's like all of the, oh yeah, we've watched this already. All of the most violent, annoying, awful aspects of the Dick Cheney administration, the Bush Dick Cheney administration that Americans now look back.
Y'all watched this?
Not so fucking fondly.
Y'all watched this?
Yeah, we did.
What's
not
wrong
so
with it?
fucking fondly. The Kamala Harris campaign is basically saying we love it and we're doing it right now. Okay? And in some respects, we are doing it. We are operating on the neocon boundaries once again, but this time the Democrats are in charge.
That's not as bad as my other one.
You're such a good actor, dude.
Thank you. No, I didn't know it was coming.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was coming. I didn't know it was coming.
If Obama had closed Guantanamo and didn't blow up the hospital, I don't think we'd have anything negative to say about him.
What's looks maxing
there's
mean?
plenty of fucking shit I could say about Obama.
Thank you. I need to be in the movies.
Did you hear the good news? What the fuck is that? It's finally autism. This has 84,000 likes.
Wait, 8.4K.
Wait, 8.4K or 84,000?
I thought at 8.4K.
A rare occurrence of Maya being nice to Hasan.
Don't tell him I said this, but Hasan.
Oh, it was 84K? I can't read.
It was 84K, you fucking blind as a bat old man.
You're wearing
really
glasses
Hasan
that if I were
actually-
to put on, I could see the fucking International Space Station.
Okay, well, you're fucking blind. You should probably get
blind as a
glasses
bat.
then. You should probably get glasses then. You old fuck.
I'll be 31 in November.
Don't tell him I said this, but Hasan is actually really great, and he bought all of the Elvis Sanctuary staff tickets to the zoo, and he was really nice, and he actually learned a lot. he's all right. I'm very grateful that he did that stream with me though, because it's so important to me to show people those animals and talk about them and talk to them about the conservation that's happening. So I'm really grateful for doing that stream, and it was really fun. And I kind of miss doing streams with him.
Oh,
Next.
I miss doing streams with Hasan too. He hasn't been on my stream all year. You know that?
Yeah, you've had like 4 streams this year.
I want to have another one.
Okay.
I'm gonna have another one.
Awesome. We'll get out a kick out of this one.
We're going to defeat Lion Kamala Harris, and we will make America great again. We will do that. And this is the most important election. I think it's going to be the most important election of them all. I mean, they had some pretty good ones, right? Long time ago. They had some pretty good ones. But this is, you know...
What?
It was boring.
Like, why do you need an AR-15?
I mean, aren't you using a make-believe AR-15 in your game?
Yeah,
Is that,
it's a
isn't that
video
the-
game.
Yeah, I understand, but again, I try to draw these parallels. Like, why do you need that in the video game?
Because it's a video game, George, and nobody's dying in a video game.
I get that. I get that. I get that. There is a dichotomy there. No, let's put it this way.
Like an AR.
What? Look at this clip. It's pretty good. You should do this too for everybody's sake in the chat and stream.
Don't give a shit about Sneeko. I don't care who he is. I just fucking hate him. He's a fucking piece of shit blight on this platform, and Dan Clancy should have never unbanned him. I'm fucking tired of these fucking dickheads on this goddamn platform. I am banning every single person that subscribed to Sneeko. If you pay him money, you don't belong here. And you
Yeah, I'm not running a fucking bot to do this, but you know, I mean, he's not wrong. Is he? So people say he's unbanned. Is he unbanned? Like, how does this work? I don't know anything about this fucking platform or what the fuck goes on, despite the fact that people think I actually am the one. Despite the fact that people think I'm the one who runs the platform. I mean, he's just like a straight up. He is a straight up Holocaust denier. What the fuck are we
belong with any
doing?
other streamer that I share my ban info with. Fuck you. Go away. I will not have you in my chat. You cannot be here. You simply are not allowed in this space or any other space. I am sharing my ban info with every other streamer, and you will be locked in to your own goddamn silo in the Sneeko chat. Don't think you're going anywhere else, buddy. You fucking Nazis. You don't belong on this platform. To be honest,
I mean, this dude's right. Oh shit, that's a Hasan Abi head, Jason D100. Yeah, Twitch showed him to me on the first column of recommended streams earlier. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking about that. Like what kind of like positive gain do you get from unbanning a Holocaust denier? You know what I mean? Like,
know,
that's insane to me. That's actually insane. I genuinely don't get it. Twitch was like, hey, here, up next on the recommended, here's a fucking Nazi. Did you see this? 50K viewers right now spamming this official email for Aiden's channel. Y'all still tell me kick is chill. Yeah, I mean, I did see that. And also, that is the least shocking thing of all time, because Aiden Ross was the one who had Nicholas Fuentes on. And like, there's something really funny, I guess, in a very dark way, but also something really funny about a dude who is like Haitian, who was literally begging his fans not to say he's like an animal only a week ago, sitting next to a fucking white supremacist and who is Hispanic himself, sitting next to a Jewish guy who is so stupid that he can be duped into believing the Holocaust wasn't real. Like, it's like the 7th layer of hell in terms of, like, if it didn't have any real repercussions, I would laugh about it. And it is, in some instances, kind of funny when you think about how stupid that shit is. But it's crazy. It's crazy that you got, like, a dude who's begging his fans, because they're all fucking weirdo, like Groiper Nazis, that like he's not an animal and that Haitians are actually not eating fucking cats and dogs and shit. And he's sitting across from a dude who he like alongside a Hispanic Nazi, convincing the Jewish guy that fucking the Holocaust isn't real. What is happening? Anyway. What is this? One Night at Diddy's? Please watch this. I probably am not going to watch that, man. I'm going to be honest with you. Anyway. Have you seen Sam Sulek's bulk? It's insane. I have.
Let's see how shoulders look. Even with just a reasonably moderate couple sets.
I can't wait to see the cut, dude. He looks so fucking he looks insane.
Well, who cares how I fucking feel? Just look how they look. Oh my goodness. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Are you out?
Like, see how there's not only this shadow on the front of my shoulder, but also creeping over the back above my tricep? That's what separates somebody who has really kind of actual rounded over pump delts versus somebody without them. And they especially show up in like a rear lat spread, if you see what I'm saying there. But let's not hold up these guys any longer. Scram.
Did you see Manic Mike, one of the Trend twins, in his pec tour? Wait, really? Chad asking if he's natty? Yeah, Chad, he's natty. Bro, breathes like a pug so we can look like an Adonis. I don't even know if he's looking like an Adonis, bro. Adonis could never look like this. I do put some respect on it. I feel like, you know, he's a consenting adult who understands the repercussions of the actions that he's engaging with. Okay? And he's just doing it for us. Like, that's the way I think about it. He's doing it for greatness. Anyway, on that front, I'm done for the night. Okay, tomorrow will be a fun day. We'll do more fun shit. Maybe even an IRL component. Who knows? I'll figure it out. Austin's here. Maybe I'll do something with Austin, you know? He said he hasn't done anything. He hasn't done any, you know, serious IRL streams in a minute. So we might do that. But, yeah.
Los Angeles, California, says Hasan.
That's what I got.
The starlight to the star.
Anyway, love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Peace.
There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle, you're not lying. JCS React Lord frame gets broken, cover blown.